don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful. A slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy sky was discussing, it's whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This sail is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget.
for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, standing tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged. Every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Certified salute, Black family. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of The Frontline. I'm your host, Shane Cromer. We're joined with the other host, Lady Chasey, in the background. Just sleep. So she'll be joining us when she wake up. Hopefully, we'll be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And join us this coming Tuesday for a brand new episode. Well, we might have to push that back because City Council got moved to Tuesday for Cisse Pode Day, since they got rid of Cesar Chavez Day. Well, we'll see. But thank y'all for tapping in. Appreciate everybody that's tapping in right now. On the season 6, episode 19, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And that is Trump, aka the dump as a human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Says Iran wants a deal so bad, and then Iran denies the talks. Then we got U.S.-Iran conflict, ceasefire, rejected. Then we got Melania Trump pushes teacher robots in classrooms. Future of public education or disaster. Then most Americans oppose the Iran war, public reaction. Then U.S. major losses and setbacks at the base in Saudi Arabia, plus more. Trump's signature on U.S. currency, Treasury plans spark controversy. Record-breaking 9 million protesters, no kings March crowd size, debate explodes. Then people react to Ghana at the UN. Reparations debate explodes. And if we have time, a complete history of the Moors by Dr. Kaba Kamene. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Setbaccs Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Setbaccs Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. So just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Kruma. Make sure y'all sub up to that so y'all can be in tune with what's happening here in Denver with the city council and the local events that we have out here, Black events. And then we got Lady Che's other YouTube channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub up to that so she can start going live on that channel as well. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that channel, the RBA, so she can already go live on there, but she be dropping heavy knowledge that we usually don't get to on Frontline Black News. And she did a RBA last week, I believe 2 RBAs last week, so make sure y'all check those out. They're long, but they're well worth it. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so he can start going live on his YouTube channel. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant, was cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. Then we got Kukizi, our brother out the Mile High, who's the MC, one of the dopest MCs, as a matter of fact, out of Denver. Kukizi 5100. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He usually does the intro track for Frontline Black News, but we're not on a paid subscription, as you can tell, so I have to play the new FBA music, which is dope as well. Then we got our brother who's in the chat right now, Breeze Omega. Shout out to Breeze. Certified salute. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He was just live. Breeze Omega on YouTube. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to you, Breeze. Congratulations on that. Then we our brothers out of VA by way of New York. In Virginia by way of New York. So make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother Black, the Church of Black Power, who's out of originally from Watts, California, but now is in Houston, Texas. And he was just live as well. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He just passed 2,000 subscribers, fast approaching 3,000. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on a hiatus, but came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So make sure y'all check that out. The links to the submit the business is in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And yours truly is in there from our political work. Then we got council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The petition for that is also in the description. So make sure y'all sign that. Then we got the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which I should probably start taking down now because we met the goal. Congratulations. Thank you to the FBA family that donated to the project. I was able to donate one time, so appreciate the whole FBA family that made this project possible. Then we got Lady Che's GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And last but certainly not least, we got our elder, one of our elders out of South Central Los Angeles, who is on the verge of losing her home. She's 103 years old. and she's about to lose her home of almost 40 years. So support her GoFundMe if you can, so she can keep her home. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, announced by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you a black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got our elder, our master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who came up with the quote, racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral. She would have been 90. She transitioned 10 years ago at the age of 80 in the good old state of Colorado. So may she rest in power and may her work continue on. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. I'm going to hop right into it with the first topic, which is the dump. As in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Says Iran wants a deal so bad, Iran denies the talks. So Sister Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. So I'm hitting the sound card. The sound card right in front of me. Make all these sound effects. Lady Chase sound card. All right, let me share my screen. Yo, it's the video. I got so many videos open up. It's up, brother Water God TV. He was just live. He's live right now, as a matter of fact. But that's not what I wanted to play. Let's see. Here it is.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Just a reminder, the sale is still on, and it will end at 11:59 p.m. So if you want to get your hair products for 40% off, this is the time to grab it up because the countdown is definitely on. So, y'all, Donald Trump is back at it again. You know what I find amazing about this whole thing? Our people tend not to believe Donald Trump, but the MAGAs are diehards. Oh, we're winning the war. Oh, it will be over soon. Iran is begging us to stop. I said, that's none of that is going on. You know, but see, these idiots are believing Donald Trump. Those Iranians ain't even giving Donald Trump a second thought. All right. And they said one thing that will not happen, Donald Trump will not dictate when this war will end. They are not allowing it. And his supporters are still running around talking about we're winning. I was like, wow. I guess some people really just choose to be ignorant at this point. There are so many sources where you can get information. And if you fail to do so, that's on you at this point. You know, it is pretty sad, but let me get this on because I want y'all to hear Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I just don't get it. I guess if he think that people won't get all over him for starting this war, if he keeps trying to sound like we're winning, it don't take a rocket scientist to see America is getting her asses handed to her. And Iran is still bombing the bases. They are bombing the hell out of Israel. I mean, if this goes on through the summer, I don't know if it's going to be much left over in Israel. You know, and those folks are running the hell out of there too. A lot of them are trying to get out. And, you know, for a while, all of the airports were closed. So they told them the only way they could perhaps drive to another country and get a flight from there. But even those Israelis can't get out of there. So, that's what I don't understand. Why anybody would want to be there. It seems like Israel is in a fight every month. When are they not fighting? Seriously, when are these people not fighting? Why is people packing up and going there? You know, every other month they're in some kind of altercation with somebody around them. I don't know. If it was me, I wouldn't even waste my time going over there. But anyway, not my country. So anyway, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. And y'all, all I got to say is, if you want to know the truth, you're going to have to seek that truth yourself. Getting it through these Gentiles is a joke. It's a joke. Thank you for the ones, everybody. Thank you.
In Donald Trump's latest attempt to claim victory with Iran, he is trying to make everyone believe that Iran wants to make a deal so bad.
I tell you, we're winning so big. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us. There's never been a head of a country that wanted that job less than being the head of Iran. I don't want it. We listen to some of the things they say. We hear them very clearly. They say, I don't want it.
Yeah,
like
they
to
do,
be
Mark.
the next supreme leader. No, thank you. I don't want it.
And then it's like his medication started to kick in, and he starts trying to brag about how we're the hottest country in the world. And it's like, newsflash, everyone in the United States is suffering. Have you seen the TSA lines and the gas prices? Where do you get this stuff from?
Again, perhaps we are now respected like never, ever before. I don't think we have ever been as respected now. You know, if you think about it, a year and a half ago, our country was viewed as a joke. We were a joke. All over the world, they were laughing at us, how stupid we were, how weak, how pathetic. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world. King of Saudi Arabia said it. He said, sir, I was in Saudi Arabia, came back with $2 trillion for our country. I came back with $2 trillion from Saudi, $2 trillion from Qatar, $2 trillion from UAE. Oh, they're great. They're all fighting. They got hit. Nobody expected they were going to get hit. It made them angry, and they came to our side immediately, all of them, and others.
So while Donald Trump is talking like this, please be reminded that he is now sending our men and women in uniform to the Mideast because the United States keeps getting its butt kicked going up against Iran. And make no mistake, when this is all said and done, the cost of going to war with Iran, we are going to feel it in our pockets. They're already talking about making it a mandatory requirement for any tanker going through the strait to pay a fee to Iran. Congratulations, Donald Trump and you supporters. Look at what you've gone and done. What a disgrace.
And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, in your whole lifetime, when have you seen the winners of a war go to the losers to beg? If you're winning a war, why would you go begging to the country that's not winning? I mean, this man is really taking us all for a fool. That does not happen. If you are winning the war, you are not going to go to the losing side and start begging.
Right.
But this is what this man wants everybody to believe. You know, maybe he got that old Fox News crowd that's sitting around believing anything that comes out of his mouth.
You already know.
But Donald Trump, in my opinion, sounds like he's lying.
Right. Yeah.
For real. This man, somebody need to throw a fishing net on him and drag him off to a lab and study him. For real.
Perpetuate anti-black.
Let's go on.
Do redlining, etc. Exactly, Michael.
They would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one.
War about to hit its fifth week. President Trump is feeling pressure, even from some in his own party, to bring the conflict to a close. And for the first time, he's revealing how he knows Iranian leaders are ready to talk.
They want to make a deal.
Insisting Iran is, quote, begging to bring an end to the war.
I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators.
President Trump rejected reports he's the one desperate to make a deal.
I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care.
The president said he's postponing attacks on Iran's infrastructure for 10 days at Iran's request.
They asked for 7. You're going to say, oh, Trump's a terrible negotiator. They asked for 7. And I said, I'm going to give you 10.
But with Iran denying any direct talks and mocking the U.S. as negotiating with yourself, Trump explained how he's confident progress is being made.
Can I reveal the present?
For the first time, he revealed that big, expensive gift from Iran was 10 oil tankers allowed through the Strait of Hormuz.
I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people.
He says the move proves the people he's talking to have power to control the key shipping corridor Iran has effectively closed off for almost a month.
Exactly.
Oil tanker traffic is down 90 to 95% since before the war. Economists now expect U.S. inflation to jump to more than 4% this year because of the conflict. Mortgage rates moved higher for the fourth straight week, while mortgage applications are down. Global oil prices are up more than 40%, and the American cost of gas is up by almost $1 per gallon in the last month. The president says he's not yet ready to roll back the federal gas tax, which is more than 18 cents a gallon and $0.25 on a gallon of diesel. But he said it's something he could do if necessary.
Every time I see you, I get a bad vibe.
But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So are you taking control of Iran? It's day 27 of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. Trump has said in the last few hours that Iran's leaders are apparently begging to make a deal. Not me, he said. Very confident man, of course. He followed up by saying, quote, I don't know if we are willing to do that, like make a deal. That's the rhetoric. Now, here's the undisputed fact, though. He said he's not willing to make a deal. But Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, has confirmed at a cabinet meeting televised that the US did send a 15-point peace proposal to Pakistan to be handed over to Iran.
Yeah.
A peace proposal from the American side to the Iranian side. This proposal is known to have been rejected by Iran, by the way. I made a video on that earlier today. The Iranian state-aligned media and non-state-aligned media from the rest of the world have said Iran has sent already a rejection of the 15-point plan by America and sent a 5-point sort of counter proposal. That's the news.
With this war,
it's the Iranians are, begging for a deal, but we sent the deal to them. We might not make a deal. I'm still thinking about it, but I'm the one who sent the proposal. They rejected it, but we're winning. I can't stop winning. We're winning so much that we don't know what else to do. I think that was one of what Trump said today. He said, we're winning so much, we've lost sight of what we're going to do. That's the news. Now here's the analysis, guys. Trump says Iran has been given an extension. For what? Well, saying that from today till the 6th of April, that's 10 days, the US will not attack Iranian power stations. He says Iran requested this extension, in between, of course, begging Trump for a peace deal. They managed to slip in a request for an extension amidst all the begging. The question is, who in Iran? It's not the supreme leader. Trump has confirmed that. It's not the IRGC, unless the IRGC is lying, which of course is a possibility. But so far, they have said continuously that new number who this? We're not negotiating with Trump. So, like, from what angle? Who is he talking to? Now, there is a possibility. I will have to investigate. I'll bring further details if I can find them tomorrow. There's a possibility that Trump is negotiating with elements or a capable element potentially even, in Iran that is willing to go against the Iranian state. So he's negotiating basically with a rebel faction, right? Or a covert, faction ready to take power if they can somehow manage it. I don't know how. But if he is, then it kind of aligns with what Iranian state media was saying, which is they directed their criticism towards Trump by saying earlier, in the week, they said, you're negotiating with your own proxies in Iran, like the sort of infiltration units in Iran that you have. That makes no sense. You're negotiating with yourselves. But anyway, Trump seems to have a secret contact. Or he's just making it all up. But if he does have a secret contact, okay, fine. He's negotiating with them and they seem to be very, pliable. But is that secret contact actually someone in power? Is that secret contact actually someone who could overthrow the Iranian administration from the inside? I don't know. The fog of war is really thick on this one. Like the Strait of Hormuz, fun fact, is very foggy in there. And I'm but a mere civilian. But is it a special contact or an AI agent? Is it ChatGPT? Is it a taxi driver in Tehran, pranking old Donny Boy? Like, Reza Pahlavi got pranked by those two Russians. Look up, by the way, if you haven't seen that, it's hilarious. Reza Pahlavi pranked by Russians. If you search that, it should come up. But seriously, what Trump is saying has become increasingly unverifiable, analytically speaking, and it goes against what is verifiable. So American sentiment is wavering on war support for their commander-in-chief. And with this decline in trust and the days stretching out further, with restrictions on oil and gas supplies through Hormuz, things are getting more desperate for America's friends and allies, and inside America, citizen sentiment is wavering. In this dynamic, where America's already lost the advantage, the balance of power has actually shifted in favor of Iran. Will the 5,000 Marines that are on their way to the region, will they be used in a ground assault trying to shift the balance of power back in America's favor? That's also, you have to remember, it's likely to be a very costly endeavor if boots are put on the ground. American boots, of course. Israeli boots are, too valuable, it may be argued, to be put on the ground, except in Lebanon, where at least one Israeli soldier has been confirmed to have lost his life or her life. I don't know. They chuck, both genders into that fray. It's going to cost blood and treasure. If they go for Khag Island, if they go for Chabahar, if they try to do a landing, their ships will be potentially vulnerable. Are they going to launch from Kuwait? Then, Iran will be like, told you all along that, they're using the Gulf bases against us. So there's a lot that could go wrong from the American perspective. And of course, Iran is defending. There's a lot that could go wrong that could lead to a tightening of that existential threat, the threat to Iran's very existence. And who knows how they might respond to that. Will that play out, or will Iran come to the negotiating table and actually try to work something out? It's all up in the air, guys. I'm not going to lie. But I'll keep you posted with my well-researched coverage, without the spin or the propaganda from either side, right? That's what I'm here for. I'm not going to be a champion for the flipping Press TV, Tasneem news agency. I'm going to take from there, and I'm going to take from Al Jazeera and Middle East Eye, and from CNN, and God save me, even from Fox News. I'm going to hear what Donny Boy has to say. I'm going to hear what the Revolutionary Guard officials and Iranian parliament, what they're saying. And I'll bring to you a summary for those who value it and want some diffused tension with jokes. Some people have come to me and said, I've got family members on the American side who are actually deployed there. And your stupid jokes, they didn't say stupid, I say that. Your jokes diffuse the tension, keep it sort of light and frothy like a latte. And that really helps me keep up to date with what the heck is going on without losing my mind. So I'm glad that I can be that. The world's going to keep moving. Things are going to keep happening. So my assessment is, if we can try and bring some levity to it, and that gives us the emotional capacity to consume more news, keep in touch with what's happening without losing our minds or falling into depression, then I'm here to make your jokes and do an occasional stupid Chinese accent, which I've been told is more like Vietnamese or Southeast Asian. I'm here to make the Donny Boy impressions. I just need to buy a bucket of orange paint to really go all in, and a wig, as someone has recommended. Ladies and gentlemen, for the unbiased news and analysis without the Western spin, I'm Afos Taluk, the aka News Baba. And I'll see you on the next one. Stay frosty. Or sandy. I don't know. Depends where you are.
It's March 26, 2026. Here's the latest news. Donald Trump, after being repeatedly rejected in his attempts to speak with Iran, erupted in a series of early morning posts, falsely claiming that Iran is begging for a deal. Iran's foreign minister says that is simply not true and that Iran has no intention of holding talks with the U.S. at this time. At the same time, Trump lashed out at NATO in an all-caps message, claiming that they've done nothing to help the U.S., while also insisting that the U.S. doesn't need any help from them at all. Meanwhile, tensions continue to escalate on the ground. Iran says that there are signs that the U.S. and a regional ally may be preparing to invade and seize Karg Island, a critical oil hub. Iranian officials warn that they are closely monitoring all movements, and they say that any country assisting the U.S. would face relentless retaliation. Iran has already deployed additional troops and air defenses to the island. According to the New York Times, Iranian strikes have rendered several of the 13 U.S. bases in the region largely uninhabitable, forcing the dispersal of roughly 40,000 troops. Some have been relocated to Europe, while others are operating from improvised sites, including hotels, effectively fighting the war remotely. Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthi movement now says that it is prepared to resume attacks on the Red Sea, a move that could once again disrupt global shipping and trade. Back in Washington, the Washington Post reports that the Pentagon is considering diverting weapons originally intended for Ukraine to the Middle East as the war with Iran strains U.S. munitions supplies. In Israel, the situation is intensifying as well, with the country facing heavy Iranian strikes. Officials there say that they are stunned by the scale and ferocity of the response. Energy markets are already feeling the impact. French oil giant Total Energies has evacuated around 1,300 personnel from across the region, including the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq, leaving only essential local staff behind. The economic fallout is also growing. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development now predicts U.S. inflation could rise to 4.2%, with G20 nations averaging around 4%, driven by the war. And here at home, the U.S. Postal Service is preparing to impose an 8% fuel surcharge on packages due to rising costs tied to the war, according to the Wall Street Journal. Mortgage rates have now risen for the fourth straight week, reaching 6.38%. And travelers across the country continue to face long lines at airports amid the ongoing DHS shutdown as Republicans block Democratic efforts to fund TSA operations. Thanks for watching. Spread the word and listen to the Midas Touch podcast for more.
It looks like the president just tweeted or put this out on Truth Social. He said the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they have been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback. And yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it is too late, because once that happens, there's no turning back and it won't be pretty.
Well, Trump had a cabinet meeting again this morning, and it was basically a collection of people surrounding him, praising him, honoring and adoring him, which is sickening to watch, to be honest with you. It's interesting because Trump said that Iran is begging, these are his words, Iran is begging to make a deal. Well, today, Iran rejected a 15-point plan which the Americans put together. Now, I want to say something else too, because this is really interesting. So the meeting was turned over to Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, or wherever you want to call him, and he spent his whole time talking about how bad the media are and how bad the media are representing the war in Iran, and that the media needs to take responsibility for not reporting on the great work that America is doing. He spent his whole time talking about and attacking the media. And what I found very interesting about this is that the narrative is the same. It has been every day since the day of the war. We're 26 days in now. And their narrative is this: we've won, they've lost. They're begging for a deal. Yet, that doesn't seem to be the case. And for all its military power, it would appear that Iran is actually holding all the cards here. And it makes the Trump administration look very, very weak. Folks, the source for this is ABC News. My name is Nick. Let me know what you think about this in the comments.
According to Trump, Iran is absolutely begging to make a deal. I don't know about you guys, but for some reason, I'm not fucking buying it.
But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
When you listen to the Dems, they want this to fail. If they had to choose between a defeated Iran with millions and millions of citizens no longer under the thumb of a fascist theocracy, or an embarrassed Trump with an empowered Iran, they would pick the latter, because they don't factor human tragedy when they're feeding their ego. This is the I need to be right, and it doesn't matter. It's worse if they're wrong. I've been thinking about the debate over the war. And it isn't, and I think Kennedy nails it pretty well. It isn't whether you agree with it or not, because we're good with both. No one begrudges whether you disagree or not with the premise. It's when you're annoying about it. You know, for example, you can be mad at Trump for going into Iran, but you can still support the troops and want the mission to be successful. That's actually pretty noble, you know, but hoping it's a disaster because you don't like the decision makes you a douchebag. Likewise, I would say calling into question someone's patriotism who voices unease with the war. That's also kind of douchey, and it's completely appropriate to be uneasy about a war, but it's what you do with the unease that whether it helps or it doesn't. It's like, I don't understand what, like, you know, Cory Booker, like, what is he thinking in his head? You know, he just voluntarily becomes part of the noise. I'm just going to join in. We already get plenty of noise. Say something interesting. And I wrote this down, but I think you pretty much said it, Kennedy. It's as simple as just saying, I hope this is completed quickly and effectively, and later we can dig into the hows and the whys afterwards.
Thank you, Greg.
You're quite welcome, Kennedy.
Greg. All right. Well,
y'all, this is embarrassing. This man is putting on a circus every single day.
Big old clown show.
And this stuff that he's saying is going out worldwide. Everybody is watching. You can watch the damn war on live stream. Okay? You can watch it on live stream. And it don't take a rocket scientist to see that Iran is kicking everyone's ass. All right? And Donald Trump, I guess he act like nobody sees what's going on and they're just going to take his word. Nobody trusts, nor do anybody with common sense believe Donald Trump. And at this point, it is It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing. America is never going to recover from this war. Even if this war ends tonight, the devastating damage it has done to America's reputation is irreparable. Nobody is going to take you seriously. And they're watching this clown show Donald Trump is putting on every day. Nobody's going to believe anything you say. Nobody's going to trust you. No one is going to want America to have a seat at the table. No one is going to come to America to work on deals. It is over. You don't realize every time Donald Trump gets on TV, he is further tarnishing the reputation of America. It is shot to hell now.
Yeah.
You can't fix it if you want it to. And the damage he's done with all allies, no ally is trying to stand by Donald Trump. No ally. That should tell you America has no support whatsoever.
That's true, man.
Nobody wants to support America.
But majority, if not all of those.
So, no, the damage is done. It is done. I think even if you got another administration in office, the damage would probably take years upon years to fix. That's how bad it is under Donald Trump. You won't get any nation that wants to be led by the United States and this Trump administration. Nobody in their right mind would want to be led by this dementia man. I'm just saying. Dark Skin Brother, thank you so much for the 35-month membership. He's a joke, my warrior sister. Oh, yeah. And the sad part, Dark Skin Brother, everybody is witnessing it every single day. Michael Lee, thank you for the super chat. I know this off topic, but did people think that Donald J. Trump don't pay ICE and other people? What makes people think he's going to pay the soldiers going to fight? You're right. He don't believe in paying anybody. And I think that is a disgrace. Yeah. All this man does, he focuses on firing people, letting people go. If he can do it and not pay you or make you work and not pay you, look, if you remember, he sent the National Guard out to multiple cities and he even screwed them over on their money. So, yeah, I mean, that's all he's about. That's one thing. You work for Donald Trump, you can expect not to get paid. So, I mean, good luck, America, because I don't know how y'all going to fix this. And we're going to continue to stay out of your mess. Y'all created this mess. You fix this mess. Nobody should be out on the front lines more than Trump supporters. You men and women can put on them loud red MAGA hats and get on the front line where you belong in this whole thing.
That's right.
We don't belong on your front line. Let me just make that very clear.
Right.
We have fought in every single war that you monsters started, because you start every last one of them. And this time around, you red hats better get on the front line, because we ain't doing it. Y'all better get on that front line. Don't look over here for us to do it. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And I may come on a little later to do another live. So I will see you then. Shalom, family.
Lisa, we will definitely see you a few times tonight. All right. Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
I just was like, I agree with what you said. I just find it really curious too. Is it why on certain I think I was watching what it was MS Now, whatever.
Yeah, MS Now. Yeah.
Old girl was interviewing an Iranian woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she was just all praise and glory to Trump for getting rid for starting this shit. And I'm like, there's some people that actually are thankful for this shit.
Yeah.
And yet here we all are. And at the end of the day, here we are paying for it. I really think it's shit.
Especially after he said he wasn't gonna start no new wars.
Such that, yeah. So that's quite interesting. And they're like, well, when she said when Trump does well, I admire him, but when he does wrong, I
critique him.
I forgive him. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, I critique him. And I'm like, what? I just find that weird. It's weird for the other. It same thing happened with Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people that were really thankful about what he did over there in Venezuela.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, this is a piece of shit. Look, kidnapping motherfucking pirate. Ooh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you, Lady Che. All right, so I'll move to the next topic, and that is Iran. Israel. U.S.-Iran tensions escalate. So Lisa's going to give us an update on that as well. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. She's been covering this heavy. And shout out to Professor Blacc True.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Just a reminder that the sale is still on. You have 2 more days to get the 40% off today and tomorrow. And after that, everything will go back to normal price. So take advantage and grab up these good deals that are on my stores right now. All right. So let's get into,
I think so too, Mark.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump, as we know, keeps getting on TV and telling everybody these talks are going on, peace talks are going on, ceasefires, and none of it is true. None of it. So I'm going to show you how Iran is responding to this, because Iran comes out almost immediately to say they haven't spoken to Donald Trump at all. I guess his dementia must really be kicking in. But you got to understand, Donald Trump and these rich people are doing that for money. See, if he gets on TV and says the fight is on and there are no talks, no negotiations going on, then the stock market will plummet.
Yeah.
All right, it will plummet. If he gets on TV and says, oh, we're trying to work something out, we're trying to talk, have peace talks, oh, we're calling for a ceasefire, then the stocks go up. All right. So Donald Trump don't care about Iran. This is all about himself and his rich buddies making money. Yes, they're doing it at the expense of American lives and don't care. But that's really the whole premise of him doing this every day, to ensure the stock markets will stay in the green. And if it stays green, they make a ton of money, making millions probably every single day. So he doesn't care about the lives lost.
No, it doesn't.
It's all about the rich people getting richer.
Yep.
That's what it's all about.
And the poor get richer.
So Iran has been very vocal and coming out strong, saying they haven't spoken a word to Donald Trump. And they don't know why he's lying. I don't think everybody can piece together what Donald Trump is doing. I sure can. I caught on to it a while ago. I was like, why? At first it was like, why is he doing that? And then I notice whenever he was talking about, oh, we're going to go to the Strait of Hormuz and we're going to put troops over there, everything went in the red.
Good.
When he got on the news and started talking peace this and peace that, everything went back in the green. So it's really market manipulation is what he's doing. So, you know, look, at the end of the day, Donald Trump and his little rich buddies don't care because they have nothing to lose in this war. We know the rich people never send their kids. I don't think that's fair. I think if you're going to recruit or draft people, there should be no exceptions.
Damn.
All right. It should not just be the poor fighting the war for the rich. And at the end of the day, you know, those poor soldiers aren't going to get anything. And these wealthy people, they're going to profit because you know what they do? They bet on both sides. So they're financing both sides. So no matter what, they win and they profit.
Yep.
So let's get into it because I think actually this is very humiliating. Every time the president says something, Iran comes out and says, no, we haven't said nothing to Donald Trump. We haven't been speaking to him at all. I mean, and then today he said, I'm talking to one of their top officials. Okay, what's the top official's name? Right. I noticed he said that a couple of times. Oh, one of their top people. Well, even a top person got a name. Right. What's their name? And see, that's another indication that Donald Trump ain't talking to a living soul. He hasn't given one name from Iran's side of the aisle of who he's talking to. So what are you talking to? The Iranian heir? Mm-hmm. What are their names? That's another indicator. You know, Donald Trump is lying. He is not talking to anybody. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all, let's get into this. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen. If they want to see economic and wealth inequality between the rich and the poor, Americans continue to cut the check for reparations to FBA. Exactly, and dismantle racism, white supremacy, capitalism with universal programs. Period.
A top person. Don't forget, we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader.
Mr. President,
again.
Mr. President, I know you deploy
because I don't want him to be killed.
With U.S. President Donald Trump claiming that America is speaking to Iran, the big question is, who might they be speaking to? One name that keeps popping up is Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf. He's definitely one of the strongest figure in the current Iranian power structure. On paper, he's the Speaker of Iran's parliament. He was voted for that position in 2020, but in reality, he is an extremely strong power broker in Iran. He's a political hardliner, a conservative. He's also a former military official as well. And he's certainly someone who's very much respected by the conservatives and by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. One of the big claims to fame of Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf is that he himself actually piloted a civilian airliner into Beirut in 2024, as the Israelis said no civilian airliners were allowed to land there. So he's certainly someone who is known for a good degree of courage. He's also someone who's known as being able to make deals within the Iranian power structure as well. I met Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf on 2 occasions, once in 2020 when he was running political office, and then just a couple of months ago as Speaker of Iran's parliament when we interviewed him in Tehran. Even back then, he was threatening the United States and also projecting that very hard line. And Mohammed Bagher Ghalibaf has also vehemently denied being in contact with the United States, instead saying that the Iranians have no interest in negotiations and will continue their military operations.
Iran says talks with the U.S. are not taking place and mocked American attempts at a ceasefire, saying the U.S. is negotiating with themselves. So what's going on? Well, first off, President Trump on Tuesday was in winning mode. He claimed that Iran is now negotiating, that regime change has happened, and that he got what he called an amazing gift from Iran about oil and gas in the Strait of Hormuz, but he didn't have much more detail on that. Now, a spokesperson for Iran's military says that Trump is actually trying to hide his own defeat, maybe a little jab along the lines of Taco Trump, by claiming that Iran's done everything that he claimed. This spokesman said, 1, do not call your defeat an agreement. Number 2, that you, the U.S., is negotiating with yourselves. And 3, that someone like us will never come to terms with someone like you. Not now, not ever. And case in point, today, it's day 27 in this war. Tehran rained down more missiles and drones on the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain, which all, of course, host American military bases. And Israel's military radio said that at least 4 missile salvos hit Israeli territory, and explosions were heard in the Tel Aviv area. And then there's more. Iran says that it's got its eyes on about 2,000 U.S. paratroopers from 2 battalions headed to the Middle East that President Trump ordered to the region. They are being drawn down from the 82nd Airborne Division. This is in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and then will join several thousand Marines also headed to the region, which could then give President Trump options if he did decide to launch some kind of ground attack on Iran. One target could be Karg Island in the Persian Gulf, which handles nearly all of Iran's oil exports, about 90%, and considered its economic lifeline. The U.S. bombed the island already on March 13th, and if the U.S. seized this island, it could be used as a negotiation chip to try and end this war. But Iran's Speaker of Parliament said the country is monitoring all U.S. movements in the region and warned the U.S. not to test their resolve to defend their country.
Just as we suspected a short time ago, why Iran put out a statement and said they didn't have no talks with y'all's president? Iran said, au contraire, y'all's president heard attacking them power plants in West Asia and he retreated. That's what had happened. He retreated. I mean, now that man got, first of all, not you being Taco, Trump always chickens out. Where a war is concerned, Taco during a war is wild. But also, who knows what the response is going to be now? That man may feel like he got to really make something shake because his ego can't take this hit. But come on, you didn't think that Iran was going to come out and tell the truth and nothing but? Now we on standby waiting to see what's going to happen.
From the very beginning, after Trump issued that statement, we had statements after statements from leaders and also from the state media that this is a bluff, that the Iranians didn't have any contacts with the Americans, direct or indirect, over the last couple of days, contrary to what came in that tweet by President Trump. And that also they are not changing the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, no matter what happens. The understanding is that the Iranians are speaking to the local public with a very strong language, and also even to the outside world, because they don't trust those overtures from the United States, particularly from Donald Trump. They have been through very bitter experiences in June and also in February, on February 28, when the Americans and the Israelis waged a war twice against Iran in the middle of negotiations. So they think that this is a bluff, that this is a way for Donald Trump to appease the energy markets internationally, and also for him to buy time, because the Americans are still accumulating and gathering their power, including thousands of troops who are said to be.
Fucking Iran just dismissed a ceasefire proposal that President Trump offered to him, and instead of accepting it to stop this whole bullshit, they did a counter proposal back at him. Now, within the ceasefire proposal, there was allegedly sanctions relief, rollback of Iran's nuclear program, which that is one of his top priorities, and then limits on missiles and reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which pretty much has been fucking up everything in the whole entire world. I mean, just go get some gas and you know what I'm talking about.
Breaking news.
and the United States to end the war. Both sides can't be right. Is Donald Trump manipulating the stock market and the oil market? Clearly, he needs the oil market down. He needs the stock market up. Don't know, but I do know this. Iran is saying it is not true. They've had no talks with Donald Trump to do this. What do you think? Love to hear from my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, and the burned out light bulbs. Iran is saying the exact opposite of Donald Trump. Imagine that.
Iran just denied any conversation with Donald Trump, calling it a misinformation and influencing markets on early Monday morning. Oh shit, sorry being punk right now. What is going on, guys? A clear contradiction has emerged between Washington and Tehran after US President Donald Trump said today, early in the morning, that two countries held very good and proactive conversations, while Iran said, well, actually denied that any such talks took place. Posting early Monday morning, this morning, Donald Trump said the US and Iran had engaged in a deep, detailed, and constructive conversations over the past 2 days. He also announced a 5-day postponement of planned US strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure, citing the tone and tenor of these discussions. However, Iran's foreign ministry rejected the claims, stating there are no ongoing talks between Tehran and Washington. The statement, reported by news outlets, described Trump's remarks as part of an effort to influence energy markets and gain time. Will they do that? Yeah. Also, senior security officials are saying no negotiations have taken place and none are underway. The officials added that Iran had communicated through intermediaries that it will continue its defensive actions until what is described as a necessary level of deterrence is reached. Iranian officials acknowledged that some regional countries have attempted to mediate and reduce tensions. However, Tehran maintained that it's no longer engaged in negotiations and that such efforts should be directed towards Washington. So, what is next? Well, I will be here updating you guys. So what are your thoughts? Well, comment down below. Let's talk. Let's go.
Subscribe to Frontline.
The latest updates we have for you, of course, coming to you from Press TV. The latest is an exclusive information coming to you from an Iranian, of course, a senior official saying, giving conditions for the war to end, that only if these conditions are met, Iran, of course, will end the war. If at a time of its own choosing. A few of these points, conditions from this specific official, saying that Iran will not allow Donald Trump to dictate, of course, the timing of the war's end. Iran demands an end to the aggression by the enemy. It is demanding the establishment of concrete guarantees preventing the recurrence of war. Also demanding the clear determination, guaranteed payment of war damages and compensation. Also a comprehensive end to the war across all fronts, even including the resistance groups. And last main important one, of course, is the recognition of Tehran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz as its natural and legal right.
The last 48 hours, Trump was lying and said he was in talks with Iran, but Iran got the memo saying that Trump wants to negotiate. They understand Trump's terms, and they said, ain't no way they're going for Trump's terms. And they gave 5 conditions under which they will end this war.
Okay. So, y'all, there have been no talks. Every day Donald Trump is on TV making these claims, and every day he's lying.
Lying.
And the sad part is, no, the media, I think they know he's lying, but you got to look at who owns the media and why you're not getting the truth. All right? You got to look at who owns the media. That will explain why they're not challenging Donald Trump on this whole thing. So I think it's dangerous. I think it's very reckless. I think if something happens, to America, unfortunately, Donald Trump may not tell you the truth. They may know something is coming, but he won't tell you. See, if you're willing to get on TV and lie every single day to the American public, then you have no limits. You don't. And I think if China helped Iran, and because China got missiles that can reach mainland America, Donald Trump will probably go down in a bunker before he sends a warning out to us.
Yep.
I really, truly believe that. You know, at the end of the day, this man don't have no backbone, because if he did, he would be able to tell the Americans the truth. Look, this war has started. Right now, we're not close to any kind of talks or negotiation, so the war is going to go on. Nope, he's too scared to do that. So instead, him, and I'm sure these are his ideas because it's stupid as hell, decided to just keep getting on TV day after day after day, telling everybody these talks are going on. And how come it's been 30 days practically of talks, according to Donald Trump? How come there's no conclusion?
Right.
You know, and at this point, yeah, I believe Iran over Donald Trump. I don't believe there is no talks going on. Donald Trump is trying to make it seem like he is trying to negotiate, you know, for the best interests of everyone, and it's not for no best interest for everybody. What he's saying is the best interest for him and whoever he is friends with that's rich. So, no, I mean, I don't agree with him doing this. I would rather for him be silent than to come on TV lying every single day. And the sad part is, I think the majority of the people know he's lying. But he thinks that he is believed, and he's not. You know? So, y'all, whatever I find out, I will let you know. And you know, all we got to do is our own research and use our own discernment. You know, the truth will come to you, especially if you ask our Heavenly Father for the truth. He will always send that truth to you. So, y'all, I'm going to conclude. Remember, the sale is still going on. You still have today and tomorrow to get your products for 40% off. So I got one more live coming up at 3:45. Oh, I know what I meant to tell y'all. There's a country about to join Israel in the fight. Uganda. I almost fell over. I was like, what? Uganda is about to join Israel in fighting against Iran. Uganda. You know, Idi Amin, if you go back and look at the history, Idi Amin there was a bunch of Israelis living in Uganda back when Idi Amin was still alive and he was the president.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Idi Amin threw all of the Israelis out of Uganda. He said he threw them out because they're a bunch of criminals. That's what he said. So for them to be on the side of Israel, wow. Yeah. So, you know, if I do a video, it'll probably be tomorrow on that. But man, Uganda, you are definitely, wouldn't want to be you right now. So y'all, I will see you at 3:45. Shalom, family.
Shalom. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts about what I just played about the ceasefire talks?
Well, that's like we just wrote that.
Shalom, family. Good.
I wouldn't trust him to end nothing because, I mean, he couldn't even pretend to try to end the war with the Ukraine. And now this shit is going on. You don't hear nothing about that except him taking stuff from Russia. You know, the Russian shit, Russia get involved in stuff. And Ukraine being diplomatic everywhere else. If they don't see that stopping, I kind of felt like this was gonna happen. And let's say it just takes one or two leaders to turn their back on him.
Yeah.
That's out the cold. So yeah, I don't really think that I don't think he's going anywhere. He's not gonna make it happen. They don't trust him. And why should they?
Right.
He showed already countless times about how untrustworthy his ass is.
Right.
When it comes to them, so good luck. And who are they gonna negotiate with?
Right. Are you done, Lady J?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, in addition to this madness, we got Melania Trump pushing teacher robots in classrooms. So, Lisa's gonna give us an update on that as well.
To see you all here. Hope you're doing well. A few days ago, Melania had some AI robot up at the White House. Now, they're saying that these robots are going to be in the classroom, but not to replace the teacher. But don't believe them, y'all. This is to replace teachers. They don't want to pay teachers. And you can tell, just look at everything they've done since Donald Trump took office. They got rid of the Department of Education. They dismantled everything.
Yeah.
Remember, nursing was no longer going to be a degreed program and a couple of other things. And they've been sitting there dismantling the Department of Education now for over a year.
Let your people know that.
So you think they want to pay these teachers? They don't. They're tired of teacher strikes. They're tired of paying these teachers these salaries and them being untouchable because they are tenured. They are tired of the whole thing. Look, if you put a robot in the class, the robot don't have to take vacation. The robot is not going to call out sick. They don't have to pay the robot a salary, you know.
You're welcome,
so, yeah, they may say that now, but don't believe it, y'all. They're going to use these robots to replace teachers altogether. And yes, you know, your teacher that your child has next year may be a robot. They don't care. Donald Trump, just understand when it comes down to education, Donald Trump don't care what he throws in front of your children. He really don't care. You know, he wouldn't dare do that with Barron, but he wouldn't hesitate to do that with other people's children. You know, so I'm going to show you this AI robot that Melania presented the other day up at the White House. And I don't think this is a good idea, but I'm not running things and they sure won't listen to me. But no, I do not believe AI robots should be in classrooms. Now, if you want to give them tasks for other things, yeah, but around children, no. Sorry, but no, I don't trust this at all.
Y'all rules.
Yeah, well, you know, these folks will do anything to not pay a salary. So, of course, this is right down Donald Trump's alley. All right, so... All right, so just a quick reminder, we only have some few hours left on the 40% off sale for your hair growth products, Shopify, Etsy, and TikTok. So the sale will end tonight at 11:59 p.m. So Grab it up while you can at 40% off. Okay, so let's get into this story. All right, y'all. Thank you for the ones.
All right, guys. So wait a minute here. This might be controversial. Melania Trump is being linked to a conversation about bringing robots into classrooms. Yes, robots, but not to replace teachers, to actually change how kids learn. So let's think about it. A classroom where every student learns at their own pace, no one gets left behind, and teachers don't burn out trying to do everything. AI is helping with reading, math, focus, in actual real time. Sounds like the future, right? Or does it sound like too much? Because some people are saying this could fix education, and others are saying this is exactly where things start to go wrong. So I'd like you all to be honest and leave your comments below. Would you trust a robot in your child's classroom?
First Lady of the United States of America, Melania Trump, was escorted out to address the nation by a humanoid robot. She then made a speech about having humanoid robots teach our children.
Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home.
I'm sorry, advocating for robots to replace humans when we're already in a teacher crisis is insane. She may not have had subtitles on her whole speech, which she probably needed, but there is currently 50 to 60,000 teaching spots that are absent and vacated in America. And amongst the teachers we do have, with roughly 350,000 of them are underqualified to teach the positions they have because we need more teachers. We need more humans that have nuance of history and understanding and learning and emotions and being able to teach children. Just because you sound like a fembot from Austin Powers and you have no emotion and you think a automated humanoid.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's global.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Can be something that we can have our children use is literally insane. Education is under attack in America, and it is very scary because we are already underfunded, undereducated. Wow.
Something completely new happened at the White House today. For the first time ever, a robot escorted the First Lady of the United States to an event, in this case, Melania Trump, to an event called Fostering the Future Together. The robot, which introduced itself as Figure 3, said it was grateful to be there, and the First Lady pitched it as a potential teacher for your kids.
First Lady Melania Trump entered the East Room of the White House today, accompanied by an humanoid robot. Now take a look at this. That robot is named Figure 3, walking side by side with the First Lady for the Fostering the Future Together Global Coalition Summit. Melania Trump used the appearance to promote the need for governments and major tech companies to work together to use AI for student learning.
Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Plato will provide a personalized experience, adaptive to the needs of each student.
Melania Trump was joined at the summit by more than 40 spouses and representatives of foreign leaders.
Melania Trump brought a humanoid robot to the White House and started pitching the future of education as if one day every American home could have a robot teacher named Plato. She told people to imagine a humanoid educator in the home that's always patient, always available. And I am honestly so relieved that conservative men may finally get the family structure they've always wanted. Because for years, this administration and its faithful MAGA minions have been very clear about what women are for: to bear children, homeschool children, feed children, clean up after children. And that is a lot to put on one exhausted woman in a prairie dress. But if Melania is right, soon every trad home will have a humanoid educator who can teach little Shepard and Collins about the Roman Empire, while mom does the dishes, milks the cows, and squeezes out another child before lunch. This is a dream come true for the modern conservative household. For too long, conservative men have had to tolerate an actual human woman, a woman with feelings, sometimes even opinions and aspirations. Nightmare. But now a cavalry of humanoids is on the horizon. Simpler, more obedient, less needy. Melania highlighted the humanoids' teaching skills, but we know Plato will be so much more. Because once the personality settings are programmed correctly, it's over. If they make Plato a little bro-coded, if he explains things in a masculine voice and never criticizes the man of the house, sorry, trad wives, your men are going to make him their bro BFF. He'll be tagging along on date nights and you won't get a say. This administration has been building toward this for years, grooming women to shrink and men to bond with whoever gives them an excuse for shitty behavior. I assume Plato will be customizable. There will be a sporty version that teaches boys to throw and makes sure they don't show signs of becoming theater kids. A Handmaid's Tale version that tracks ovulation and delivers babies, and a glow-up version that manages all aspects of looks-maxing and personal coaching. Folks, the future for the traditional conservative family is obvious. A wife for reproduction, 2 kids for lineage and population support, a robot for cognition, and a husband for mealy mediocrity. Winning.
So an expressionless robotic-looking thing just talked to us about the future of education. Oh, and there was an AI robot there as well. But Melania Trump came out and spoke to us about the future of education and how we're not basically going to need teachers anymore because we're just going to replace them with robots. Yeah, we don't need to pay people to read emotional cues, physical cues, to be mandated reporters, to be in a classroom, to be able to handle situations. I saw somebody say, how's this robot going to handle dodging a chair when it's thrown at them? Like, instead of just paying our educators, instead of paying them a livable wage and not working them to the bone, not making them go through all this bureaucratic red tape shit and having them test all the time, just test, treating them like human beings, we're going to replace them with non-humans. Yeah, I've seen this movie before. It's called iRobot. Shit gets scary fast. Oh yeah, there were 2 robots out there. Only one of them is supposed to be teaching your children.
Y'all, what is this?
A damn robot.
I'm figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America.
Former nude model Melania Trump is leading a First Ladies Summit on how AI and humanoid robots can be used in schools. Nobody asked for this. Nobody wants this. Humanoid robots with influencer accents being used in schools to do what? To replace teachers so that you can program them with indoctrinated education and completely remove any human aspect from learning? Building and deploying a fleet of humanoid robots has got to cost more and be a greater headache than just giving teachers fair wages. But of course, this is just one more place that AI tech bros are willing to experiment with replacing labor typically done by women. I mean, you've got the former nude model pitching humanoid robot teachers. What's next? Having her endorse the AI adult actresses that are being created? This is actually another huge problem. AI influencers are stealing market share from OnlyFans actors. In fact, the founder of OnlyFans, who died at just 43 years old last week, was reportedly trying to sell the platform because he saw that in the next 5 to 10 years, AI could completely replace the adult entertainment industry. Creators are using tools to generate realistic synthetic influencers, and they are attracting real paying subscribers. People are also deploying AI chatbots. You don't got to call a 1-900 number anymore. Apparently now you could just talk to a robot chatter. Of course, these things come at lower cost and with the ability to put out higher volume. I mean, Bonnie Blue did her best, but she's nothing up against an AI robot influencer who can do whatever you tell it to as many times as you want it to. And there are now grave concerns that these humanoid robots or these AI OnlyFans actresses are creating a very dangerous situation for real life women.
No doubt you've seen this video by now.
That's some crazy shit.
So at this White House AI and Education Summit, Melania Trump made a prediction about the future. She thinks that humanoid robots like this one will very soon be delivering personalized education to students. Obviously, people have a lot of feelings about this, including Randi Weingarten. She is the president of the American Federation of Teachers. She came out with a statement this week saying that robots are not going to replace teachers. But it's also important to note here that the AFT does see a role for generative AI in education. In fact, they have established the National Academy for AI Instruction. And so they don't think that this is technology that should be banned outright from the classroom, but rather used as a tool for learning. So I cover AI and education mostly for NPR, and I've talked to a lot of teachers over the last 9 months. And here's what I can tell you about the reality on the ground. How AI is showing up in schools is not being driven by national policy. It is being driven on an individual basis by teachers. They are making decisions about whether and how to incorporate this into the learning environment. So some teachers are banning AI from their classrooms, and that means a lot more in-class work. That means a lot more work with pen and pencil and paper. But other teachers are beginning to use tools like Magic School, Gemini, sometimes ChatGPT and Claude. And they're using these tools to create lesson plans, classroom activities, rubrics is a big one, communicate with families. And they're also sometimes creating their own custom chatbots for students to do things like get feedback on their assignments and ask questions if they're confused about something. But even teachers that are using AI tools have expressed some sense of caution around this. And there's good reason to be cautious, actually, because the Brookings Institution came out with a study earlier this year. Their conclusion is that right now, they think that AI in education poses more risk than benefit for students. One of the biggest risks being cognitive development. So the fear is that this will damage growth and cognitive development because students will offload their thinking to AI. Another risk, social emotional development. This comes from a concern that students are going to mediate their social interactions through chatbots or lean on them for mental health support. And because of the sycophantic nature of these chatbots, that could harm their social emotional growth as well. Really important thing to know, what's happening in classrooms as far as AI is concerned is really largely being driven by individual teachers. It is not being driven by people like Melania Trump, at least not right now. So that's important context I wanted to add to the robot story. As always, feel free to reach out to me in the comments, DM me. I love hearing from everyone.
I don't have to have ideas. I can ask it to give me ideas.
Oh, so big.
I mean, this is how idiocracy starts.
Even a year old.
Granted, we're already there.
Got them this big.
But the lack of whatever, it just, we're not learning. We're being lazy. We're becoming lazier. We're going to become dumber as a result of it.
Okay.
But she also said, imagine a humanoid educator. And then she's like, mathematics, history, the arts, humanities. She wants to replace teachers with robots. That's what she's wanting. And they will. They absolutely 100% will. I am willing to bet.
The B1 kitty.
Before this administration comes to a close, before they try to dismantle the Department of Education even further, that's where they're going to go. And they're going to use the guise of, well, the teachers are indoctrinating the kids. The robot can't indoctrinate people. Yeah, you've never seen the chat bots that spend like 20 minutes on Twitter and then start spewing out Nazi shit. But that's what's going to be happening inside of our classrooms because this is what Melania Trump is now pushing.
Did y'all see that Melania Trump pitches AI robot teachers for children? She walked out to the summit today in the White House with the AI robot, y'all.
Email
this.
Sorry, Ruru. Daddy gotta work the show. Y'all hear him? He just a meowing away. He's probably trying to figure out where it's.
Nah, for real, that ain't creepy, y'all. And then the AI got to thanking her. Look at this.
I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Yokoso.
Say hi to Bruce.
Bienvenue. Bem-vindos. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shagatam. Mogisal mabet. Bruchim aba'im. Laskavo prosimo. Dobro doshli. Thank you.
What I don't understand is how she's trying to be an advocate of education, right? Like she's just so big on the education when her husband trying to destroy the education. Y'all trying to replace teachers with robots. And they named the robot Plato. It can free up time for students to focus on sports, play, hobbies, social activities, and personal growth. Now look, I'm gonna just tell you like this: if no regular person teacher is in the building, in the classroom, Pluto, whatever it is, them kids gonna be like this on their phone. They gonna be doing whatever. They might be rolling up.
Secret Service Sam here for LA Magazine, and oh my gosh, did you see Melania Trump?
That's a damn.
When she walked out with a robot named Plato? I couldn't tell which one was the robot. Anyway, I'm digressing. She went on to give a speech about, get this, education.
And she looked like she was having a very hard time reading, that it is very important for education. And Plato will be the new teacher of the future. And I think education is so serious. How you say these words?
I mean, she can barely speak herself. It is insane. And she wants, our teachers are already not being paid enough, but she wants robots to replace teachers.
And she says, students, the teacher will always be patient and available for your
student. Like our teachers aren't patient and available for students anyway. I don't know about you guys, but I do not want my kids being taught by a robot. What in the AI is this? What in the AF is happening? Secret Service Sam out Samson for president of the world.
Indeed, our world is transforming. And through the use of AI, we can now access centuries worth of humanity's knowledge base.
Hell no.
The future of AI is personified. It will be formed in the shape of humans. Very soon, artificial intelligence will move from our mobile phones to humanoids that deliver utility. Since our environment is designed for people, humanoid systems are uniquely suited to navigate and operate within our world. They fit well. Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Plato will provide a personalized experience, adaptive to the needs of each student. Plato is always patient and always available. Predictably, our children will develop deep critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities. The AI-powered Plato will boost analytic skills and problem solving and adapt in real time to a student's pace, prior knowledge, and even emotional state. The byproduct, a more well-rounded lifestyle for our children, freeing up time for being with friends, playing sports, and developing interests beyond school. A more complete person.
There were a lot of things off with Melania Trump's Fostering the Futures Summit. Yes, she walked out with a robot, but she's talking about what's best for the future of our kids, sitting next to France's First Lady Brigitte Macron, who was once a school teacher who fell in love with her 14-year-old student. Yikes, not a good look. At this summit, they talked about how using AI-powered robot teachers could free up time for students to focus on sports, play, social activities, hobbies, and personal growth. But earlier today, ChatGPT told me that Charlie Kirk was not dead. So who's going to be choosing what information these humanoid robots are teaching our kids? Reading levels for our kids in the United States are already dismal. Only 31% of fourth graders are proficient at reading. And to fix that, we're going to use robots to teach our kids what the government wants them to learn. Travis Oliphant, one of the leaders in AI, told me when I interviewed him that the most important skill for our kids' future is having critical thinking skills. So how are they going to develop those if they're being taught by robots? Not to mention the stories about factory robots that have accidentally lost it and left workers bleeding. Sure, this seems like the best move forward for our kids. Do you think so? As always, let me know down below.
Well, I think Melania needs some of them teaching robots. Maybe they can help her with that bad accent. This woman got the worst sounding accent ever. It just is awful. So anyway, as long as she's been in this country and she still sounds like this, sounds like she just got off the plane. Unbelievable. You think I'm gonna let her pick what our what? Can you just imagine it? This funny talking first lady is going to pick robots that are going to be in the classroom with your children. Wow. She needs to get in front of those robots. Maybe she can learn a thing or two from them. But man, all I got to say is y'all be careful keeping your children in this school system because it's going to rapidly decline as things start turning from bad to worse in this country, which is already happening. You know, this is not a good idea. And it's going to get to the point where they're going to program these things, get in the classroom and teach between certain hours, and then that's it. And your kids may never see another human teacher again. Not that they're that good, especially if they get Karen, but I'm just saying, you know, if they can get away with, oh, your teacher called out. Oh, so the robot will get up and teach all day. You know, no. So we shall see where this goes, but I can tell you this don't look good. And I don't think this is the time for that. There's a lot of very inappropriate things the Trump administration is doing. Now, tomorrow, I already got the Bible study set up, and there's another one that I'm working on where Trump's signature is going to be on all new currency. Trump's signature is going to be, this man wants his name every damn where. So when you get new bills, they're going to be Trump bills. So, and I think it's so inappropriate, you know, with everything that's going on that Donald Trump is putting his name on money. I just think that's very inappropriate, but what can you do, right? So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your support. Don't forget about the hair growth sale that's going on. That will be over in a little over 5 hours from now. So get your orders in. So everybody, have a wonderful, wonderful evening, and stay safe. Shalom, family.
This is some crazy shit, y'all. This is like some short circuit meets suggestions meets Terminator. Lady Che.
Shabbat shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well.
Just keep your kids literate. That's all.
Yeah, keep your kids literate, yes. Teach your kids how to read and write.
I mean, they have ChatGPT now.
And
For the robot.
arithmetic. Yeah, they got ChatGPT for everything now. They got ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok. They got all kinds of tools to work with. So it's no excuse for them not being able to read or write. So get on it, parents. All right. Yeah, this is some crazy shit. This is like straight up Johnny 5 meets iRobot. Crazy. They just said we was gonna have robots in the future. Here we go. In the future now. They got robot dogs. Next they want robot teachers. And you know what comes after that? Robot police. Oh, they're already here. With the actual like RoboCop type prototypes come next. So stay strapped or get clapped. As our brother Black Joe was saying. Or cousin Black Joe was saying. All right. So I'm gonna move on to the next topic, and that is most Americans oppose the war in Iran. Public reaction. So this is also from Lisa. Lisa been on this shit heavy. Shout out to her. She actually shouted me out earlier. So shout out to her.
I was just looking at some of the No Kings March. It was definitely big. So we might touch on that tomorrow. I just, because it's Sabbath, I haven't had time to put anything together. So anyway, there are more and more people coming online expressing their opposition to the war. And the war is actually getting worse. One thing, I've been following it closely, and each day Iran is bringing it. And the thing is, they can't get all of those missiles that they fire upon them. It's virtually impossible. And yesterday, they brought down more cluster bombs on Israel, and they look distressed. They really do. And wow, there's still chatter of a ground invasion, and both sides, are pretty much saying they're ready. I don't believe the U.S. is ready. I really don't. I really do not believe they're ready for anything like that. Iran, on the other hand, they are. They are. Nobody's going to know the land and terrains and the mountains like the people that live there. So, you're running through a land, and America has proven that when it's on somebody else's land, the battle is not so easy. They don't do so well. So we shall see, but let's listen to some of these people recently that have come out to oppose the war and really don't want no part of even participating or draft or anything. They want to be far away from it. All right, let me share. All right. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. And yes, that's Jane Fonda. And many of you know who Jane Fonda is. Thank you.
Right now, parents are pulling their children out of the rubble, their bodies out of the rubble. This dangerous and insane war against Iran not only violates international law and our Constitution and War Powers Act, but risks exploding into a vast war of mass proportion, taking the lives of many, including U.S. service people. It is yet again another war based on false information, and I can't help but think back to the Vietnam War. 62 years ago, the U.S. government fabricated an attack on the Tonkin Gulf, and that was used as a pretext to line up members of Congress who gave their consent to dispatch hundreds of thousands of American men to Vietnam. And over the next 8 years, more than 1 million Vietnamese lost their lives, were killed. 58,000 GIs died. It's not written in history books, but the American anti-war movement had a lot to do with ending that war. I truly believe that enough people in this country have learned the lessons of the Vietnam War, of the Iraq War, the war in Afghanistan, and the other unnecessary and illegal wars, that we can say loud and clear, we, the people of the United States, are here to tell the Trump administration, you may wage this war in our names, but not with our consent. Donald Trump is a sad, unhinged man. He is at war on many fronts. He is at war against democracy. He is at war against our constitutional rights, especially our First Amendment right, free speech and free assembly. He's at war against those of us who believe that the right to engage in dissent is what democracy is all about. He is at war against immigrant families. He is very definitely at war against the environment. This is a desperate, immoral act in the hopes that he can score a victory and be declared war president. Let regime change start at home. Thank you.
Only 25 to 27% of Americans or so actually support this unlawful war against Iran. And right now, the top Google searches in the United States are war authorization, Donald Trump's approval. Did Donald Trump get approval of Congress? In addition, by the way, to Epstein. And so now Donald Trump has sent out his MAGA sycophants and stooges to tell the American people that we are not at war. There is no war taking place. What's occurring is just strategic strikes, not war. Now, Donald Trump previously said we're at war. In one of those bizarre and deranged videos he did at Mar-a-Lago, since he couldn't bother to go to Washington, D.C. when doing this unlawful war, he said, yeah, it is a war. Others in the Trump regimes have referred to it. We're in a war right now, and stop freaking gaslighting us by saying that we're not in a war right now. That's absolutely absurd. So Democratic Congress members have pushed back, and they're working with some Republican Congress members like Thomas Massey and others to force a vote for a war powers resolution to prohibit Donald Trump's war against Iran without congressional approval. I mean, it is already unlawful. And MAGA Mike Johnson and all these MAGA Republicans now are fighting tooth and nail and they're trying to whip up all of the support amongst every Republican to try to block any attempt to restrain Donald Trump's unlawful war against Iran, where we've already had a number of service members who have been killed and seriously injured. Now, this also comes when Donald Trump has told members of the media like Jonathan Karl at ABC and others that one of the main reasons we've gone to war is because in his paranoia, he says, the Ayatollah was going to kill me, so I killed him first. Okay. And also Donald Trump said, expect this war to last many, many, many weeks.
Listen, somebody got to tell you the bad news, and I guess I'll be the one to tell you. They coming for your kids. As you all heard, all American allies are not going to pitch into this Iran.
Against Iran. This is by the Senate Republicans. 94% approve of Operation Epic Fury. Now, in very small writing, and I'm going to put this on the screen, it says of MAGA Republicans. And then literally you have Twitter, which is owned by Elon Musk, an ally of Trump, say this poll only includes Americans that identify as MAGA Republicans. Only 25% of Americans support the war in Iran as of March 2026. So they're that desperate. The Republicans and MAGA and Trump are that desperate to say that, hey, this war with Iran is supported by 94%. And it's this operation. It's this operation. It's just a small military operation, just how Russia is doing a military operation in Ukraine. That's the modern language used within this World War III. It's just military operations. Donald, you don't even care. Let's just be real. None of these people care about popularity, things that the American people are interested in, or whether we support something or not. This is them just trying to bolster to their own numbers so their followers can go out there and say, actually, a lot of Americans support Operation Fury. Come on now. We know that if they wanted to do popular things, we would have Medicare for all, right? We would actually rein in the power of Wall Street. We would break up all these oligopolies. We would say that, hey, women have the right to choose what goes on with reproductive rights. Instead, it's all about serving these elite oligarchy interests that are obsessed with these dark ideologies like Christian nationalism and like the neocon ideology that Trump himself is a part of. So they're going to do things unilaterally. They're going to do things that aren't popular, but then they're going to try to trick their base into saying, well, 94%, and then in very small writing, of MAGA Republicans. Newsflash. The American people do not want war.
I stand with Iran because in the middle of negotiation, Israel and the United States chose to bomb them when negotiations were going great. They said, backdoor Iran? Nah, Iran, give them hell, bro. Throw bombs on the whole city. Make the night skies cover like sun out.
Earlier, there was a question about what would you say to your representatives? And I would say, if you vote for this funding, you vote to kill these children, see you in hell. If you think that God blesses us as we bomb children, you think God blesses us as we continue to do the forever war, I'm sorry. I don't know what God that is. Certainly not mine.
Stop the war on Iran now! 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 Are you ready to march? Are you ready to march? Again, this is just the first step we are taking. We know that they are so organized to take everything from us, to take everything from
officials announcing how this first draft in more than 50 years will work. The White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed during an interview with Fox News that the president is keeping all of his options open, including the possibility of a future military draft, as official reports from the Selective Service on how the modern-day draft process works detail that first, only men aged 18 to 25 are eligible for the draft, the order being 20-year-olds first, followed by 21 through 25, after that 19, and last is 18. But the actual selection process of who in each age group goes first is a random birthday lottery where 366 numbered ping pong balls are placed in one bowl and 366 birthday combinations are placed in another. A ball is drawn from each and matched up, thereby giving every birthday in the year a randomly assigned number. And finally, when the military needs men, these numbers will be called up sequentially in batches from the current age group. A U.S. draft could be considered by the White House, with officials announcing how
extremely disappointed in my government. Why? Because it just shows that our government does not represent the will of the people. Because the people do not want another war in the Middle East. The people want peace.
ACP Texas is out in Austin at the state capitol today.
Everyone still remembers what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. We just ended up being involved in a decades-long war that cost millions of Iraqi lives and thousands of American servicemen's lives.
Demonstrating in solidarity with anti-imperialist forces worldwide, with the American working class, and against our ruling class, which represents Jeffrey Epstein, not the American people.
Jeffrey Epstein is friends with Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein is friends with Bill Clinton.
So usually when a war starts, the American public rally around the flag and support the efforts. This time, not so much. Just 25% of the American public actually supports the strikes on Iran. Now, one of the big reasons is that nobody knows why we had to do this. Today, actually, I interviewed two experts, one the Economist Middle East correspondent, and another that was a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Israeli and Palestinian Affairs in the Biden administration. Neither of them can give us a reason as to why this is happening right now and what the outcome, the best outcome could be. So if the experts cannot explain what the hell we are doing in Iran, how can you expect the American public, other than just the MAGA, blowhards who are going to support the president no matter what, which checks out to about 25% of the public probably. But we had a really good conversation about it today. We learned a lot. So if you don't follow the Find Out podcast, ask for the link below and I'll send it, because I can't put it in here because it will get throttled if I do. But we learned a lot about, what the potential outcomes could be, why 3 F-15s were shot down by friendly fire today, which does not bode well for the Trump administration's strategy either. And we really dig into a lot of it to see what on earth is really going on here. And it certainly sounds like a war of convenience rather than anything that we absolutely had to do right now. So I hope you'll check out the Find Out podcast again. Let me know in the comments if you want a link directly to it. Otherwise, it drops tomorrow morning. But man, this war, if you're already at 25% popularity, it ain't going up from here. They have rolled the dice, and looks like they came up with not a good situation.
Doesn't sound like it.
You know what? I don't care what anybody say. Send MAGA over there to fight. Why have a draft?
Right.
You don't need a draft. Send MAGA.
Right.
All the people that were standing by Donald Trump and voted him in.
Yep.
Send Cubans for Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Send them. You got a lot of people you can send. But the bottom line is,
Yep.
all I got to say is Republicans are not going to win an election for a very long time. So after this one, it'll be a long time before people will let Republicans back in. So Donald Trump, as usual, did the same thing as any other day. Oh, we're winning. Oh, we obliterated them. So nobody's buying it, though. I'm noticing online the majority of the people do not believe Donald Trump at all. They don't believe him. And my heart goes out to them young folks over there. You know, the Saudi Arabian military base was bombed, and they had to relocate all those soldiers and put them in hotels. And I heard the Iranians are looking for the hotel because if they figure out which one it is, they're going to bomb it. And that right there just goes to show you America never had a plan for when military bases get bombed. Your soldiers should not be in hotels.
Right.
Your soldiers should go down in bunkers. See, this is when bunkers should come in handy. You should be able to house all of them in bunkers. But instead of doing that, you're putting them in hotels. And as soon as they find out which hotel it is, they're going to just bomb the hell out of it. So, y'all, this not only did Donald Trump not have a plan, trust me, as this thing goes on, they're going to just be winging it and guessing the next steps they should do.
Be on the front line.
Can you really trust that with Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump? Those kind of people making decisions?
I didn't vote for
Oh, no.
I voted for the actual.
Hell no. Mm-mm.
Not this shit.
So, no, this ain't going to get easier. It's not, because I also heard Donald Trump say, oh, it's probably going to last a few more weeks. No. Personally, I think it's going to last the rest of 2026.
I'm getting hit in the mouth.
It's going to last the rest of this year because they're not even talking to Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump sent a message a few days ago to Pakistan to relay a message to Iran because Donald Trump don't have access to the Iranians at this point. They pretty much cut Donald Trump off. So he sent a message for peace talks through the Pakistanis to give to the Iranian leadership, and they rejected it. They said no. And Donald Trump pretty much saying Donald Trump will not dictate when this war is over. They're not taking any instructions from Donald Trump. So, because they're not talking to him. And they're not going to. And they're going to continue this war. Like they said, they can continue it for the next 10 years. And I believe them. But the U.S. can't take the next 10 years. In fact, it's going to be difficult for them to even get through this year alone. I was reading last night, they're talking about diverting weapons that was going to go to Ukraine and sending those weapons to the Middle East.
Burn the toilet, right.
So look like Ukraine will not be getting any more weapons from the U.S. from this point on. They're cutting that completely off because, remember, they have a shortage of ammunition. They don't have enough. Oh, well. And just think, y'all, this place, everybody had a high IQ, and look at what happened. I guess a high IQ ain't worth a damn these days. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all of your support. And Antithesis, thank you for your super chat outro supporting on the replay. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. All right, y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Have a wonderful Shabbat, and I'll see you on my next live. Shalom, family.
Yeah, we said polls have been showing that most Americans don't want Democrats running anything. Right. Yeah, so I don't know what she talking about the Republicans being in the toilet. That's where the Democrats need to stay. Y'all rules. those false flags. It's what put the battery in the back, people's backs. The wars. Yep. That's what happened under Bush. They kept lying, telling us it was weapons of mass destruction. And that demolition was an actual terrorist attack. Yeah, we can go down that rabbit hole. We have actually covered that very topic on this platform. But getting to the next topic, we got Iran war, U.S. air base attack in Saudi Arabia. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that as well. Lisa been covering this stuff heavy.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, it's great to see you all. And, you know, it just seems like one thing I have noticed since the beginning of this war, Iran seems to be very organized in everything virtually. Militarily, they are very organized. They know exactly what they want to do. Just like their warning of the ground war, they said they're ready. They're ready. They got their hackers ready. They got their military ready. But you know who's not ready? The U.S. You can't be organized when your leader is a big hot mess. Then how are you organized?
Hey Jesse, how you doing?
Fighting just like
I'm all right. I'm all right. Thanks for coming through earlier. Yeah, what are your thoughts on this war?
Oh my God, wars. You know, to be honest, America has always been the same country since the exception when America started slavery in 1619, chattel slavery, and when America ended chattel slavery in 1865. Yeah, 1865. It's always been
I'm gonna put by that because it never ended. But
right, true, never ended. I'm sure the physical aspects ended, but the mental aspects have not ended because America is always going to be the same person. When I say the same person, meaning the Beckys, because the Beckys can never ever stop chaos, and the Beckys need to find. I don't know. They feel bored. You know what I mean? If we're not engaged in foreign conflicts, because Becky's like, Brad, why you not bring dough? I'm sorry, Brad, why you not bring paper home or bring bacon? Oh, Brad, if you're not bringing bacon, can you please contact the president, engage us in foreign conflicts, so that way we could build wealth? And Brad's like, Becky, you're crazy. Why should I do that and stick my neck for this country? And Becky's like, Brad, if you don't do it, I'm going to file a divorce for $25 million.
Pearl Harbor, the main,
yeah,
even old playbook,
Yep, old playbook. And you know, like I said before, even I did the math, right? A down payment for reparations would be cheaper than engaging in foreign conflicts by $200 billion a year, right? Because America spends about closely to $1 trillion
in defense spending.
right in defense spending, right? And I think that also includes in the military.
Michael, I think Trump just surpassed. I think it's in the trillions now.
Yeah, trillions, right? I'm just saying, like, it's a continuation from when we were engaged in conflict since the beginning of this country, and now where we're now in the present. And so $1 trillion has been spent in the last, 30, 40 years. And regardless of who was president at that time, right? It's like, right, no matter Democrat, Republican, military spending is always going to increase. And I'm sure Breeze Omega knows that for a fact. Because obviously
Operation Northwoods, Operation Paperclip,
Yep. And you know, do you remember Jesse in 2001 when President Bush Jr. Called the troops to be stationed in Afghanistan?
Yes, I
And
remember that. Several of my classmates ended up going.
right. And not only Afghanistan but Iraq. But then what he didn't tell us, and this is coming from Dick Cheney, Vice President Dick Cheney, said I think the reporter asked Dick Cheney or Bush, how are you both of you guys going to pay for the war? What did Dick Cheney's response? What did he said? Oh, we're just going to put increased military spending on a national credit card. Oh, the war will pay itself through tax cuts on the wealthiest, right?
Yeah, he could do so much as a vice president, but yet
Right.
Vice president couldn't do nothing.
Right. Exactly. And Bush Jr., I gotta say, Bush Jr. was not as smart as Dick Cheney. So really, to me, to be honest, Dick Cheney actually almost reminds me of Donald Trump. The only difference is that Dick Cheney's a little bit more, you know, sneaker. It's more sly than
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah, remember the weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, I remember that in 2002, and then we didn't get into Iraq in 2003. And I remember in Fox News. Oh my gosh, Jesse, you probably saw it at that time. A Fox News host,
News that first came out.
yeah, Sean Hannity,
Yeah.
interviewed the French Prime Minister. Do you remember what the French Prime Minister said to to Sean Hannity? He said to Sean Hannity, "You Americans like to eat French fries."
Yeah.
And I was like, what does French fries got to do with the uh, Iraq war? But now I look back, and I think the French Prime Minister was trying to make, look, you can't be asking us as allies to engage in your dirty secrets.
Right.
And then there's no WMD in Iraq. So America, you guys are alone. And then Sean Hannity's face turned red, literally. Yeah. And so even like some Republicans in the past said the Iraq war did not make any sense at all. There's no WMD. And unfortunately, some Republican officials in the Bush administration got fired or they were forced to resign.
Exactly that part, y'all rules. He said there's a mass destruction. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
Right. And speaking about like what and yes, I agree with Caldwell Senator. Yes, the defense budget should be the start of reparations for American freedom child slave. Absolutely, 100%. Because American freedom have always been have always been like the frontline activists and frontline fighters.
Right.
Especially like in the military, fighting fighting, wars abroad and protecting foreign countries' governments. And when American freedmen got home,
possibly spreading democracy.
Right, spreading democracy. Oh, this is going to be good for interests, but actually, America's foreign policy actually makes foreign countries' governments worse before the conflict even started. And I was not surprised when oh, sorry, I was not surprised that Lisa Cabrera said that about how Iran was organized in terms of like the military.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because when Iran wants to engage, it takes a very careful approach, you know what I mean? Because Iran is like, look, we don't want to be like the United States of America. When the United States engages in conflicts, America makes a very big financial and emotional, mistakes. And yeah, it costs money and lives over time, for like several centuries and counting. And not to mention that we got to pay for veterans to get medical care after foreign conflict. So this war stuff is crazy. And yeah, America has not changed at all, especially since 2001. We've been engaged in foreign conflicts, and it's like we're not even like returning back to returning back to the Clinton era prosperity, where we had no foreign conflicts, and if we did on Clinton, it was just very few but brief. Yeah, so
we got that shit in Bosnia.
Yeah, Bosnia, right? That was but it was a brief conflict there. But other than that, Clinton gave us a very peaceful economy for 8 years from 93 to 2000. I know I understand you don't agree with Clinton, which is fine. But I'm just saying you look at from
A small child, I remember him vaguely.
yeah. I mean, if you look at Bill Clinton's defense budget, yeah, he didn't increase the defense spending that much. Like it was relatively peaceful. I know he said he increased the defense budget here, few in there. But in terms of like major conflicts, no, we didn't have major conflicts under his presidency for 8 years. But for Obama's presidency for 8 years was mostly foreign wars. And unfortunately, Obama ended the Iraq war towards his second term in office. So we just been like war addicted since 2001. And not only that, but even like conflicts at home
You check the stash.
are getting worse.
What stuff was that?
And they're not getting better.
Box.
Yeah. And but anyways, yeah, but Iran, so when Iran prepares its military, right?
Yeah, the basic plate. Oops, you dropped the speaker.
That's what you meant.
Yeah. So Iran prepares its military, like what Lisa says, right? It
Right.
does in a very
Finish your thought, Michael. I gotta play the clip.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear. Yeah, sorry. It does it in a very, meticulous way. It takes it and it factors in, costs, right? The factors, and it makes sure that no civilians have to sacrifice their lives fighting a costly war. Whereas America, we make not so great decisions. We're so emotional to go to a conflict, to engage in foreign conflicts.
Yeah, instead of logical emotion.
Yeah. So that's why reparations gotta be paid out to American freedom and out of slavery first. To get out of these like terrible wars. I know Donovan disagree with me and probably disagree with us. Donovan's like, go Trump, go Trump.
Oh my God, Donovan.
Yeah, because Donovan's like, we need to be American first. If we don't engage in Iran, how are we supposed to protect our brothers and sisters at home? I know he's probably saying that, Donovan. And Demetrius case, like, yeah, Donovan, go, brother Donovan. Yeah, my brother Donovan. Yes, I agree with you this time.
All right, Michael, I'm gonna play the clip.
That disorganized, no good direction, don't know what they're going to do from one day to the next. And then you got some idiot president. All he can do is get on TV and lie to everybody every day and act like we can't catch on to what his ass is doing. And it is a disgrace. It's a deep embarrassment that a president of a country is like this. So you will never beat Iran because they're organized. They're going to always be 10 steps ahead of you. And they are. This is why you're not going to defeat them. See, they got their stuff together a few decades back. They knew what they had to do, and they got organized and did what they needed to do. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, what did they do? They came in office and started firing generals, start letting people go over razor bumps. Now you have weakened yourself. You don't have anybody in your cabinet that's going to give you good direction now. Because if they say what you don't want to hear, you want to get rid of them. See, this is why y'all could never be good leaders, because everybody's got to pacify you all the time. Everybody got to say what you like. And if they don't say what you like, then you want to get rid of them. See, the fact that you're like that defeats the perfect purpose of you ever being a good leader. You want to sit around and tell everybody else to take criticism while you can take none. That is a problem. That is a problem. And see, that's why I don't let people like y'all get in my face. Because when I see what you're like, you can't critique me. You can't. You may think you can, but you can't. Your history is a hot mess. Even what you do and practice today is a hot mess. You can't get in my face about a damn thing. I will never accept your criticism because your flaws way surpass mine or anybody else in my community. Your flaws way surpass ours. So the sad part is the world is also seeing this. You have perpetrated yourselves to be superpowers, and Israel wants to be a superpower. But now that everybody see the poor performance that's coming out of America, they now know you aren't a threat to anybody. You're a paper tiger. That's what the U.S. is. You're a paper tiger. And this is not the first time your failure has been seen by the entire world. Y'all think back during the lockdown in 2020. Remember, America was leading the world in the most fatalities. Y'all remember that? America was doing poorly with the lockdown and everything going on here. Other countries were having less fatality and they were doing real well. The U.S. was last. The U.S. was in last place, y'all. With C-19, they were in last place out of the entire globe. See, your failures have been seen quite a few times by everyone. And now it's being seen by everybody globally. And they know you're full of crap. Nobody's going to be afraid of any more U.S. threats. Nobody's going to be scared of you threatening to pull your money because, see, while Donald Trump was writing tariffs, China was making deals with the rest of the world. So where you were slapping tariffs, they were jumping to those countries and say, look, you can do deals with us, no tariffs. You know China was doing that? China was doing that. They were going all around the globe. Wherever Donald Trump threw a tariff, they went to that country and said, we'll supply those things to you, no tariff. Now, U.S. goods are not selling. You know why? Because everybody's getting their needs fulfilled by China now. See, China ain't stupid. They went right behind you. The customer you threw away, they ran and got that customer. And nobody, even after the war ends, nobody's going to come back to the U.S. because nobody likes Donald Trump. They can't stand that man. You're not going to get anybody back as long as Donald Trump is the sitting president. And I think even after he's not the sitting president, the deals China made with all of these nations is so good, they ain't going to come back to you. They're never coming back. So, y'all, let's look at what happened. Iran attacked the U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. They took out, this was brilliant, y'all. This was brilliant. They took out refueling planes. You know, the planes that go up in the air and refuel the fighter jets and refuel any military planes in the area. They took them out. I said, that was brilliant. That was actually brilliant. And they hacked the stocks. They zeroed out, y'all, the luxury stocks. They zeroed them out. So, yep, the KC 135s, you got it. Old clip 70, that's right. That was brilliant. So anyway, you know, Donald Trump is focused on, oh, we're going to get their nuclear plants. We're going to get their power plant. How are you going to get it if they take all of your refueling planes out? You see what I mean? I mean, that's why I'm saying Iran is like 10 steps ahead of Israel and the United States. 10 steps ahead. If they take all of those planes out, which I know they will, what are you going to get up in the air and bomb? And by the time you get planes over there from other parts of the world where you got bases, you know how much damage they can do between that time, and you get more refueling planes in the area? I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. I tell you what, Iran got some damn good military strategists. They are damn good because they know how to sit down and strategize. You notice the U.S. didn't come up with a plan like that? Let's take out their refueling plane. Nope. Oh, we're going to go after the power plant. Oh, we're going to go after the nuclear this and the nuclear that. So Iran said, well, if we take out your planes, then what you going to go after? We take out them refueling planes, what your ass going to go after? So y'all, this just goes to show you Donald Trump is not interested in having the best and brightest in his cabinet. Donald Trump is interested in having people that will glorify him and kiss his ass and tell him how wonderful and how great and what a best president that's what he wants. And that is a danger to the entire nation. You can't strategize when you don't have the knowledge to do so. Pete Hegseth don't have any knowledge. He's an idiot. He don't have no knowledge.
Good point, Lisa.
Look at how the war is going under his watch. Yeah, I tell you what, y'all ain't gonna be able to use the word high IQ ever again in your lifetime.
Right.
All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. So Iran used their hackers to wipe out top luxury stocks, zeroed them out. Zeroed out the stocks. I mean, woo, man. Thank you, y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
Man, Jesse, Lisa nailed it very well.
Yes, she did.
At this point,
And
it really
funny,
does seem
too.
like Iran is doing a service to the rest of the world. They're targeting data centers. They're wiping out $100 billion from luxury stocks. The war of aggression against Iran is not going how the U.S. and Israel thought it was going to go. And we're talking luxury brands like Hermes. We're talking about Ferrari. We're talking about Bentley, Maserati. All of these luxury brands have lost $100 trillion since the start of the U.S. and Israel war of aggression against Iran. And it's not just tanking the stock market. It's not just tanking luxury brands either. They're literally hacking the head of the FBI. These hackers from Iran are taking responsibility for this hack, basically hacked Kash Patel's personal email addresses and put all these photos out, including him vacationing in Havana, Cuba, which is crazy given all the stuff this administration is doing to starve Cuba. But they said that soon you will see, the hacker said this, that FBI security, that the U.S.'s security is all a joke. And on top of that, in 4 weeks alone, the U.S. has dropped 850 Tomahawk missiles on Iran, depleting their supply of Tomahawk missiles that take forever to recreate and resupply. This is absolutely crazy. It's because they're too busy bombing children's schools, killing little girls, bombing hospitals, and they're depleting their entire Tomahawk missile supply doing that.
What you're watching right now is an Iranian drone destroying very expensive American equipment in Iraq. This right here is a Sentinel radar system. Boom, blows it up. Destroyed, dude. And this other drone, it's just flying around this base in Iraq looking for something expensive to blow up. Oh, shit. There's a helicopter. Boom. Blew it up. But that radar dish cost $5 million. That Black Hawk helicopter cost $30 million. That drone that they used to blow them up only cost $500. That's a 1 to.
And you want to know something else about the drone he's talking about, y'all? The Iranian drone got onto that U.S. airbase undetected. You hear me? It got onto the U.S. airbase undetected. Let's continue.
Wow.
$70,000 ratio. So for every dollar that Iran spends, they destroyed $70,000 worth of our shit. To put it in perspective, if you go to the movies and it costs you like $20, that's the equivalent of a $1.5 million mansion or 2 Lamborghinis. Your choice. Oh, fucking, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say anymore. We're not in a good situation. All politics aside, all left or right, we're not in a good situation. Not even kidding. Our ability to float $39 trillion of debt relies completely on the American petrodollar, which relies on keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. Right? The only 2 ways to open the Strait of Hormuz is take Iran's really bad deal or, boots on the ground. So we're in a bad situation. Hey, all this footage came from Preston Stewart. Great guy. Shoot him a follow. Thank you, Preston.
Let me tell you what's happening, because a lot of people aren't explaining this properly. Just recently, we saw a serious situation unfold at one of our major air bases in Saudi Arabia. This is a very important base. Everybody knows that. And it was targeted with drones and missiles. Some of our incredible service members were injured, and there was damage to key aircraft that we use for operations in the region. Now, this comes at a time when we've been saying, and it's true, that we've made very significant progress in reducing Iran's military capabilities. We've hit infrastructure, we've limited what they can do, and we've done it very effectively. Nobody has ever seen anything quite like it. But at the same time, when something like this happens, you have to look at it very carefully, because it shows that while progress has been made, the situation is still active, still developing, and very complex. We're dealing with a region where things can change very quickly. One day you have momentum. The next day, something like this reminds you there's more to be done.
Okay, so just logged into Instagram and saw this. Reports confirm Iran just struck Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, which hosts U.S. troops and aircraft. 10 to 12 of our service members were injured, with 2 in critical condition. Several U.S. Air Force refueling planes, including the KC-135 tanker, on the ground were damaged. Who's ready for President Trump to blow them off the face of the earth? Bruh. Why? This is escalating. This is escalating into something we didn't want. I have not read any more than that. That's all I've heard about it currently. Just wanted to share that with you guys. You already know how I feel about this. I've been undecided from the beginning. I'm having a hard time figuring out even why we're doing this. And then it's just getting bigger and bigger. So there we have it. Friday night seems to be the night that they like to turn these things up. So I guess we'll see how this goes. But what are you guys feeling towards this at this point?
An Iranian attack on the Prince Sultan base there has apparently damaged at least several U.S. refueling tankers and also injured around a dozen U.S. servicemen. We're awaiting more details from that, but that reporting from the Wall Street Journal of that coming of.
Y'all, they took out 10. They have all of the refueling planes, those KC-135s, they have them all together in Saudi Arabia. And you can see, and there's different size ones. You see some that are huge, you see still, some that are smaller, but they're all on the ground together. Iran took 10 of them out. 10 refueling planes out. And like I said, see, this is what happens when you got idiots running your country and your military. America is fighting like amateurs. The way America is fighting Iran, you would think America never fought in a war ever. They're fighting like amateurs.
Of course, as President Trump continues to say that the U.S. is winning in this conflict and winning easily.
Iran striking a U.S. base. Iranian state media releasing this image, which shows a strike at the Prince Sultan Air Base near Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. At least a plane was reportedly hit, and you can see what appears to be the charred remains. So we've circled that there for you, of a plane. And we are now learning of casualties, injured. Several service members, American service members, have been injured in this Iranian strike on a base in Saudi Arabia. It is the second strike to the Prince Sultan Air Base since the war started. And obviously, U.S. casualties being a part of this is very significant. It comes as there has been a dangerous escalation in the war with Iran today. Tehran tonight reporting that a projectile hit an area near its nuclear power plants, which comes shortly after Iran claimed that that Israel hit two of the country's largest steel factories, a power plant, and civilian nuclear sites. Tonight, Iran is warning its attackers will, quote, pay a heavy price.
The New York Times have reported that Iran's bombardment of U.S. bases across the Middle East have forced thousands of American troops to abandon their installations and operate from hotels, office buildings, and other improvised locations, effectively fighting a major war while working remotely. Many of the 13 military bases in the region and the Middle East are uninhabitable. Remember, I deliver the news, you decide what to think. Follow and share.
3 more of the KC-135 refueling planes in Saudi Arabia due to a ballistic missile strike from the regime in Iran. Now, this would be 8 total that on the ground in Saudi Arabia have either been damaged or destroyed. We had another one in a crash that was fully destroyed and another one in that same incident that was severely damaged. So we're losing a lot of these pretty expensive and not quickly replaceable airplanes. We have a new one called the KC-46 Pegasus, but it's having all kinds of teething issues, showing that Saudi Arabia is not really a safe place for our airplanes on the ground. That's why we're doing most of our bomber missions with the B-1 and B-52 all the way from England, because we understand that. Not a good thing. Iran, again, being effective in hitting our assets on the ground.
So the United States just released their total aircraft losses in the war in Iran. One F-35 was struck by an Iranian SAM missile over Iran. However, the pilot was able to return to base and make an emergency landing. 3 F-15 Strike Eagles were hit by Kuwait air defenses and ultimately destroyed in a friendly fire incident. 12 Reaper drones were hit and destroyed by IRGC forces. And finally, 1 Black Hawk and 1 tanker were destroyed in Iraq, 1 by a drone and 1 in a refueling incident. All of this together accumulates to roughly $1 billion in total aircraft losses, which is an insane statistic on paper. However, I want to put this into perspective. Last year alone, in 2025, the United States lost roughly 8 aircraft in training incidents alone, which means the United States lost more aircraft during training last year than they've lost in this war in Iran. And I'm not saying the United States is winning, I'm not saying they're losing, but this is an insane metric. The entire time the United States has done 10,000 missions in Iran, the only damage they were able to produce on U.S. planes was hitting one F-35, which then returned back to base safely.
3 minutes. That's how long the E-3 Sentry was visible on Iranian radar before it disappeared from every tracking system simultaneously. One moment, the aircraft was conducting routine surveillance over the Persian Gulf, its massive radar dome spinning atop the fuselage, scanning.
You know, Jesse, you're there.
All right. If you know what the AWACS is, that is the plane that they send out. It's a spy plane. It's a Spain. This plane goes out and spies on other nations. Okay. And AWACS, y'all, was destroyed by the Iranians a week ago.
Damn.
Was this in the news?
Mm-mm.
Was this in the news?
No.
This plane is used to go over nations to spy on them.
Mm-hmm.
It got destroyed.
Damn.
A week ago.
Wow.
All right. They said it washed ashore and pieces of it started washing ashore. Reconnaissance. That's right. The Iranians destroyed it last week.
Mm.
So how much of a spy plane is it? It got detected up in the air by the Iranians and they took that sucker out, y'all.
Dang.
They took it out. It started washing ashore in pieces in Iran.
Mm.
So let's go. Let's get back to it.
Scanning hundreds of miles in every direction. The next moment, nothing. No distress call, no emergency beacon, just silence. And then debris began washing ashore on the Iranian coast. Pieces of fuselage, sections of the radar rotodome, and classified avionics that give American forces the ability to see the entire battlefield. Iran just shot down a 270 million AWACS aircraft, and America just lost its eyes over the Gulf. Let me tell you exactly what an AWACS is, because understanding this aircraft is understanding why its loss changes everything. AWACS stands for Airborne Warning and Control System. The E-3 Sentry, the plane Iran destroyed, is not a fighter jet. It's not a bomber. It's a flying command center, a surveillance platform that operates 30,000 feet above the battlefield and sees everything within a 250-mile radius. Every aircraft, every missile launch, every ship, everything. The aircraft is built on a Boeing 707 airframe. On top sits a rotating radar dome, 30 feet in diameter, 6 feet thick, housing the AN/APY-1 or APY-2 surveillance radar. This radar tracks more than 600 targets simultaneously, detects aircraft at ranges exceeding 250 miles, identifies friend from foe, assigns intercept vectors to friendly fighters, and coordinates entire air campaigns from a single platform. Inside,
we change after this conflict. This is the most impactful thing that's happening in the war. And if nobody's told you about this, then you should stop watching their media channels. And this was as of about 3 days ago when Iran announced that it was willing to open the strait to U.S. allies on one condition, that they buy oil in the Chinese yuan. 12 nations agreed within 48 hours. Yesterday, this was confirmed as India has now been the first U.S. ally that is now shipping oil out of the Strait of Hormuz after purchasing it in the Chinese yuan, not the U.S. petrodollar. So again, this is massive and should be alarming to every American. And why is that? Well, if you know anything about how America's power actually is held on the global stage, it is because oil is sold in the U.S. dollar, the petrodollar. And then also, the United States dollar is the world reserve currency. And when you see things like BRICS, that is obviously a push and move away from the world using the U.S. petrodollar. What this is doing is massively ramping up the incentives for our own allies, especially in Asia, to abandon the United States and join into BRICS because they don't want their countries to collapse. They have to have oil. And so what they're going to have to do, oh, sorry, now we have to buy it in Chinese yuan, which again is going to collapse the U.S. petrodollar, which will most likely collapse the entire U.S. economy. And we can see this happening in real time as Donald Trump 3 days ago begged NATO and then threatened NATO to come help send ships to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Literally, all of them declined. And I'm sure most of you saw this when it happened, but Donald Trump himself had to come out and admit, and that was that, yes, out of Japan, France, China, South Korea, and the United Kingdom and Australia, not a single country stepped forward, which is pretty bizarre because, again, Donald Trump said we won the war like 6 different times over the last 2 weeks. We didn't.
So good luck refueling our superior Air Force over there in the Iran conflict excursion. Whatever. Yeah, Iran just blew up about a dozen F-35, I think it's FC-135s over in Iran. Those are the tanker ships that fly up and refuel our fighter jets. Yep, took out a whole airfield after we just lost one because 2 of them collided over there. So yeah, most of our fueling planes have now been blown to smithereens by Iran. And it's going to be pretty hard replacing those because almost everyone that we have was made in the 50s. And if we actually put it up to today's economy, that'd be like $80 million a plane for Boeing to design and build those for us. So yeah, they just took out a whole airfield full of them, about a dozen of the F-35s, not F-35s, FC-135s. I'm sorry. Yeah, our fueling tankers over there in Saudi Arabia, right there, sitting on the runway waiting to take off.
Wow. It freeze up. It froze on Lisa's end. Okay.
All right, y'all. All I have to say, America, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I don't think you're going to be able to get up in anybody's face ever again claiming to be a superpower. And this is the way your military fought. But I don't blame the men and women over there. I blame the president and Pete Hegseth, the ones that let people go as soon as he got in office and let all the generals that could have been a big help right now and, getting everything done or even talking Donald Trump out of doing this. See, when you got yes men all around you now, I thought you said you were obliterating them, Donald Trump. I thought you said everybody's dead. There's nothing left. Well, I tell you what, these are the most animated dead military I think I've ever seen. I never seen a dead people this animated ever, but this is what Donald Trump said. Everything's gone. Their military's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, but they're still kicking your ass. I guess their ghosts must be coming back and kicking your ass.
Damn, Lisa. Lisa done cussed more time.
Yeah, a cream puff.
In the past, what, month?
4 months.
Yeah, I saw what, some of y'all were talking about, Miss Skill Gamer. Yeah, I tried to reach out to her several times and I never heard back from her. So I didn't know what was going on, but I know she was taking care of her mother, So I said, well, maybe she's occupied, But I'll keep her in my prayers. Definitely. So y'all, this is the update I have. And this is a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, this is embarrassing.
And you and Israel, the U.S. and Israel, 2 countries on 1 country.
Yeah.
And this is the best the U.S. can do. And you got this president getting on TV every day talking about we're winning, we're winning. You're not doing anything that's resembling a win, Donald Trump. I don't know, maybe the foolish people that follow you is buying all that crap. And some of them are. If you look at some of the MAGA videos over on TikTok, some of them are buying everything Donald Trump is saying. Oh, this should be over soon. We are winning. So it probably won't be too much longer since we're winning. And I'm like, are you freaking, yeah. Yeah, there are some that ignorant. Yes, for real. So, well, nothing good is going to come for Israel or the US because, you know, the bottom line is, as long as they don't try to do the right thing by us, nothing good is going to happen for these countries. Nothing. Mm-hmm. So, look, I don't know what to tell y'all, but I will stay on top of whatever I can find out about what's really going on and not the little fakery crap Donald Trump keeps getting in the news with and act like the world is believing him. Donald Trump, if you had a clue, you would stop doing that. But since we know you don't have one, you're going to continue to get on TV talking about we won, we already won, and all that nonsense that you keep saying. So it is what it is, y'all. No, the dollar is already devalued. And see, that's another thing they need to be telling the American people. But I kind of know why Donald Trump don't want to give you the truth because he know he's going to be blamed for everything. And we know how them folks don't like being blamed for stuff that they even do. They do the shit and still don't want to be blamed. You know, they do this stuff and still don't want to be blamed. And it is hilarious, but it is what it is. Mm-hmm. Well, I thank each and every one of you for your support. So I just hope that he doesn't make this bad decision to send in ground troops, y'all, because I do not want to see our young people come back because we got quite a few in our community and they are over there. And I just don't want them coming back in body bags. I just pray that this mindless idiot don't make this decision. But I have a feeling he's going to do it. That's why he's building up that region and keeps sending more sailors and soldiers out there by the thousands because he's getting ready to do something. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And I got my next live coming up at 1:45. Thank you, Elizabeth 48, for your super chat. Thank you for all you do. And thank you for your support. I deeply appreciate it. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa.
Yeah.
It don't look like we're winning.
No, we're losing so badly. And like what Lisa said, how Iran did it, how Iran put a perfect stunt against the US in Saudi Arabia. And I know why, because Iranians don't want the US government to interfere with Saudi Arabia's resources because Iran and Saudi Arabia have a very good partnership when it comes to establishing. Yeah, and that's not only a business relationship, but almost like a familial relationship when it comes to preserving oil or sharing oil with each other. And America's not that different from going to Iraq in 2003 and not realizing there's like traps that American soldiers were not aware of. Not the American soldiers' fault, like Lisa said. It's really the administration going back to Bush 2000.
Yeah, Bush Jr.
Yeah, Bush Jr. 2002. And yeah, and I was just thinking, even Israel and America are the wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
Right. The only difference is that when I think of Israel, I think of Israel as the covert Democrat and America the Republican wing, but both of them have the same agenda. And it's like Israel and America needs to do is leave other countries alone,
Yeah.
especially including Iran. Because why should we engage in foreign conflicts when we have conflicts at home, especially conflicts still continuing to negatively impact FBAs?
Epstein files.
Yeah.
Someone say it's a distraction from the Epstein files.
Yeah.
Because notice people ain't talking about that like there was. Everything's about to stay on war. This conflict overseas.
Yeah. Man, Jesse, do you wish to go back to 2000 when we didn't have any foreign conflicts?
That was a good time. Yeah, I was 13.
13?
Yeah.
And you know what's the highest budget surplus we had at that time? $256 billion.
Yeah, my mom was telling me how good it was back then.
Yeah. I was
All
not, yeah. I initially thought that when Obama became president in 2009, I initially thought that he was going to return us back to the 1990s prosperity with back-to-back budget surpluses.
Instead, he started all these wars in Africa. All these
Yeah.
conflicts in Africa.
Man, too many conflicts back to back.
And he didn't do nothing specifically for foundational Black Americans. But why would he? He was the first cheddar president.
Right. I'm not sure you see the clip. You remember I sent you a clip. I put a clip in the chat where Carolyn Essex, who was the captain for the Democratic Party in Las Vegas, was so excited for Michelle Obama. And this was in 2008. But I know for sure she probably like changed her stance.
Yeah, a lot of people changed their stance. I changed my stance.
Yeah.
Actually in support of old Sambo. Until I seen during his second term he wasn't gonna do nothing specifically for us.
Mm-hmm. Right. I have a technique for Obama. Get it? Barack Osama. Get it?
Yep. He just sat on his hands while we were killed wholesale by the race soldiers.
Yep. I remember Trayvon Martin thinking about it, right? You know,
Yep.
if
That's what
Trayvon Martin could have been alive today and become a very excellent astronaut scientist if it went for George Zimmerman.
Yep.
Going after Trayvon. Even the police said to Zimmerman, please stop what you're doing. Let
Right.
the police handle the situation.
Right.
And I don't know, out of desperation, Zimmerman was like, no, my life is in danger. Seriously, officers, why you telling me to stop? I'm sorry, dispatch, why you telling me to stop? I can't. And yeah, and it's when I see Zimmerman's face in a mugshot or in the when Zimmerman was required to attend the hearing. Yeah, Zimmerman kind of reminds me more of like he's more white Hispanic than he is brown Hispanic.
Yeah, even though he has a black granddaddy.
Right. And yeah, and it's and his wife, couple years later, divorced him.
Yep, good. And now he's unhoused, destitute, standing on the side of a corner while he will work for food.
Right. And let me ask you this: if you had to meet Zimmerman today, would you throw him off the bridge for justice?
Yes.
Like, in other words, practice your Second Amendment rights. Like,
yes.
And then Zimmerman begs, please don't do it. I'm just, paraphrasing.
Nope, this is for Trayvon. Pow.
Oh, yeah, that's yeah. And then I learned over time when I saw Trayvon, I said, yeah, this is not going to be the last, and this is not the first.
Right.
Yeah, so I think the only way for white Americans to really do right by FBAs, and then of course other two groups of people, Asian Hispanics, says, look, if you want the sin or pain to go away, white European Americans, Asian Hispanics, you got to cut the check, reparations, because reparations is going to heal the country. So that way, white European Americans, Asian Hispanics don't have to, show remorse what they did in the past.
Right. All right.
Yeah, sorry to. Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Did you want to give your thoughts on this?
What's the topic? What this one time?
Saudi Arabia.
What about Saudi Arabia?
Iran bombed one of the bases in Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah.
The American military bases in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, when this shit started happening, Iran was taking it out on everybody. Everybody got hit.
Yeah.
Bahrain got hit. Everybody got hit. You know what I mean? Did I think that was wise? Yeah. I mean, what? You know what I mean? They were mad.
Right.
They were mad. You know, so why not? Everybody's the way. Saudi Arabia's like, look, we have nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Nothing. Please don't hit us anymore. We're sorry. We didn't do shit wrong. It was them. It was them. Right?
Right.
I felt like Israel, had a little voice talk with old Trumpy. And Trumpy's like, I don't know what to do. And Israel's like, I know what to do. Let's just bomb Iran. And he was like, all right. And that was that. And then he just, whatever Trump said, BB covered him up, said, we're not gonna bomb this anymore for a little bit. We're gonna you know what I mean? And it's like those two white boys, I don't know what is.
Right.
This is that, like walking hand in hand in the sunlight. And Iran was like, nope, you get this. You get shot up. You get bombed. And how you like these air drones?
Right. Because I think Iran, like what Lisa said earlier, Iran planned this out ahead of time. Was like steps ahead of the American military, right? Because what Donald Trump's about, we gotta be masculine. We got so masculinity. We can't be about diplomacy through
There's such thing. There's such thing being diplomatic. Look how it's working out for Zelensky. See what I'm saying? He's probably the most diplomatic ass presidents that have ever walked the earth. And look how they treat him. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
With this, the only thing that I find amusing about it is that Iran keeps telling them they're like, what talks? Like, this motherfucker is delusional. He's smoking crack. No, we're not doing that. Right? And the air drones, the fucking drone bombs, when they come crashing into the building, or you're watching the camera, they
boom.
And the fact that, like, it was Jerusalem? It was near Bahrain. They were going around the corner on the street, and like on the highway. You saw this fire and like, welcome to hell, right?
Yeah.
But the streets were so clean, like superbly clean, unlike the highways we have here. Like, I mean, that's just I got chased by the police on the highway, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing but fucking like plexiglass, fiberglass, anything that comes with busted tires, trash, cigarette butts, debris of all sorts on the highways, right? Off the shoulder. I was riding the shoulder, right? Trying to get off the big thing.
Yeah.
In the park chair, right? The police are chasing me. But that's all I see. When I was watching this shit, I was like, God damn, those streets are clean. It's fucking clean. You can literally walk on that shit barefoot.
Right.
And the only thing would happen with your feet would burn. You know what I mean? But that's it. It was so clean all the way around. And as he's going around the corner, this dude is driving around. He's looking at his camera. He's driving around the corner, right, of the highway. All you see is big old fireballs and shit. It's like, welcome to hell.
Yeah.
Right.
That's some clean ass streets. Even in the daytime when they were bombing during the day, in other places, like Dubai and all that, the streets are clean. I was like, what's that?
I could answer that question because Iran, Dubai invests heavily in infrastructure. In other words, huge government investments to maintain a good infrastructure that lasts, for several decades or centuries later. And by the way, Iran has universal health care.
Yep.
Wow.
It probably might surprise you, Brandy.
And that's surprised because we keep down with where we're we've been struggling, and to answer Lisa's thing is like, look, ever since you've been put back in office, even the fact even before the office during the election,
Uh-huh.
the United States has been laughed at, if not before then. You know what I mean? We're like the joke of the nation.
Yeah, we are.
I mean, so of course they don't want to do business with us. They don't want to have trades with us. They'll write it out so he's out of office.
Right.
I mean, all these dictators are really like, or presidents or whatever. They'll write this shit out until the end of his term, and hope to God the Vance is in it, because Vance isn't showing any leadership skills either during this war.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounded like he was going to fire whatever is it?
Hegseth.
Hegseth. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I just think it's like, I just think that it's not gonna be over like he says it is. There's no financial benefit. Just close it out. There's no financial benefit to the United States. The market's going up, and we're just gonna be pretty soon. We're gonna be starting living on the street until after the term is over.
Yep. And like I said, like Donald Trump and Hegseth, they're about masculinity. Oh, we can't be weak if we do negotiation. We've got to be strong by showing our muscles, exerting physical force.
Mm-hmm.
Like the good old cowboys, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, and by the way, anti-Black racism in healthcare cost the U.S. economy at least $421 billion a year.
That's the black tax. Yep.
Yep. And this is what America's doing by engaging in foreign conflicts when the conflicts at home are much greater than overseas. By engaging overseas, it's like we're not reading about how each country's government is different, the cultures, communication, how people communicate, or even looking at the geography. And yeah, I can't say why so many foreign why so many foreign countries don't respect America anymore, because America has never ever done its due diligence, or has done rigorous research before engaging in foreign conflicts. And it's very, very costly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
All right. So we'll move on to the next topic. Huh?
No.
Yes.
You're falling asleep.
I'm waiting on you to finish. Stop talking.
Oh, that's funny. Just pull it out.
No, I gotta get this topic.
Why?
Because it's on the topic list.
Is this the last one?
It can be.
Well, why can't this one be?
Because I have a whole queue set up. I gotta get through at least 3 more topics.
Michael, why does it tap out? You better fall asleep.
Shabbat shalom, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Donald Trump is back at it again. I don't know what it is about this man that feels his name should be plastered everywhere. And he does not realize how tarnished the Trump name is now.
Putting his signature on.
And y'all, I don't know if any of you were watching or looking at the war last night. Iran, when I say Iran brought it, y'all, they brought it. They went to a U.S. air base in Saudi Arabia. And y'all know those refueling planes, they fly up in the air and they refuel the fighter jets and the planes and everything. They took 10 of those out that belonged to the U.S. And soldiers were on that base and they got injured. Didn't hear about any casualties, but I think about 10 got injured. They took out the planes. They also have been messing with the stock market. I mean, it's really deep. We'll get into that more tomorrow, but it is crazy how Iran is bringing it. But they did a lot of damage to that U.S. base in Saudi Arabia. They did a lot of damage, you know, or like Donald Trump said, they obliterated the U.S. yesterday. They really did. So, y'all, Donald Trump, this is the 250th year anniversary of America. Remember, it started officially in 1776, and this is 2026. So 250 years. So the Treasury, and you know Donald Trump went to the Treasury for all of this. The Treasury is for the first time going to let the signature of a live president be placed on all of the new currency. So eventually we're going to all be walking around with Trump bills in our wallets, which I think is ridiculous. If you don't see, the rule is usually when a signature goes on money, that president has been gone for quite some time, like buried and gone. And so Donald Trump is going to be the first living president to have his signature on money. And I mean, this man is so vain. He wants his name on every building. He wanted his name on a stadium. I mean, really, things aren't bad enough. Now we have to all walk around with Trump money. I don't know, y'all. That money probably going to be very cursed. I may not want that crap in my wallet. That money may be really cursed. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if y'all follow the war, because I watch it on live stream, I mean, they really went in there and kicked ass. The U.S. probably lost billions with a big S on the end of military gear last night. And with them destroying those planes, that is major. That is how you refuel all of your jets. So that is huge for them to take that many out. So, but Donald Trump and his signature, y'all, I don't know. I might have misgivings about carrying that money around. that money sounds very cursed, and I may not want that near me. But I don't know. You know, another thing, and I need to update on this. Ships are going through the Straits of Hormuz, y'all. They're all paying in Chinese yuan. All of them. And I think they said 13 countries are now going through, and all 13 are paying in Chinese yuan. They are not paying in US dollars. Do you know how devastating that is going to be for the US? Their money no longer is required to pay for petrol. And it took Iran to break that cycle. The entire globe had to use US dollar in order to buy petrol. And for the first time, it's not being used. China's money's being used. This is a huge, huge blow to the US dollar. Huge. So they have to pay, and many of them are more than happy to pay. They're not having any problem with countries switching from the US dollar to the Chinese money. So far, no objections. So, yes, the US dollar is declining faster than a cinder block. It really is right now. I mean, what is it worth? I'm gonna have to go look at the worth of it now. It's definitely not $1 anymore. And they're now saying they're also expecting gas, a barrel of oil, because gas is going to continue to go up. There is no way around it. The war is still going on. And they're saying, they're predicting it's going to hit $200 by the summer or just before the summer. $200 per barrel. So you may be paying $4 now. You may be looking at $7 or $8 a gallon by the time summer comes. It is crazy out here. We went past the gas stations yesterday. It is outrageous what the amounts are for a gallon of gas. And just to know, it didn't have to happen, y'all. It didn't have to happen. But Donald Trump, he had to just get involved in this war and did not think Iran was strong enough to fight back. And that's why he thought, oh, this will be over in about 5 days. He really thought they had nothing to fight back with. And there's no excuse for Donald Trump not to know. You got intel. Your intel could have told you all about Iran, what kind of military power they have. They could have told you everything. But you can tell Donald Trump listened to Netanyahu instead of doing research or getting intel about Iran, what kind of military they got, what kind of munition they have, and he could have learned everything about them. But you blindly went in there. Now you're paying the price. So maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll talk about how the ships are going in and they're all paying in the fee that Iran wants, which is about $2 million in US dollars, but they're paying for it and they're not making an issue of it. So, oh yeah, this is going fast. This is going fast, y'all. It really is. All right, so let's get to this currency, this joke that Donald Trump wants his name. I said, boy, now is really not the time. He is so unliked worldwide, even here at home. There's so many people that don't like Donald Trump. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Oh, yeah, we are. And remember, y'all, always remember one thing. When their fall occurs, our rise is immediate. There is no years in between. They don't get another few months. They don't get anything. Their fall, we are immediately on top. No break in between. Thank you, everybody, for the ones.
The Treasury Department is planning to put President Trump's signature on all new paper currency, a first for a sitting U.S. president. The department says it's all to honor the nation's 250th birthday. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said there's no more powerful way to recognize the achievements of the country and of President Trump. Democratic Congresswoman Shontel Brown tweeting tonight that the plan is, quote, gross and un-American, but at least it will remind us, she says, of who to thank when we pay more for gas, goods, and groceries.
See this $5 bill? Like all bills in the United States, U.S. currency has 2 signatures. Well, now, for the first time in United States history, the Treasury Department is going to swap out one of these signatures for another signature. Can you guess whose it is? If you guess President Donald Trump, ding, 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 you'd be right.
Go fuck yourself!
Can somebody please create an AI video where, like, the Dudley Boys or somebody put him through a table, because I'm not allowed to, so I can have some relief, please? Because just no. No more of that prison stuff. I know what y'all about to say. Y'all about to be like, well, he'll just get held accountable. No, he like close to 80. As far as I'm concerned, he just gonna take up space. He got to go. Look, man, at this point, can we make like championship shirts and hats for when this dude goes? Like, I'm dead serious. Probably gonna get something closer to a Lovely Bones type ending for this dude versus what he probably deserves.
The U.S. Treasury has announced plans to put former President Donald Trump's signature on dollar bills, making him the first president in history to appear by name on American currency. While a commemorative coin featuring Trump's face was already planned, this move means that millions of Americans could soon be carrying Trump dollars in their wallets. Critics say the announcement comes at a troubling time. The nation is in the midst of a war, gas and grocery prices are skyrocketing, and many Americans are struggling to pay healthcare bills. Meanwhile, the administration appears focused on symbolic gestures aimed at elevating the former president's profile. Just a day earlier, Trump received a made-up America First Award, a trophy with no real significance, drawing comparisons to a participation prize. Historians note that no U.S. president has ever put their own image or name on currency while in office. Even George Washington reportedly rejected the idea, calling it inappropriate. The announcement has sparked debate, with some questioning priorities amid national crises and others criticizing it as an unprecedented focus on ego over policy.
Hey, y'all. President Trump continues to make history. The Treasury Department has announced that President Trump's signature will soon be on the dollar bill. This is the very first for a U.S. sitting president. This will be done in honor of the United States' 250th anniversary. This is a wonderful way to acknowledge the historic achievements of this president. The currency will be released at the semi-quincentennial. I've got some other good news as well. In a rare overnight session, the Senate unanimously votes to fund DHS, all of it except ICE and Border Patrol. The internal watchdog for the DHS has launched an investigation into the handling of contracts by former DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and her aide Corey Lewandowski. I hope you guys all have a wonderful Friday. Let me know your thoughts respectfully, please, in the comments. God bless you.
If you haven't heard, our fearless leader, Donald Trump, will be adding his pretty little signature to all U.S. currency to commemorate America's 250th birthday this July 4th, 2026. So I don't know when this money is supposed to roll out or when we're supposed to start getting it. Now, when you think about moves like this, right, especially the way Donald Trump moves, and you really think about it, it's like, well, he has to do it. Well, why does he have to do it? Well, who else is going to commemorate him? He knows, his administration knows, once he's out of office, the U.S. government, for the most part, are not going to remember him in the most favorable way. Because he was a president, he will get his presidential library, he will get a presidential bust, he will have a painting in the White House, he will have Secret Service for the rest of his life, there will be documentaries made of him, blah, blah, blah. America will try to forget those 8 years that he was in office. So he's going to have to commemorate himself. Now, let's say the next president that comes in says, hey, we're going to scrap that plan. Well, by the time they scrap it and get rid of it, it'll be so many dollars in circulation with his signature, it's going to become a rare thing. And once it's a rare thing, people are going to want to get their hands on it. And then people are going to try to sell it online and blah, 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 blah. That's why he's doing it, right? It's no different from him campaigning for the Nobel Peace Prize. He knew nobody at the Nobel Peace Prize headquarters, wherever the hell that shit's at, was like, you know who should get the Nobel Peace Prize? You know who should get the Nobel Peace Prize? Donald J. Trump. He knew no one was going to say that. He knew it. So he had to campaign and make it a thing and then have everyone sort of campaigning for him. He still didn't get it. Someone gave them theirs. I rarely have cash in my pocket in the first place. I'm a swipey type of guy. You know what I'm saying? I need to start keeping more cash, but I don't. The way this new generation is moving, like I have 3 kids, we give them cash, they give it right back and ask us to Zelle or Cash App. They don't even really want the cash on them. You know, unless you're an entertainer or a rapper, who really keeps cash? And who's to say that this whole thing going with the global economy wouldn't have us all under one digital currency, which will make the Donald Trump signature on American currency even more rare. So touche to Donald Trump. Hey, if you haven't learned anything from this video today, campaign for yourself when no one else will. And then you might get your signature on something important also. Anyway, let me know how you feel in the comments. Once these Donald Trump bills come out, it won't have his face, it'll have his signature. Will you want to have them? I'm going to grab a few. Don't lie. And the reason why I'm going to grab a few, because I think the next president will cut it out of circulation. It might be worth a little bit of something. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, you know what it is. Happy Friday, fresh start.
The White House announcing President Trump's signature will appear on printed currency. It's a huge first for a sitting president. The White House says the move is to mark the country's 250th anniversary. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's name will appear on currency as well.
You know what really tells you a country's getting a little too comfortable with itself? When it starts putting current politicians on the money. Yeah, because nothing says stable democracy like turning your wallet into a fucking campaign poster. Now, let me say this loud enough for you fucking idiots in the back. We don't do that here. We've never fucking done that here, and there's a reason for it. Because this isn't a monarchy, this isn't a dictatorship, and it sure as fuck isn't a fan club. You don't put sitting presidents like Trump on currency because money is supposed to outlast politics. It represents the country, not one man, not one party, and not one fucking ego. That's why the people on our bills are historical figures, leaders whose full story have already been written, judged, and settled by time, not somebody out here still fucking tweeting, campaigning, and stirring the pot. Because once you start putting living or recently sitting leaders on money, you're not honoring history, you're rewriting it in real time. And that's how you slide from democracy into something a whole lot more fucking uncomfortable. So no, this isn't about celebrating 250 years. It's about testing how far they can push the fucking line before people stop recognizing it was even there. And if we're being honest, that line is there for a reason. Because the moment your money becomes propaganda, you're not just spending dollars anymore. You're spending your fucking identity as a nation.
For the first time in history, a sitting president's signature could be on all new $100 bills. Nobody's talking about what this means. And this is happening at the same time the U.S. is in a war with Iran. Energy prices are rising, global tensions increasing. It's not a coincidence. We saw it in Rome. When systems get stressed, governments start tightening control. We're starting to see it with energy, but money is different. Remember, money is power. And when you start changing how the U.S. dollar is represented, you're telling the world about something much bigger coming. That's why you're seeing pressure on supply chains. And now you're starting to see signals in the financial system as well. This is what systematic change looks like. And the people who understand it early are the ones who position themselves ahead of it. Most people won't connect the dots until it's already too late. Follow me. I'll break down who wins and who gets left behind.
Man, oh man, oh man. Our steps are going to be having his signature on U.S. currency. I mean, that's different, man. I never thought that a president was able to do anything like that. Now, I do know, if my memory serves me right, that there's actually 2 signatures already on the U.S. currency. So I guess it is possible to add a 3rd name to the money. So it sounds like our president definitely is never going away. Even if he's out of office or when he does, you know, when his term is up, I don't know if he'll get voted back in 2028. I don't know if we ever had a president win 3 terms. Who knows? I don't know, man. But wow, getting his name, his signature put on money is something 100% different, man. I mean, he's definitely going to do what he has to do to make sure that he is definitely remembered, even after leaving office. I just like, I don't know, man. I feel some type of way about that. But you guys go first. Let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about the President of the United States having his name placed on all U.S. currency. I don't know if this ever happened before, guys, 100 and something years, I believe. I'm not for sure, but you guys let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
You know, the whole world can't stand Donald Trump. Do you think they want money with his signature on it? You know, he gonna barely find people in this country that will want it. You know, I don't really carry around that much cash anymore either, you know, and I don't have really a need to. As far as my bills, I do my bills online every month. You know, I don't go in person and pay in cash. I don't do that. I can't even remember the last time I've done that, you know, but I don't use cash like I used to, like years ago. But I'm underwhelmed. I really am not enthusiastic about receiving my first currency with Donald Trump's signature on it, you know? Yeah, that might actually make the curses worse on America. America got enough curses. America is so cursed right now. It's not even funny. This place is cursed. And the cursing might actually amplify once he signs on that money. Everything might actually amplify at that point. Wow. Wow. So, y'all, this is crazy, but I guess in the coming months, we probably will see that money. And remember, the big party is supposed to be thrown on Independence Day, marking 250-year anniversary. They're supposed to be putting on a big party in DC. And at the rate Donald Trump is going, I'll be surprised if anybody shows up. I mean, I think under different circumstances, he probably could have a huge crowd there in DC. But with this war going on, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. He may see a very small crowd show up in DC for the 250 years. That's all I'm saying. You saw nobody showed up for his military parade. It didn't even look like 1,000 people were there. And he was butt sore about that military parade he put on, and hardly nobody came. And and he had the bleachers all set up, and it was so much room on the bleachers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's going to be protests. And speaking of protests, there's a protest today nationwide. There's another No Kings March going on today. And it should be nationwide, from what I understand. Over 250 locations across the country will be participating in the No Kings March today. So I may check that out, watch a bit of it and see what's going on. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. We have our Bible study starting at 1:45. It's not going to be as long as it was the previous weeks. This one is 1 hour and 15 minutes. So it's not going to be, we've been doing 2 hours over the last several weeks. This one is 1 hour, 15 minutes. So I will see you at 1:45. Those of you that I won't see, have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Greetings, Shabaka. Shabaka has entered the building. Greetings.
Hey, Sabaka.
I just woke. Hey, what's going on? I just woke up, man. They're getting ready to shut the damn water off over here, man, today. So I had to wash clothes and wash dishes and all that old shit, So
Oh
I'm
yeah.
guessing they get ready to redo the water, man, for the summer coming up on this heat and shit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Steve missed it, but the dump is gonna be on all the currency.
What?
His signature is gonna be on all the currency.
Okay. Wait a minute. The president don't sign no goddamn currency. You talking about like the signatures on like the $100 bill, the $1 bill, the $5 bills and shit.
Yep.
Yep.
The only two motherfuckers that sign that, man, is the Treasury, the Treasurer of the United States and the Secretary of the Treasury.
Right. But Donald Trump is trying to bypass Congress to get his signature passed.
Man, that dude needs to be booked, man. Shit, man, what the hell is going on with these hokey-ass Republicans, man?
Yeah, you know what it is? Because
Shit
Donald
is
Trump is
hokey
like,
as hell.
yeah, because I think Donald Trump is trying to show that, look, I made America great again. So I need to put my name out there to show that I'm more than just focusing on America.
Damn.
And
See, actually, man, he's
yeah.
focusing on a damn dictatorship.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, that's what he's focusing on, man. Some bitches, a damn dictatorship. And I remember before he ran for president the first time, Michael, I was at the Los Angeles Public Library in downtown LA. And they had, and before he got elected the first time, they had him dressed up in a damn Hitler suit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. They had that. The only thing missing on that fool was that misshapen mustache Hitler used to have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man. And then I've been arguing with idiots again, man, on Facebook, man, on the like page of Brother Che.
Yeah.
Cussing them fools out because they got these drunk, half ignorant, dumbass people. Donald Trump is the greatest president. And I forgot this fool name, man. He just looked like a step and fetch it clown, man. And I says, man, stop yassa bossing. Just stop. You're yassa bossing. And the reason why that bugs me so much, Michael, is because over the course of my lifetime, man, I've seen just too much of this shit, man. And these stupid slave-minded ass Negroes, and I love my people dearly, can't get the fucking chain off their damn brain.
Right. I know
Yeah.
because they're like, I can remember someone said, we voted for Trump because we know Trump understands about creating businesses, building intergenerational wealth.
Right.
And Donald Trump has a better chance of giving us FBA's reparations compared to Democrats. I'm just paraphrasing what the
Yeah. Oh yeah, you would think, you would think, you know what I'm saying, is because see, he does realize if he was to do that this will bolster the US economy for everybody. You
Right.
say, because what will happen is you'll get a lot of black number one investment firms. You'll get a lot of the sports figures, man, flipping their money out of sports, man, into investments, man. You know what I'm saying? Real estate holdings, what have you, training academies, trade schools, vocations, environmental work. You see, it's because I'm just was looking up here at this war shit, man. So what you got to look at. What they using all this high-tech shit, man, radiation, man, look what it's doing to the air quality. Look what it's doing to the marine quality, the ocean, stuff like that.
Right.
And we're not going to talk about the forest, man, or farmland and things of this nature right here. And these still stupid ass, slave-minded, ass-scratching, yassa bossing motherfuckers, man. I mean, this is the goddamn 21st century, man. You clowns are still yassa bossing.
Right. Yeah, tell that to Donovan Sadiq.
Okay, I heard the name. I think Shay mentioned him. What's up with this cat Sadiq?
Yeah, so Donovan Sadiq's been pretty much a recovering Democrat since 2016. So he's been voting for Trump consistently for for 2 terms. I'm sorry, in 2016, 2020, and 2024.
That's 3
And
terms.
Donovan's like, I have nothing to lose under Trump.
He has nothing to lose under Trump.
Right.
Oh man. Well, see, Michael, as me and Jess has stated in the past on our platform, what you're witnessing right there is the Stockholm syndrome, because you
Hmm.
still got a lot of slave-minded ass Negroes that will identify with their captors. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. Such as the Yasta Boss and shit, Ben Carson when he was with Donald Trump, and me personally, I think Ben Carson's on meds, because you remember that show, Che, that Ben Carson did, talking about that when blacks came here, they were coming here, man, to establish democracy in America.
Yeah, I remember that bullshit.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, and I'll have that data, Jesse and Shay. Give me a few days on it, man, because I got the prelims wrote down. Now I got to go down there, man, and break it down. You see what I mean?
Right. And
Hmm.
right. And so, right. Because Donovan's like, look, I'm set financially, given my ability, given the fact that I receive, monthly checks from the military. I'm just paraphrasing what Donovan's saying, why he votes Trump heavily. And even though it's funny because Donovan's like, brothers and sisters, I'm not a Republican. Just
Hmm.
because I consistently vote for Trump. And they're like, no, Donovan Sadiq, you're definitely Republican. And Donovan rants a lot and said, okay, let me
Yeah.
change the subject, brothers and sisters, because I know brothers and sisters, you can always pay me as a Republican.
Right. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I see Cool Keys is in the building. Is Cool Keys with us, or is he
Yeah.
just in the chat?
In the chat.
Chat.
Oh, okay. All right, cool, kids. You can do greetings to you. And the cold part about it is, man, is that how could I put this here, Chief? You remember, man, when they was getting rid of all the Black History books, man, down there with that moist motherfucker, the panties.
Yeah.
Okay, see, this is why they doing this shit. Okay, see, and I had uh saw. I figured, my theory was it would be some shit like that, but I did not know, man, it would go to this extreme. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I did not know, yeah, because you got all these damn content creators, man, and I've been telling a bunch of these dumpsters, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man, don't put your shit up on my wall, man. You know what I'm saying? Block my shit. Don't put your shit up on my wall, man. You know what I'm saying? And then not to mention the fact that when we try to tell them to come on, man, they all got an angle about why they can't and all this old shit. You know what I mean, man? And it's sad, man. It's very, very sad. You say, and I'm just worrying about the generations after you, brother Jay. They're gonna be really fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
they're
right.
gonna be. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna move on to the next topic, Sabaki.
Okay.
Oh, Jesse, Kulbizi has a question for you.
Kukizi.
He says he asked a question about what about TD Media. He never criticizes a dumpster.
Yeah, he's a dumpster supporter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I knew he was a dumpster. He's a flagrant, outright dumpster supporter. But Phil Scott, man, is an undercover dumpster supporter.
He said, did Phil Scott did he say he voted for Trump?
Oh yeah. So as a matter of fact, Phil
No,
Scott said in 2024, he said, I voted for 10 Democrats and 19 Republicans in
so
the
what does that tell
presidential
you?
election, including I'm sorry, and also the congressional and state and local elections in the same year. So we can say yes, he probably did support Donald Trump. He voted for Trump for immigration, economy, inflation, but he didn't say. He was very quiet about it because he knew that it was going to make the sisters upset.
Yeah.
Surprised, Jesse, how Phil Scott kept it like very, you know, like he kept it pretty much quiet.
Well, that quiet, we already do.
I mean, we already know though.
Right. I guess because Philip Scott, he never says it, on his podcast when he's doing reporting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Phil Scott now said, oh my gosh, I didn't realize Trump was going to make it so bad. But of course, Phil Scott kept it very rational.
Yeah. So moving along, we got this stupid ass No King protest that took place yesterday in several cities throughout this country and the world. Denver had one as well. I'm gonna show y'all some of the footage from all over the country of the stupid ass No Kings march. And Lisa's gonna give us an update on it.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Listen, they had another No Kings march yesterday, and it was pretty crazy. It said estimating 9 million people were on the streets marching in all the states, and it was pretty massive. I looked at some of it last night, and yeah, I mean, the crowds were pretty massive out there. So, there's a lot of anger over the war, over Donald Trump's performance, and it just goes to show you how much of the country is unsatisfied with the way things are going. And the longer this war lasts, the worse it will get. Definitely. But there were large crowds in virtually every city yesterday, even some of the red states that Donald Trump won, they had No King marches there as well. So this was not just something that was big in the blue states. It was crowds out in the red states as well. So Donald Trump, all I got to say is, if he's not able to turn this thing around soon, I think the crowds are going to get bigger and bigger as they continue, because they're going to continue on having these No King marches in the country. It's not going to stop. So let me go ahead and share my screen.
But ain't nothing going to become of them either.
Right.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, a lot of people are frustrated. But you know what makes me laugh? Back when Donald Trump won the election, people were complaining about the grocery prices and all the inflation out here. And Trump supporters were mocking it and laughing at it. But I notice a lot of these MAGAs are complaining about the gas prices, the food price. They're not laughing and mocking anymore. That's all I got to say. They're not laughing and mocking anymore. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, even the dogs say they're crazy.
Today, history isn't just being made. It's being written in the streets. You're looking at what experts are calling the largest single day of political demonstration in American history. It's called No Kings. And as of right now, over 9 million people across 3,300 cities have walked out to send one message. The presidency is an office, not a throne. While the crowds in New York City have brought Manhattan to a standstill, the emotional heart of this movement is in St. Paul, Minnesota. The massive turnout there is fueled by the tragic deaths of Renee Good and Alex Priddy, 2 residents killed during the federal immigration crackdown known as Operation Metro Surge. Their names have become the rallying cry for a movement that has now spread far beyond the big cities. In a massive shift, nearly 70% of today's protests are happening in rural towns and red states. From Idaho to Kentucky, People are crossing party lines to push back against the month-old war in Iran and the ongoing government shutdown. It's even gone global, with massive solidarity marches hitting the streets in Paris, London, and Berlin. March 28th, 2026, the day the No Kings movement went from a ripple to a tidal wave. The world is watching.
This is what democracy looks like.
Yeah, when we were spread out, we watched ourselves.
So yeah, Georgia.
One teller.
Helps.
What kind of nation spends billions of dollars on war while its people are struggling?
Got people flooded in Philadelphia with it, huh?
Yeah. White.
Well, I didn't think the No Kings protest was going to be so large, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is a lot of people right there that is disenfranchised with his ass, and I'm willing to bet you that 80% of them motherfuckers out there voted for that dumb dumpster motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 80% of them voted for Donald Trump, and they realized that Donald Trump, can we get our money back? We made a mistake.
Yeah.
The economy is doing so poor. And Donald Trump's like, I'm sorry, Brad, Becky, I can't because my grandkids and kids, they're very valuable. I got to make sure that they do well financially. Sorry, Brad, Becky, you're going to have to go to the church to ask for charity.
In other words, go to the pulpit chance. Okay, now when is Donald Trump's kids going to sign up for the military?
Right. Great question. I highly doubt it. They're going to sign up for the military.
Yeah.
Their bravery, their sacrifice, and their names will not be forgotten.
Yeah, some Charlie
Look through
Kirk
the
shit.
winter's ice and cold, down Nicollet Avenue, the city of.
Thank you, Lisa. Turn that shit off.
Don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that it's America, and we're willing to die to protect it. Every soldier,
Well, go on
sailor,
and
airman,
die,
Marine,
motherfucker.
Guardian, and Coast Guardsman, each of us commits our very life to protect and defend that document, regardless.
Which you could wipe your ass with as far as I'm
We are the
concerned.
third No Kings Day protest here in the plaza, Kansas City, Missouri, which has had a great turnout. We are now doing the march. Check this out.
Well, I would have been out there selling me some sunglasses, some water.
Thousands of people have turned out here today.
The No Kings protest today is off the charts. Let's take a look. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
70,000.
Atlanta, Georgia. Boise, Idaho.
London,
Wait a minute.
England,
Stop. Freeze
Washington, D.C.
Boise,
Are you
Idaho,
protesting today?
man.
Watch again.
We saw a sea of signs and chants that filled the Boston Common here today, Amelia, as thousands turned out for the No Kings rally, joining a national day of protest. Boston Common filled with thousands today as a massive crowd gathered for what organizers called the No Kings rally.
They don't follow the rules of a king, a narcissist, a tyrant.
I feel anger that our country has turned into this
anger because you got your head bumped. That's
just
why.
a mess.
Right.
And we got to get the message out.
People from across Massachusetts and beyond showing up, saying they're standing up for democracy and pushing back against what they see government overreach.
We've come to something in the past, but not something of this scale before. So I was, and this guy was saying, I don't totally know what to expect.
I'm despondent about the environment. I'm despondent about the political situation. I'm despondent by the fact that who is benefiting from this war.
I do not agree with how the government is using ICE and our tax dollars going to support that. I also do not agree with the Iran war. Also, gas prices are incredibly high right now.
Attendees held signs, chanted, and marched through the Common, many saying they feel their voices are being heard by local leaders.
We feel fortunate to be here in this state because we do have people who care and stand up and try to fight. And yeah,
it's so good, homie. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this shit ain't adding up, boy.
That hits home.
It ain't adding up to me.
It was about protecting rights. For others, a call for accountability heading into the midterms.
I'm really hoping that this is the largest protest ever because it seems to be building momentum, and I hope that carries through into the
probably
midterms.
one of them that voted for that son of a bitch, man.
And many of the demonstrators used that momentum as they demonstrated throughout the city, marching, calling for accountability, and urging their leaders to listen.
Abolish ICE. What do we want? What do we want? Abolish ICE. What do we want? What do we want? Abolish ICE. What do we want? No kids.
These motherfuckers look like a bunch of kangaroos out here, man.
Yeah, really do. This is like, no nothing. No seasoning.
What do we want? Go hard. 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 What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? Go hard. What do we want? Go hard. We don't get it. We don't get it. We don't get it.
I see one right there, cool, Steve. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna flip through his independent.
Millions of people are marching to voice their anger over President Donald Trump's policies. More than 3,000 protests are taking place nationwide. We are here in St. Paul, Minnesota, at the flagship protest. This is the third wave of demonstrations under the No Kings banner, a slogan that protesters here tell me is meant to send a message that the power belongs to the people, not one person.
Well, as citizens of the United States, this is our country. We have government, but right now our government isn't working for us.
Yeah,
we have a
bitch, tell
king,
that
a
to the
dictator
Native
that
Americans.
needs to go, and we
Probably
our lives with us.
The Minneapolis St. Paul area was selected as the main event for this round of No Kings protest. After the Trump administration's recent immigration crackdown here, the raids left 2 people dead, Renee Good and Alex Gray, shot by federal agents.
I didn't think I would be raising kids in a world where I was more worried for their future than I had been for my own. We're here in New York City at one of the at least 3,000 No Kings demonstrations happening across the country today, and what organizers believe could be one of the biggest political protests in modern U.S. history. Thousands of people are walking down 7th Avenue in Manhattan, protesting Donald Trump and his administration's war in Iran and its aggressive immigration crackdown. All of this is happening in the shadow of Trump's polling reaching new lows in recent days. Is there like a most pressing issue right now under Trump that's bringing you out here?
It's an astonishingly compounding snowball of things.
It's a freedom.
The issue with immigration and the border.
Invading other countries. What right does he have to go to Cuba?
Our transgender brothers and sisters are being attacked.
Voting because they're trying to take away our right to vote with the SAVE Act.
Would you say the war in Iran is your kind of most pressing issue right now?
Yes, absolutely. All the wars that I've been in two, we planned it a little better.
I lost my job because of Trump.
I'm an immigrant. I love my country. I'm getting teary now. They're building detention centers that scare the crap out of me. I wake up sick every morning.
Is this your first time at a No Kings protest, or have you been one before?
First time.
What changed that made this be the first time?
It seems to be getting worse by the day. So I said, well, I have to go out and protest.
Being here and seeing the majority of people of an older generation, I think, really fuels me as well. Just trying to represent our age group, and we need to be out here.
We have to do what we can to protect journalists because you're the only people that we can trust right now.
The thing that worries me the most is becoming numb and complacent.
Hey Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay, Paul. Yeah, you know the No Kings protest. Forgot to tell you earlier. I saw a clip where a reporter asked two white protesters about, do you think Black Americans should join in the protest? And one white lady said, no, Black Americans should not participate in the No Kings protest because given the history of Black Americans being targeted by the police.
Oh, that's sound reasoning right there.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know which state.
It is a lot of footage out there, but
no, Michael,
you know, you get an idea of how big the crowds were yesterday,
I forgot
and
the
they
video.
were
I
big.
remember I saw it
So
yesterday.
there's probably going to be more coming, and I'm gonna see if they're going to plan one on the 4th of July, which is the 250-year anniversary of this nation.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna see if there's any protests planned for around that time. Quantum Solace, thank you so much for the super chat. I thought white supremacy was the dictator. Why are they salty now?
Because they got their heads bumped. They got played for stupid. That's why.
I fucked up.
And you know, to be honest, like those white protesters are protesting No Kings protesting No Kings. I'm not
That's when they
surprised they're
voted
gonna
for
vote
him, but they're
Republicans
feeling it now.
in 2028 and 2032.
Well,
You know, they're feeling it now.
they're gonna have another midterms in 2030.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, so
you're gonna have midterms, Michael, this year.
I
You're gonna
saw
have the
it was
June
like
election,
hundreds of people live
2028
streaming it.
and
It was a lot of
2030.
live streams going during this march. When I went on TikTok, it was so many, and they were all from different parts of the country where people were out live streaming it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, life is not supposed to be comfortable in the final days, so they're feeling it. They're feeling it. And like I said, it's going to get worse. Wait until we get to the end of the year, because I think it's going to be even worse then.
No, I think
That's
it's going
my
to be worse than
prediction.
the
It's
summer.
going to be even worse.
Because that's when the gross national product benefits the most is in the summer.
So y'all, thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And Quantum Solace, thank you so much for your support for my channel.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
Yeah. Hey Jesse, quick question.
Go ahead, Michael.
Has one of your friends who voted for Trump said to you, "Oh, thanks, Donald Trump. Now I can afford to buy a Ford F-150. I can't afford to buy a Chevy pickup truck because of the war in Iran. Oh, what am I supposed to do without a pickup truck?"
I've heard one say they want to get a pickup truck, but no.
Yeah. How about you, Sabaka?
Okay, I've seen motherfuckers out here in Las Vegas with a whole lot of voter remorse, man. Because, you know, I'm seeing dumpsters, man. And they looking at me up and down, man, shaking their head, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, hey, man, I didn't do nothing for you. My damn blood spilled building up your goddamn country through my ancestors. You know what I'm saying? You sons of bitches that we supposed to sit up here and love you. You see what I mean?
Right.
And keep in mind, Michael, you say, and that's what really pisses me off, and I get frustrated on that because you have to understand of the era that I came up in, what I've seen, man. I've seen the sacrifices, man. And then what happened with that damn disco era, man, that put black militancy to sleep.
Right.
Oh, let's integrate the music. Michael Jackson, man, one of our biggest icons in music. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The movie's coming out next month too.
Huh?
Yeah.
No movie's coming out next month on the 24th.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a blockbuster. It's gonna be a blockbuster, you know. And those kids that they say are Michael Jackson's kids, man, there's no resemblance to Michael Jackson.
Right.
Right. But in it's like Sabaka, like if the Trumpers said we can't afford to buy a Ford F-150 or Chevy pickup truck.
Right.
What's your response to that? Because of the high
Tell
gasoline
that
prices.
motherfucker he better go get him a skateboard or wheelbarrow or something to get his shit around, man. You know what I'm saying?
Trump to help him. That's what I would tell him.
Yeah, see. Yeah, most definitely, man. And then like I was talking with a dude, man, where I get my cigars at about this current shit going on, and one of the dumpsters came in there and he gave me a dirty look, and I gave that motherfucker a dirty look back. You know what I'm saying? Man, he knew not to say the N-word to me. You know what I mean? Yeah, you see, and well, this is what you motherfuckers wanted. You sons of bitches got this crooked ass jailbird motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Jailbird one motherfucker. And how could I say? I'm just sitting up here laughing at you bastards. You see? Now I'm up here pinching every goddamn penny I got, rolling up pennies, dimes, and nickels, and all that old shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, you know, packing shit up. Oh, Brother Che, going over notes. You see, that's the biggest hindrance right there of all the notes we've been keeping over the years. You know, I want to get them organized. You see what I mean? You know,
so
and that's why
Food Society was going to have a rally here in Denver. So let me play the footage real quick.
Collins. No Kings. That is the rallying cry for the protests in Colorado and nationwide today. Protesters taking to the streets in communities including Denver, Boulder, Steamboat Springs, Fort Collins, Longmont, and more. It's part of a nationwide movement.
Steamboat Springs, that's why I went up there and froze half to death up there in the
Thank you so much for joining us for Denver 7 News at 10 tonight. I'm Jacqueline Allen.
And I'm Claire Lavazorio. This was the third No Kings protest. And while attendance is still being counted, organizers believe today was the biggest turnout yet.
Denver 7's Tyler Melito was on the streets today, listening to voices on multiple sides of this protest.
From chants to speeches to marches through downtown, thousands of people took time out of their day Saturday to speak out against the Trump administration.
No Kings protests may not be new in Denver.
What we're doing matters.
Or Genesee.
That the people see that we're here for them.
Or Loveland.
That we're fighting for them.
But more people from more places are joining that fight. At least 14 protests planned Saturday across Colorado.
Locked up there too.
Crowds causing rolling road closures on a busy Saturday downtown.
We're standing up for the people in the road.
Jennifer Bradley, an organizer for Denver's protest, says this third No Kings event is about getting involved, from criticizing the war in Iran to opposing.
Hold on, that's right across the street from what?
Yeah, that is across from your state capitol and your library right there, I think.
Yeah, that's the state capitol right there where they're at.
Right. So they're taking it to the right place.
We're allowed to disagree. I thoroughly disagree with what you say, but I'll defend to death your right to say it.
But the White House dismissed the protest, a spokeswoman saying Friday the only people who care about these Trump derangement therapy sessions are the reporters who were paid to cover them. And Colorado critics say the messaging of No Kings is unclear.
How can we have a king when a man was
duly elected, and everyone agrees he won this election. He's the president.
John Caldara, president of the Independence Institute, a conservative think tank in Denver, calls the protests large-scale temper tantrums.
I don't think these people going to these protests realize how self-defeating they are, because it was a lot of these policies that the left put in that created Trump.
Well, the protests were largely peaceful.
Man, what kind of dope is he smoking, man?
Denver police say some demonstrators blocked a road near Courts Field, and officers trying to keep them off the highway used smoke and pepper balls to back up the group, taking 8 people into custody. But organizers are focused on the tens of thousands.
I know Donnie Torres. He's a photographer. They just gave him credit for that picture.
Who made their voices heard all across Colorado.
It tells me that people are ready to fight. People are ready to stand up for each other. And to me, that's a beautiful thing.
In Denver, Tyler Melito, Denver
South. Get some footage, Brother Che, if it is as best as I could. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't park nowhere in this motherfucking Las Vegas.
Breaking news now at 8. Police making arrests hours after the massive No Kings protest in downtown LA. Right now, the LAPD is on tactical alert.
Right, and the goddamn county jail, the Twin Towers is right there, so they ain't even got to take him to the damn station. They're taking him straight to the Twin Towers.
So many face-offs in the last year between protesters and federal agents since the start of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. The chaos today unfolded hours after the latest No Kings protest in downtown LA.
Nationwide, No Kings organizers are touting this as the largest single-day nonviolent protest in modern American history.
Wow.
An estimated 8 million people turned out at demonstrations across the country. For the most part, things have stayed peaceful here across Southern California.
She might be on to something,
in downtown
because
LA.
in my lifetime, I ain't
Seeing
seen
that small
protests
group
like
of
this since the
agitators facing
Vietnam
off
War.
with agents outside the federal complex.
And I was a tiny
Madison
tot
Wild is live
looking
in
up, man,
downtown
where
LA.
everybody
Joining us now.
and that dude was playing that song, Ball of Confusion. That's what the world is today.
Unfortunate that what started as a very peaceful protest has turned into this. At this hour, we're still seeing a heavy police presence, although it has cleared out a bit from what we saw earlier. As you can see, about a dozen police cars lined up here on Alameda near Aliso downtown.
Yeah, that's the
and
lapdog.
police still staged in tactical gear to ensure this area stays safe after what unfolded at the end of this protest.
It's bringing back
Here's that moment
PTSD
of
to me,
unrest.
Shay.
Several agitators began throwing objects at the Metropolitan Detention Center. Police eventually confiscating items from the crowd and using tear gas to get this skirmish under control. That was around 5:30 p.m. And I will say we did see some of these agitators come prepared, wearing respirators, anticipating this moment. We saw more than a dozen people
that
ultimately
California's
get
going to
detained
make it
as
against
police
the law.
shut down Alameda between Arcadia and Temple. A dispersal order in place, and it does seem
exactly
like
cool,
had things
Keezy.
under
Now we
control.
went out
We
there and started
also,
protesting
of
for the
course, want to show you
reparations,
what this
man. They're
looked
going
like
to tell us
earlier
we
this
crazy.
afternoon. Like I said, a very
And that's the
peaceful
criminal courts
protest.
building
Tens
right
of
there where they
thousands
tried
of people
OJ's ass
taking
right
to
there.
the
That's
streets.
City Hall.
Yeah.
Gathering near City Hall, we heard from dozens of speakers, people then marching through downtown. It was a very diverse crowd with very diverse reasons for showing up today.
And a whole lot of them goddamn cars is getting impounded like a motherfucker.
Fight what's happening in our country right now. You've got somebody that is in total power, that is overriding
And you a stupid motherfucker that probably went there and voted for me. Goddamn Reaganite. That was a Reaganite, yo.
It's a chance to actually physically engage, you know, to be together and realize.
And this is a motherfucker with voter's remorse, Brother Che. This person's not fooling me. I don't know what that motherfucker is. I'm going to call it
So
an
again,
it.
police are
Yeah,
asking
there they
people
go.
to avoid this
That's
area. You guys can
right
hear
there,
the
people.
sirens right now. I
The
do believe
motherfuckers in
we're
them white
seeing
helmets, yeah, that's the
getting detained
Metropolitan
this hour.
Division.
I can tell you we can still smell some of that lingering
Right.
tear gas, and these street closures are still in effect. Police, no doubt, proactively working at this hour to keep people off these streets and off of the nearby freeways like we've seen in previous moments of unrest like this. We'll send it back to you guys in studio, Jory and Liz.
So that's
So we can see that phalanx of cars making their way through. Are there protesters that you can see right now? Or are they able to clear everybody out from where you are? If you can even hear us with the sirens blaring.
Yes, sorry guys, it is difficult to hear, but I believe just down here we were seeing a few more people getting detained at this hour. This is where earlier this afternoon we saw more than a dozen people being taken into custody. And you know what, guys, we're gonna have to send it back to you guys in the studio. We're having a security issue right now.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Madison, thank you for that. We will check back in when we can.
And they're all going to have
downtown
court
LA
dates.
wasn't the only location that we saw No Kings protests against the Trump administration. They've been happening today in neighborhoods all across Southern California. We have video from a march and rally in Pasadena today. One demonstrator there telling us the news coming out of Washington gives her an uneasy feeling every day.
Every morning I wake up and I feel like I have a low-grade fever. It's hard to stomach what's going on.
Because you got your head bumped, you dizzy dame, that's why.
Have our voice heard. You feel like there's not much you can do, but this is something in community we feel we can do together, and hopefully our voice will be heard.
Demonstrators
listen to Sly Stone in the background. And everyday people,
A crowd gathered in Huntington Beach,
there
which
is the black one who won't accept the white one who won't accept
the streets around the pier,
anyone.
holding signs supporting immigrants and protesting President Trump. And now to the Inland Empire, where the No Kings rally there took on a more festive atmosphere in Riverside. Protesters took over the corner of Market Street and University Avenue, waving signs, singing and chanting. They denounced everything from the Trump administration's immigration enforcement tactics to the war with Iran.
Lots of honking in solidarity as cars pass by this demonstration in Claremont.
Protesters
we spoke with there say they refuse to remain silent, urging anyone who disagrees with the administration right now to speak up.
That's
They say
funny.
the cost of living has skyrocketed over the last year, and they don't want their tax dollars paying for a war with Iran.
Man, I gotta tell you, the No
I'm
Kings
here
protest.
to speak about the so-called Save America Act, which I think.
Oh yeah, we covered that yesterday.
Yeah, I gotta say that, you know, Jesse, to be honest, the No Kings protest really lacks substance.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and even
Yeah,
the guy,
it
his name
is.
is Paul Lance. He actually covered the No Kings protest, and he asked, so are those same protesters like Muzungus, are they going to continuously protest until the year ends? And he said, I highly doubted my people are going to sustain the protests.
Massive protests against President Trump happening today from coast to coast and right here in the Valley. Organizers of No Kings rallies say they're pushing back against the president's policies ranging from the war with Iran to immigration rates. And we thank you for joining us tonight at 11 o'clock. I'm Sasha Loftus. We'll take a look at the rallies from around the nation in just a few minutes. But first, several people arrested today during today's No King protest in downtown Las Vegas. Police say an estimated 1,400 people took part. 8 News Now reporter Aaron Ariano live in the studio to tell us what's different about this particular demonstration.
Yeah, I asked people today that exact same question after more than a year of protests against the Trump's administration, rather. I was told more and more people are feeling the impacts of the president's decisions.
Death penalty for Trump! Death penalty for traitors like Donald Trump!
Yet another demonstration held today in downtown Las Vegas. An estimated 1,400 people, according to police, protesting against the Trump administration.
Denying climate, immigration, ICE,
He got a better cabinet than
everything about this administration. I can't stand.
The war, the lack of transparency with the Epstein files, the taking away of our voting rights.
Got your heads bumped. That's what you pissed
A
off
stretch
about.
of Las Vegas Boulevard was blocked off to make way for a scheduled march between Bonneville and Bridger, giving the large crowd some extra room they don't typically get on sidewalks.
It hasn't been shut down before. So it's getting bigger and bigger, and more people are coming out. We're being heard more.
But that was not the only major difference. Protesters tell me they feel a shift in the energy against the current administration now that more people are feeling some economic strain.
Grocery prices too. Those were supposed to go down. But you can't believe a word he says. Everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie.
Supporters of the president also making their voices heard.
Because he's trying to save what America is. And if
lady, you got your head bumped, go back to your
people that
chair,
support
you
him
busy
don't
dang shit.
accomplish that, then it is a slippery slope.
Make me sick. I was a veteran, you
veteran.
Yeah, well, you don't show it.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
Some arguments broke out between Trump supporters and protesters, and arrests were made, 7 in total, according to Metro Police, for allegedly throwing rocks, battery against protesters, refusing to move banned items, and 4 counts of pedestrians in the roadway. The organization that plans these No Kings protests estimate more than 8 million people came out to around 3,300 events today across the country. Sasha.
Aaron, thank you so much. Now, the last No Kings protest held in downtown Las Vegas was October of last year. 2,000 people showed up for that. 1 person was arrested.
For the latest on this and other stories, visit 8newsnow.com and tune into our live newscasts on Channel 8 every.
And like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Exactly.
That bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse.
Yes.
So so majority of people attended the No Kings protest in Denver. Would you say about half of them were Trump supporters? I'm just curious.
Half?
Or former Trump supporters?
Maybe half, yeah.
Yeah, because you said that Denver's is a liberal city. Because I'm thinking like, why would those
soldiers like Berkeley up there, and if I'm correct on that, Jesse, Boulder, Colorado reminds me straight of Berkeley.
Yeah, it is like that. Except it's higher elevation, but it is like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the No Kings protest, I think what these protesters want is they want to go back to normalcy. They don't want to fight for bold and systemic changes for FDAs.
Is that why that white woman said, can we go back to the normal brutality?
Right,
Yeah,
I remember.
Normal brutality.
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, these protesters, they want to go back to the Clinton, Reagan, Bush Sr., Obama eras.
Fuck Reagan. No, Michael, fuck Reagan. Now, Clinton, he wasn't too bad a president, but Clinton was a very, very popular president, right?
Right.
Okay, but Ronald Reagan, that motherfucker was the conservative of conservatism. Fuck Ronald Reagan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
Clinton was a very popular president, like, I don't give a fuck about him and Monica Lewinsky and all that shit. That was a case, man, was a waste of the resources for impeachment, because that was a case that belonged in family court or divorce court, not in the impeachment trial. And who was that bastard that made a name for himself? He looked similar to that Captain Binghamton motherfucker, Jesse, up there in the Congress.
Jesse Jackson Jr.
No. This is a white cat. What was this asshole's name? Wait a minute. I think Kenneth Starr was his name, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Kenneth Starr. Yep, Kenneth Starr.
Yeah. And they couldn't get the impeachment against Clinton because basically that case does not belong, in an impeachment trial. If anything, that was a case that belonged in family court. That was a case of adultery. That's between a man and his wife. You see what I'm saying? So that's like divorce court. You know what I mean?
Right.
But they wasted the resources on that. Okay. Now I'm going back to memory, gentlemen, so I might be a little bit off. Okay.
Okay.
I do remember when they had the Million Man March in 1995, and I saw some NOI brothers selling the newspaper, Michael, out there in Pasadena. And yeah, you're right about that, Cool Keezy. That 94 crime bill was bullshit. Yeah, it was. Okay. And so, I saw the NOI brothers, and they out there with the newspapers, man, the Million Man March, the Million Man March. I says, man, I don't think y'all going to get it. But they surpassed the million. You see, so I had to give them their props. You know what I'm saying? I said, hey, man, you're not so much being a doubting Thomas, man, but I see he had aimed for, the high, he went high targeted and he got at least 80% there because they try to lie and say he didn't get $1 million. They're trying to say he got 750,000. And what was happening too, Jesse, a lot of brothers and sisters in Washington, D.C. were opening up their homes and rooming houses and hotels for people coming across the country. A lot of people had sat down and ate, just like in the movie Soul Food. Now, see, that's another thing in the Black community too, Michael, is that when it's something like that, Black folk will open up their homes to other Black folk. You see what I'm saying? For something of significance like that. You see what I'm saying? And then particularly, and it's particularly a Southern tradition. And the way I figured how it came, Brother Che, when Umar was in good standing with us, he was talking about how the Black church was the meeting grounds of strategic political planning, Underground Railroad planning, saving the babies, the unwed mothers, stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? And that 94 crime bill, Cool Keezy, yeah, you're right, because that put a whole lot of Black folks under that 3-strike shit, man, in jail in California. And that's why I'm so down on Kamala Harris, because I know people that got caught up in that shit. I damn near got caught up in that shit.
Yep, should be down biting too. The hell with biting.
Yeah, because Biden backed every motherfucking mass incarceration bill in the U.S. Senate, man, since, what's that, 1972? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move on to the next topic. And that is the Ghana UN resolutions debate. Reparations debate. Right.
Well, I ain't got no sympathy for it, like I was telling crew about it, is because you motherfuckers sat up there and allow yourselves to get your goddamn heads bumped. You see what I'm saying? And what was that there? Tariq was saying is that they was getting our people to Goree Island, okay? And he was saying is that they gave them permission to be there and that they invited them there, right? And this is why I'm putting it together, this data for Jesse, Michael, is because for them to capture those amount of people at that time, and keep in mind, man, you didn't have motorboats, man, it was all by sailboats, you see. So if they all did them by sailboats, man, and had that amount to come, man, that's a whole lot of other motherfuckers, man, that you had to bring up there that didn't make it, because I'm quite sure under those circumstances, figuring, okay, well, look, we got room for 100. Let's see if we can get 150 in here, because we're going to lose so many. And from what I understand, the damn sharks would follow slave ships, man, from the coast of West Africa all the way there into the motherfucking Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, because they knew the eating was good. You see what I mean? The ones who would they'll throw over that would die, okay, under those conditions. Then you had a lot of them that committed what Newton would call revolutionary suicide. Well, I know this trip ain't going to end right for me, so fuck it. I'll die here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. So get to this. So Lisa going to give us an update on this Ghana UN reparations debate.
And Ghana's going to try to usurp it.
Yep. Who's doing all that typing?
Oh, sorry.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to get some reaction from people that saw Ghana, in their hearing at the UN, and everybody is not buying it, including some Africans. Look, we know when the AU came up with that 6th regent, they were trying to steal our reparations. And when you look at what Ghana's doing, it's really the same thing. They're trying to make reparations global, and they should be the ones compensated. No. The problem with that is, how can people, and slavery still goes on in Ghana. by the way, y'all. They still selling their people into slavery. All you got to do is look this stuff up. It never stopped happening.
And
Many
finally to
the
the
African
Europeans
nations that
back
sold their people, they still do it to this very day. Their people are still being sold.
and then but you got some
And
damn European
the
brokers
nerve.
behind the scenes, and I'm
Don't they
sure of that.
glory castle right there in Ghana?
For the European, they're doing it. Right.
And they have been given
Well,
tours
what was happening
year in and
before
year
the
out
European got there, brother
through that
Che?
slave
That's how
dungeon
they were incorporating their
every
nations, like the same
year.
principle what King Shaka did in Southern Africa
And so
with the
right
Zulu
there,
nation.
they've already made probably millions upon millions of dollars of people touring through there every single
I
year.
can't hear you, Che. Fade it out. Say that again, please.
So they've been making profit.
They weren't doing that all over the continent. It was certain parts of the continent that were doing that.
Yeah, getting them to the
For
coast.
a very
for the
long
ship.
time off
But
of
it's
slavery.
another in-depth study I got to make that I'm
You
gonna
know, that
do
is
on.
one thing I never wanted to do, y'all. I don't want to go through no slave dungeon. I wouldn't even care if there was one here in the US. I still wouldn't go through it. I don't want to go through anything like that. I hear some people say, oh, I want to go. I don't. I don't want to go. I don't want to be in a slave dungeon. I don't want to be there. But there are some people that see it as history and they want to go. But I have to tell y'all, even at a young age, when I heard about it, and I would see like, you know, clips of people going through there and crying and everything. And I was like, why would I want to be there?
It's called ancestral memory, honey.
Maybe it's me, but I never had no desire to go to a slave dungeon.
Called ancestral.
That is just not in
Yeah,
me.
and I will never go into that motherfucker again.
You're gonna have ancestral memory if you're not gonna set foot in your ancestral homeland.
Yeah, but that's just it though, brother Che. I went through the South where my ancestors slaved at, man, and brother, it was what's the word for it?
So you did that. Okay, so you didn't want to do that, but you want to go into a slave dungeon.
Okay, the reason being is because I could feel the spirits being brutalized, the savagery of the cave dweller and the Nabisco. You see what I'm saying? It's because
here though. You can really experience that here. Why you gotta go to Kibalon to experience what you can experience right here?
Okay, well, brother Che, it would be kind of like how should I say? When I was looking over, because when I went to Daytona Beach, man, I never made it to the goddamn Atlantic Ocean, man, because I had wanted to look at the angle that I saw on the map, you know, going toward Africa where the hurricanes come from. I didn't get it there, but if I ever go to Gory Island, I would ask questions, and the first goddamn question I would ask them motherfuckers over there, I'm gonna say, man, why did you all let that stinking, unclean savage even land on the goddamn continent? Why?
Because they already had trade established with them. That's why.
No, Che. I'm talking about pre-trading with them. I mean, the point is, why even have the pre-trade? When you saw that nasty, stinking, unbathed, unclean Nabisco, man, you should have killed the motherfucker. It was a disease.
It was a business transaction.
Okay, but that's it though, brother Che. Now here we go again, man. We're gonna have to go in a damn Judge Mathis court with this shit, man. Or who's the other lady judge, man? That not Judge Judy, but the ones that deal with the business.
Hatchet.
Yeah. I'll take a case before Judge Hatchet. Yeah. But what it is though is because you remember me saying when it comes to business transactions, you have fraud in the inception, you have fraud in the inducement. Fraud in the inducement, man, is when I come up to you and said, hey, man, I got these hook ass watches right here, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm inducing you with bullshit, right? Now, fraud in the inception is that we're going to go sit up here and do a so-called legitimate business transaction. But in the middle of it, man, is where the fuckery comes in at. That's all the point that I was making, brother Che, because it's chess. It's not checkers. You see what I mean?
These Muslims
That's
were
gonna,
actually complicit with the shit.
yeah,
So
and they got captured too.
head bumped and they got capped. They still got slavery going on.
Yeah, and you could best believe, man, is that underneath somewhere there's some goddamn euros cashing in off of that. I'm gonna say Spaniards, French, and definitely some goddamn Belgians.
Well, they supposedly are independent, Shabaka. So how
Supposedly,
do with
okay,
that?
but brother Chase, supposedly independent. You see what I'm saying? Just like the cat who they brought out here, the Nigerian billionaire man to the Super Bowl. You know, he leaves Lagos, lands at JFK. Now, why is he taking a plane from JFK?
That was here. That wasn't there. That was here.
No, but what I'm just saying is, brother Chase, I'm
Over
just
there.
talking about.
Over there, there's still slave. They still have slaves. They're still
But who are the Europeans pulling the strings on this shit?
They were doing it before the Europeans came in the picture.
But brother Che, like King Shaka built the Zulu Empire, and I think Her Majesty.
You keep bringing up King Shaka. I'm talking about South Africa. I'm not talking about Southern Africa. I'm talking about where this Gold Coast and the Slave Coast are. They're still they still have slavery going on over there. Before the European got there, they was having slavery over there.
Okay, I bet you if you check some Swiss bank accounts, man, you're gonna find some euros, man, who is capitalizing greatly off of it.
The euro isn't the only one that was capitalized off of that shit.
Then who else was it?
The African chiefs.
Okay, and they got thrown into the coffles too. That's what Lerone Bennett was saying.
Thrown into the coffers.
No, the coffles.
The coppels, Shabaka, they didn't get thrown in the coppels. If that was the case, they still have slavery over there right now.
Okay, but what it is though, brother Che, is what I'm saying is that these goddamn tethers
doesn't make logical sense, Shabaka.
Okay, but hold on though, brother Che, brutalization doesn't make logical sense, but it still happens.
Shabaka,
my point is
that and who's the one that's getting brutalized? It's the same.
Okay. Okay, what I'm saying is though, see, it's like okay, all right, let's look at France.
I'll catch you later, Jesse. Good night.
Thank you for joining.
Okay, Mike. Okay, all right, but let's look at France when they was using a Sahara Desert to do their nuclear testing, right? Okay, the French Foreign Legion and all that old type of shit.
We're not talking about the European, though. We're talking about the African kings.
And I'm talking. What I'm saying is, brother Che, is they allowed themselves to be deceived into that.
They allowed themselves to be deceived. They didn't allow themselves to be deceived. They were equal participants in the shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but what was their benefit? How did they benefit dealing with the Nabiscos? Tell me that.
They got trinkets, they got guns, they got muskets, they got stuff.
Trinkets. Okay, they got trinkets. They got trinkets. Okay.
To the trinkets, they got money.
Okay. What money? They had all the gold, man. What money? They had the gold.
They had shekels, Shabaka. What are you talking about with money?
They had what?
Oh my God. You got to stay for the next topic because it'll really put all this in perspective. You act like the European brought them money. They already had money over there. They already had currency.
Mm-hmm.
They already had currency before the European came anywhere over there.
Okay.
They had already had trade established before the European got over there for thousands of years.
Right. Now that's where you get off in the Mansa Musa at. Mm-hmm.
This predates Mansa Musa.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of them, man. It's a whole lot of them.
I'm talking about going all the way back to Tariq. Like, that predates Mansa Musa. Like hundreds of years. Like 400 years.
Okay, so now you're talking about predating the Moors and what do they call that shit with them goddamn Catholics, the Crusades?
I'm talking about the actual Moors, Shabaka. Before they were called something else before that. They were called the Etruscans. Just hold tight, Shabaka. We got to get through this clip, and then when I get to the last clip, it will all make sense.
Okay, now Jesse, you know what you're making me do now, man. Now I got to go sit up here and sit at a lunch counter and beg for a cup of coffee. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go on mute while I get the coffee. But I can still hear the telemetry over the loudspeaker. All right, okay. So you getting ready to? Okay, all right. So therefore, you're getting ready to play a clip right now. What's cool says? Okay.
They're not. He said there was no allowing themselves to be deceived. They thought they were getting over on us.
Okay, see, that's what I mean by what they thought. They thought they was getting something else. They thought they was getting something, but in addition, the twist came in is what I'm talking about. The switch up.
Shabaka, if I rob a bank with you, you're the getaway driver, you get caught, I say, or no, hold on. Yeah, you get caught, you say, I didn't have nothing to do with this, but you were the getaway driver. You still drove the getaway car. Are you complicit or not?
Okay, now what did you do? Did you get away with the loot?
If I did get away with the loot.
But that is still but hold on, brother Che. Now wait a minute. Now you got more legal knowledge than me, but that's still to answer your question directly. To quote homie of mine, Mr. Sims, you heard him speak a couple of times. To answer your question directly, that would be complicity. Yes.
Exactly. So that's the point we're making. Like they're complicit with the shit. They didn't get deceived. They thought they was getting over.
Yeah, and that's why. And if they were complicit, just like we were saying about that Accra Ghana shit, then them motherfuckers, man, who was complicit with them nasty, stinking, no good savages, got exactly what the fuck they deserve.
Descendants still live on, Shabaka.
Yeah, with that same bullshit too.
And now they're the presidents of these countries, like Ghana.
Yeah, on puppet strings. Yeah, and they ain't got no juice. But we did appreciate that. Who was that? There was the president in Namibia that she's saying that she was throwing all the dumpsters out of her nation.
Yeah, that's what she said, but we ain't heard nothing else.
Yeah, but is yet to be seen. I agree with you on that. So you saying 6 and 1? I'm just saying half dozen in the other trade. That's all.
But those of you that do, I'm not knocking it. You do what you want to do, but it's just not for me. I don't believe Ghana is entitled to anything or any African nation over there. You know, I know they went through colonialism on their own land, and they were really enslaved on their own land through colonialism. But they need to take up that fight with Europe, because it was people from those European nations that went to Africa and did that. But as far as them fighting and believe they deserve reparations and mentioning the transatlantic slave trade, which they took part in selling people.
Right.
No, I don't believe they should get one dime for that.
Right.
In fact, if the UN was smart, they need to study Ghana's history. Ghana got a horrible history.
Yep.
When it comes down to selling slaves. It was not Ghana back then, but that region, that West Coast, they got a horrible history in selling slaves.
Yep.
For stupid stuff. You know, selling you for a bottle of whiskey and all that stuff. I mean, look, y'all, the bottom line is I'm not for Ghana being our spokesperson when we are more than capable of speaking for ourselves. We don't need anybody on that African continent speaking up for us when it comes down to slavery. For some reason, they seem to be trying to leverage onto slavery and use it when it comes down to concerns of getting money. And African nations, all of you, stop speaking on our behalf.
Right, Lisa.
We are more than aware of our history. We know who the slaves were in our own families. We know what happened on this land. We don't need a living soul from any African nation or African Union speaking on our behalf. Why would we want that from any of you? Why? And not to mention, the whole time we went through that hell during slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, hell, y'all didn't even come through for us during the crack epidemic. We didn't hear from one African nation when those drugs were planted in neighborhoods all across this country where our people resided. Right. We didn't hear from one African nation, none of you. So if you're not going to be there for the bad, don't be there when it's time to collect money. Please leave our affairs alone. You have no business trying to get in the middle of what we got going. Whether we get reparations from this nation or not, we don't need a single African involved either way. Okay? Even what we're going through now, fighting this government for our reparations, how many countries from Africa backed us up and said, yes, you need to give them reparations, U.S. government? None. None. We couldn't name a single country. You don't even step up to the plate for us now. No, we are fine. In fact, y'all come here to get your education. So common sense should tell you we don't need y'all speaking for us on any level at this point. 400 years later, you're a day late and a buck short. Right. When you could have said something all along. All along. And you didn't. You didn't give our people a way out.
Let me bring you back.
You didn't try to throw us any kind of life raft. Oh, look, okay. We'll do this. We'll do that. Come over to this nation. We'll help you. We'll get you out of this sick, that sick system that you're in. You didn't do nothing. When our people were getting lynched, you didn't so much as drop a letter. You didn't do nothing. Right. So that being said, there is zero you can do for us now. I feel deeply offended that you are trying to use us to pad your pockets.
Cool Keezy, they got played now. They want to go back and get out reparations. That's what I'm saying, Cool Keezy.
So y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Yeah, they owe us money. You damn right. Facts only. You ain't never spoke a lie. They owe us. Oh, if anything, you should have been up at the UN asking what is the best way we can send money over to America for slavery. For
just remember that were enslaved. I got $100 million in bank. I need to transfer to your bank account. You remember them bullshit emails?
Yes, Bacc, I remember them. They ruined my bank account.
All right, and you're supporting my channel.
Damn, man.
Share my screen.
Damn, Jesse. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, that was like 7 years ago, but yeah.
Yeah, 2015.
Please give me a 1 if you see my screen.
Something like that, yeah.
Give me a 1 if you see my screen. Thank you.
Sir, that's the kind of shit that make you want to go whoop that motherfucker ass with that bullshit. Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
As an African, born and raised in Africa, I want to set this record straight.
And your pretty black ass Ghana, to go to Hollywood.
You should be ashamed of yourself to go to the UN and try to ask for reparations. Ghana, you're supposed to be compensating the African American. Your country, Ghana, supposed to be compensating the African American. You're supposed to be compensating the African European, the German European, the French. You're supposed to be compensating them because you, Ghana, were also involved in selling your own people.
Right.
And for you to go stay in the United Nations, disrespecting the ancestors of the African American who fought so hard for freedom. When they knew nowhere to go, they fought for freedom. They protest, they spoke, they sang songs of freedom. Many days they were nowhere given unto them. How dare you go to the UN to go and ask for reparation? Are you a Black American? Are you a Black American? Only Black American have the rights to go to the UN and make the case to be compensated. Not you. No African president have the rights because you were involved in studying slavery. And this is some of the reasons why some of the Black Americans no longer want to align with us. These are some of the reasons. Because what you're doing right now, Ghana, is you are only telling the world that you'll be embracing African Americans to come closer to you so you can use them as an advantage to benefit yourself. In fact, if there is any country in Africa that's supposed to talk about reparation for slavery, it should be Liberia. Because Liberia was established by free slaves from the US. Who are you, Ghana, to go and stand in the UN and try to ask for reparation? Explain to me. You were involved in selling people. Your ancestors sold your children, sold other Africans into slavery. The records are there. You're supposed to be compensating. You're supposed to be compensating African American instead of going to stand in the UN and trying to ask for reparation. And I'm glad that the US did not support it. And I'm glad that Israel did not support it. I'm glad. You don't deserve no African leader have any right whatsoever to ask for reparation. These people went through a lot. I may have my own personal disagreement with individuals. But when you look at the history of the Black American, not only in America, if you look at the history of the Blacks in France, in Germany, in Europe, in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy.
Bang, bang, wham. She's blazing and dazing and leaning and sheening.
Those in Jamaica, other places, they have the right to stand up and demand for reparation. No African leader has that right. And I honestly believe you have disrespected the ancestor of the African American. But most of the African American will not see it from that way. They won't. That's why I keep saying slavery have ended. That is your home, Black America. America is your home. Stand up for your country. It's important for you to recognize where your ancestors came from. Good. But this is now your home. This generation here is your home. You don't have any other place. Here is your home. Stand up for what's right for you here. I'm an African, but I feel very, very hurt that a Ghanaian president ought to stand before the UN to ask for reparation. Reparation for what? Explain to me. Explain. Gave you money for what? Gave you money for what? Get African leaders money for what? Why should they give you money for reparation? For what? Are you part of the people in the slave countries? In fact, we Africans, we have benefited a lot of opportunity through
the history of the Zulu Empire on that.
Is this how we want to pay them? Is this how we want to pay the African Americans? Honestly, I'm not talking about where when we are having disagreement, they cost you back. Those one are just citizen to citizen insulting each other on social media. But taking it to this level, you disrespecting their ancestors. Shame on you, Ghana. Shame on every president in Africa that is joining this nonsense and asking for reparation.
That was the Portuguese crew.
Shame on every one of you. Shame. And I'm disgusted.
The claim of the Ghana president here in the U.S. for reparations is inept and false. Ghana gained its independence from British colonial powers on March 6, 1957.
Yeah, I think she is.
They cannot at all confirm that anybody of the small remnant of slaves that were brought from Africa to America belonged to their people. They are doing this because these are greedy, hungry siphoners who want to take from the Black American community, and they think we're going to sit by idly and allow it to happen. Absolutely not. There is no plausible way for any African country to assert that our people came from them, because they were separated by tribalism before colonialism. So they don't know whose tribe these people came from. And these individuals are well aware of it. And they believe themselves that we can't receive anything without their help. We don't want your help, and we didn't ask for it. Stop playing yourself.
So this guy decided to tag me in a post. I'm going to go ahead and tag him here. But sir, y'all are way behind us. What year is this? This is 2026. Wookie butt.
Right.
Okay. Black Americans have been to the United Nations in the 1990s. Yep. And we've been to the United Nations in 2016. And we've been to the United Nations in 2020 and 2021. Okay. Like I said, y'all behind. Y'all are way fucking behind us. It is 2026 now. So let me show you the resolutions of what happened. This is why we keep saying this stuff is redundant, because y'all late. We know y'all new to society and new to the world and shit. But let me go ahead and show you the ground we've already covered. This is in 2016. UN group says U.S. owes reparations to African Americans. Okay. The United States owes African Americans reparations for its history of racial terrorism, according to a new report from a United Nations working group based in Geneva. And now here is the working report. Okay. And the reason why I'm harping on this and showing this to you is because we don't need a resolution. We need you to enforce the shit we already had. But the reason why Ghana got involved and the AU got involved is because y'all don't want to enforce what we already had. Y'all wanted to create a new thing so that Ghana and the AU could divert reparations away from us and towards African countries. Like, let's tell the truth. But anywho, report of the working group of experts on people of African descent on its mission to the United States of America. As you can see, the date there at the top is August 14, 2016. It says recommendations. The working group reiterates the recommendation that it made after its visit to the United States of America in 2010 to establish a National Human Rights Commission in accordance with the principles relating to the states of national institutions for the promotion and protection of human rights, Paris Principles. The government should establish within this body a specific division to monitor the human rights of African Americans. In addition to the above, the working group urges the government of the United States of America to consider the ratification of the core international human rights treaties in which the United States is still not a party, with a view to removing any gaps in the protection and full enjoyment of rights therein. It also encourages the United States to ratify regional human rights treaties and to review the reservations related to the treaties that it has signed or ratified. There's a treaty that they signed that I got to show y'all where, again, in that treaty, they also were told to give Black American reparations. I'm going to have to do a part 2 video to show y'all where this happened at. Federal and state laws should be adopted that incorporate the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and other international human rights treaties, as well as regional treaties. To this end, an interagency body should be created, composed of high-level officials from the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary at both the federal and state levels. So that's in our entire government, who will take steps to give effect to the decisions, resolutions, views, observations, and recommendations of United Nations human rights bodies, such as the Human Rights Council, the treaty bodies, and special procedures, and of regional human rights bodies. There is a profound need to acknowledge that the transatlantic trade and Africans' enslavement, colonization, and colonialism were a crime against humanity and are among the major sources and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, Afrophobia, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Past injustices and crimes against African Americans need to be addressed with reparatory justice. Monuments, memorials, and markers should be erected to facilitate public dialogue. Education must be accompanied by the acts of reconciliation to overcome acts of racial bigotry and legacies of racial injustice. Federal and state legislation should be passed recognizing the negative impact of enslavement and racial injustice. Okay, I might be able to fit it in here. Let's go to the next one. So this was 2022. UN committee report presses U.S. on slavery reparations for first time, spotlights environmental racism in Cancer Alley. Black community leaders from Louisiana who addressed committee earlier this month hailed recommendations. This was August 30th. For the first time, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, is calling on the U.S. government to begin the process of providing reparations to descendants of enslaved people. In December 2024, during its 114th session, the Committee of the Elimination of Racial Discrimination engaged in a discussion to develop a general recommendation on reparations for the historical injustices caused by the chattel enslavement of Africans and the subsequent harms inflicted upon people of African descent. And this was February 14, 2025. We also were in the UN about a conversation about reparations. So again, like I said, what's really going on is that y'all are over there on that fucking continent trying to usurp shit that we have already had in motion for literally 20 years now.
Yep. Let's talk about tethered Ghanaian President Mahama coming to the United Nations, trying to speak on the behalf of Black Americans, Indigenous American Indians in the United States of America, trying to steal our reparations. No, listen, short and sweet, he failed, and I'm going to tell you why he failed, okay? Listen, it's not going to work out the way they believe it's going to work out. All that happened was the world recognized the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. Okay. Now, what they're not telling you is that reparations is by lineage. Recently in the past, this whole return to Africa thing, a lot of people around the world who are supposedly African descent was going to Africa and getting citizenship based off an ethnicity DNA test. There are a lot of loopholes that's going on in Africa, a lot of criminal activity, first of all. An ethnicity DNA test is not an official way to prove your lineage. You only do that with a kinship test in genealogy. Any biologist, scientist will tell you that, okay? So anyhow, they're trying to get people to go to Africa and get citizenship based on an ethnicity DNA test. That's wow, that's unlawful. That could never happen in the United States of America. Reparations is claimed by lineage. You have to prove you specifically endured slavery, your ancestors, right? And there's different forms of reparations. But if you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, you can't prove it by an ethnicity DNA test. I'm sorry, because that's fake. You have to prove it by lineage. Now, this president, this tethered president, must think that Black Americans are dumb. A lot of the powers that Americans are dumb. We did not give you consent to talk on our behalf. You think we don't know how reparations work? By the way, I'm Ken Ottaway, the 5th great grandson of Nat Turner, one of the greatest American freedom fighters of all time. On my channel, we talk about journalism, psychology, communication, media, and public relations. Oftentimes, through these channels, through these mediums, our narratives are being changed, but we're correcting the action. These are also my areas of expertise that I went to college for. Now,
I think he's related to old boy we used to be on the other platform with.
Oh, who that?
He was related to Nat Turner too.
Oh, it was Umar Johnson who was claiming he was related to Nat Turner. No, he claimed to be related to Freddie D.
He claimed to be related to Frederick Douglass. No, the other platform that we were on. Okay. The dude that run that. He's related to Nat Turner.
Okay.
Mother in the past have done many things when it comes to reparations. So I'm not going to allow these Africans and these tethers and these people around the world who are not Black American, American Indian. I'm not going to allow any Black Americans or the African Americans in power to play this game like we don't know how reparations work. You have to prove your lineage. Africans sold Africans into slavery. So the very thing that this Ghanaian tethered president is crying about, he should be addressing the other African leaders that sold other Africans into slavery. Africa was never united. That's why you sold people that look like you into slavery, for those of you who say that you're African descent. And not all Black Americans came from Africa. So that's another thing that's going to be a huge issue speaking on our behalf. And it's not going to work. You understand what I'm saying? Now I want you to take a look. Take a look at this right here. And I'm going to break down what's going on, what has happened and what is not happening. And later on in another video, we're going to further discuss reparations, what it is and what it is not, who is entitled and who is not entitled, who can speak for Black Americans, Indigenous American Indians, and who cannot speak for Black Americans, Indigenous American Indians. Take a look at this. Okay, let's talk about Ghana's president, Mahama. Tethered president failed. Symbolism only. United Nations shenanigans will not work out in their favor. No money approved. No reparations.
By yourself, like
so people already did that. Who do you think started all the national parks out that way? The Buffalo Soldiers. That had already been done, Shabaka.
But that's just it though. But Brother Che, the Buffalo Soldiers was not in those supreme command positions.
But they still traverse the land that you keep telling people to go to.
Go out there and see it, man. And the air is spectacular out there too, Brother Che. It's beautiful. It really is.
Created. No legal obligation on any country. No specific beneficiaries defined. Symbolic recognition pushed forward. Global conversation elevated. Political pressure campaign expanded. Coalition building for future negotiations. That's it. That's all.
Now, I do have one question about the reparations thing. Is Ghana trying to say that they're going to take our reparations? Because I really hope that's not what they think that they're going to try to do, because Black America is not on that. I do think it's so funny how y'all claim us as one of y'all when it's time to vote for reparations and take reparations. So where's the reparations going? To the descendants, right? Somebody tell me in the comments.
So when in the hell did Ghana insert themselves in the fight for Black Americans trying to get reparations? Did I miss something here? So Ghana is leading a global UN-backed campaign demanding apologies, reparations, and the return of looted artifacts for the transatlantic slave trade. I know you lying. Ghana, did you get the memo? So the United States has historically been the largest donor to the United Nations. However, during his second term, President Trump has reduced U.S. funding, withdrawn from major agencies, and scaled back the country's involvement in UN initiatives. The UN is broke. They are broke. And on top of that, the UN received about 31% of its funding from the United States. You going to the UN trying to get reparations is laughable. And y'all already tried to do that. Y'all tried to come to America and tried to do that. And basically the country was like, America was like, all right, hell no, you can kiss our ass. So now you're trying to circle back to the UN. If y'all don't sit y'all goofy asses down, you literally look like what we've been saying for the longest, that you guys are scammers. Scammers. And on top of that, Ghana wasn't even called Ghana back in the day. They were actually called Ghana was called the Gold Coast, or the British Gold Coast. So this whole thing where Ghana's coming out saying that you want reparations, bro, are you serious? Understand this well. We know it's a scam. We know you're trying to scam. We know you're trying to get you a money grab. We get that. And prior to Ghana being called Ghana, it was called the Gold Coast or the British Gold Coast. And you guys are even new to the name Ghana. So I could see if the Gold Coast, or even before that, came and said something, you still wouldn't get nothing. But come on, man, stop posing. Sit your ass down. We don't need your help.
Hey, Brother Che. Earth calling Che.
Yeah, I'm here, Shabaki.
You know what the beautiful thing about this show? There was a time when all of our people weren't even willing to speak out about reparations.
No,
but now we're all on board. Yeah, you still got some of the coons on the right. We don't care about them. I don't consider them our people anyway.
Bianca got it.
But yeah,
she might.
But the ones that know better and know something is due, we're really together on this thing. And we know what's going to happen. We know what's prophesized. We're going to get our inheritance and everything. These Gentiles are not going to have a choice but to give it up.
See it, I won't.
All right, they're not going to have they're not going to be able to say no. See, they are all full of pride, saying no now, but that's going to all change.
And if you triple your money,
I don't know, but I just got this feeling by the time we get to the end of 2026, this is going to be a very different nation. This is going to be a different nation. You know, what we're looking at now, because America is literally being destroyed in front of the entire globe. Everybody is watching America get annihilated. You know, but it's so funny how Donald Trump loves getting up talking about they're obliterating Iran, and Iran is getting up every damn day, just taking them all out. So it's interesting, but y'all don't be surprised if there's more Hamite nations rising up to try to get our reparations. Yes, they are coming. They are desperate. You know, remember, Donald Trump cut Africa off from getting aid.
Yep.
They don't get aid anymore from the U.S. They got completely cut off. And they are desperate now. So they figure, oh, well, you know, if reparations are given, we'll just say we should get reparations too. It should all come to us so we can build Africa.
No.
And remember what the AU was trying to say? They were going to make us the sixth region, get our reparations, have us come over to Africa and help them build Africa. First of all, it is not our responsibility to build Africa. That is downright laughable. None of you Africans standing on this soil right now help build America. None of you. But you all came over here for opportunities, but you did not build the nation. You didn't build it. But how dare you think that's all we want to do is build nations? Like we can't do nothing else but build nations, you know? And I still say, y'all got over 1 billion people on that continent. And you mean to tell me over 1 billion people and y'all can't come together and build up the nation? Y'all are sorry.
Honey.
Y'all are sorry over there.
Yeah, they let them goddamn Chinese come in there with that bullshit.
But it
about
just goes
10
to
years
show y'all
ago.
something. Hamites,
10 years.
Cushites,
10 years, yeah.
none of them are builders. They are not builders. That nation, when you see all them dirt roads and no signs and no traffic light, it probably looked like that, y'all, for centuries. That place has not, probably haven't changed for centuries. And that is not our responsibility. I was not born or raised in Africa.
Right.
So why would I want to go build it?
Right.
Why?
Well, Lisa, honey, I don't give a damn about no goddamn filthy ass.
If you need to do those things, there are many ways to do it, but don't include us.
Yeah, but
don't include us. What do we look like going from place to place building nations? Who said we wanted to do that? Did you even ask us? Did you even say, let me meet with y'all?
I'm talking about, say, these people who've been coming up on my wall talking about that we're all the same and all that. Man, get your ass the fuck up off my wall, Nabisco. Come sit with me, man, in 3 months out here in 115-degree heat.
This is what we can offer you if you help us build Africa. No, nothing. You should just hoard all our money and we come over there and get into slavery all over again, building a nation.
You know, we already been there, done all that.
And how come Ghana didn't talk to us before going to the UN? No, because you're trying to scam the money. That's why you didn't come to us. Anything pertaining to the enslavement of people, especially here in America, you have no right to speak on anywhere.
And
y'all have no right to speak on it.
You got to exclude too, Lisa, honey, with your
colonialism that happened over there in Africa. Yeah, you can speak all day long about that. But what happened to us?
Okay, cool. What's that whole?
Whatever we get, that's ours. You get nothing from that.
I will try to visit.
So,
but
y'all are really, and I do agree, y'all really living up to your reputation of just trying to scam people all the time. And this is definitely a scam.
Right, because I've cussed out about 12.
It really is. See, they failed at that 6th region. Donald Trump finally came forward and said Africa didn't deserve any reparations from the United States. See, Donald Trump came up and said that. And that's
St.
when
Louis is in
that sick
Illinois.
regent talk.
I've been through it once at night.
That's the only reason why you don't hear it anymore.
Yeah.
Donald Trump finally stepped up and said something to Africa. He said, "You are not entitled to no reparations from America." And that all disappeared, right? So I guess now they're pushing Ghana to the forefront to try to see what they can get to retain. If any reparation money is given, it goes to Ghana. So I guess they're going to keep trying, y'all, until somebody says to them, yes, you know what?
Motherfuckers from Ghana is gonna want to go to Hollywood to go up there, man, to
Ghana ain't gonna give squat
that
to what they
Playboy
gonna
man.
keep every dime. They gonna keep every dime.
Yeah.
All right.
Just like Nollywood, that they try to push that shit on us here too, brother Chase from
Thank
Nigeria.
you for the super chat, Alcha. Supporting. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. Tracy Jones, thank you for the super sticker and your support. And Jesse Paris, 5280, thank you for the 1 month membership. Ghana owes FBA reparations as well. They need to sue their colonizers and stay out of our reparations claim. You ain't never lie. Thank you so much for your support and your membership.
Well, ask her to answer my email if you would please.
Next time she go live.
Okay, to Faya 5296. Thank you for your super chat. Finally, someone with common sense. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. And G. Bowman Jr., thank you for your 24-month membership. Not just Africa cut off from funding, but also France, Germany, Ireland, Scotland, England, and the entire UK. All of them are financially in trouble. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, especially France. France is almost completely collapsed. And it just proves that, Africa was upholding France. France was not making it on their own. So, yeah. So it is what it is.
That's why
those nations, just like the US, are going to have to work out their problems. It was only a few days ago we heard about the US being broke.
All them states you've been to was part of the Louisiana Purchase.
Okay, that's Illinois. Let me see. Shit. Louisiana, Illinois, wait a minute, and there's that other motherfucker between the two. Oh, Missouri. Yeah, Missouri. St. Louis, yeah.
Iowa.
Yep.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, it was called Wisconsin, yeah. And I think parts of Michigan, Minnesota too, yeah.
Oh, not Michigan, Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota, yeah.
Insolvent, no money, got more debt.
And the Dakotas.
Okay, let me see. I haven't been through the Dakotas.
Than money that can cover the debt. So, yeah, all of them are doing bad now. But y'all go back to prophecy. Go back to prophecy. A lot of these Western nations ran by Edomites. They're scammers too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was speaking with a homie of mine
about a lot of their wealth came from slavery and also, just doing a lot of things, especially for our people.
Yeah, I know who
they did more than just enslave us. They burnt down our towns, stole our businesses, stole our home, our livestock, bank accounts, and a lot of these people that got businesses that's been in their families for hundreds of years, that's stolen. They stole businesses from our people and took them over when they would go raid towns, and they would take over those businesses and run them. They didn't legitimately start those businesses and their families, and so because you got your money in such underhanded ways, now in these last days, you're all collapsing. Everybody is struggling in countries that had money and was booming at one time. Y'all don't have money now.
Yeah.
I don't have no money.
Yeah.
America got $6 trillion and over 49 trillion in debt.
Damn.
So America's broke.
Yeah, it is. That's why they want you to do all this digital shit.
Not like
Just download our app. Just download our app. Fuck you and them apps.
You didn't. You got your money in all kinds of underhanded ways. So I guess you thought the gravy train was just not going to run out for the Western world. Well, it's running out.
Florida, check.
It's running out, and it's running out bad.
Florida, right?
And even Canada. You go out on TikTok, there are so many Canadians out there saying they can't find work. They can't find work. They're struggling bad up there too, economically.
Fuck TikTok. They want your driver's license and your social security.
Yeah, so all of you are going to collapse. All of you don't have the money that you used to have, and your citizens are all suffering. Everybody is suffering under Edomite rule.
Yeah.
Every nation that these people rule in, those nations are now suffering.
Yeah.
Every last one. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude on this one.
Okay, thank you.
I do have another.
Come back to her tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Later on today. So this is the last video. It's the one I want to play for you, Sabaka. So I'm glad you're here. It's called The Complete History of the Moors. Fair use.
Right.
Appreciate
How long is it, Brother Che?
It's an hour.
No shit, I can't stay up no hour, man. Let's try it 30 minutes, man, and just mark the what we cut off at and do a part 2 on it if we can.
Yeah, Sabaka's here. Crew's here. Still people tune in. This will definitely be the last topic.
Who's gonna watch it, Ted?
Me.
Yeah, real stupid.
Yes, I am. I'm good.
You know, one of the things that's interesting, particularly with the information that's been coming out recently, is the fact that there are historians, anthropologists, and archaeologists that are saying that the interpretations of the ancient world cannot really be defined because there's a lack of continuity as it relates to the peoples and the places, the events, and the things that have taken place. And the reason why that is, and it's quite simply because these different scholars do not want to get into the reality that, as Dr. John Henry Clark often taught us, the missing pages of world history is African history. And so it becomes important that if you want a true interpretation of the culture, of the people and the places, there is no way that you can leave Africa out. But because of the sociological conditions of always attempting to make it seem as if African peoples are inferior, primitive, that they have not
that on Hollywood, Doc.
Anything to civilization, because they lack that ability or desire to,
like Tarzan.
We never get the proper cultural interpretations. And so the work that we're doing is meant to look at the world before the European began to write the history books. And to truly understand the Moors, you have to go before the people that we call the Moors.
Also, check out the University of Sankara. My name's sake.
We're dealing with episodic history, and we're dealing with holistic history. The episodic history takes episodes, such as the West African kingdoms that people give credit to, the Ghana Empire, the Malinke Empire, the Songhai Empire.
Right.
When you look at Egypt, they go from the first dynasty and on.
Egypt.
And when you're dealing with the Moors, they tend to look at 710 when it was reconnoitered by Tarif, one of the lieutenants of the African general Tariq, that went in to reconnoiter the southern part of Europe, specifically Spain.
Hold on.
And then 7/11, July of 7/11 to be exact, Tariq and his African warriors and some Arab translators crossed over into Spain and began their conquest of this area. This was a preemptive strike.
So if that was a preemptive strike, what intelligence gathering did he have?
All your questions will be answered.
Having assured himself of the necessary command of the sea, Musa sent the Berber Tariq, one of his freedmen, to possess himself of Tangiers and the strong places of the neighbouring districts with a view to crossing over into Spain. Tariq accordingly marched thither and took the strong places and cities of those Berbers. This being done, Tariq wrote to his master, "Musa, I have found here 6 vessels." Musa told him to take them and to sail for Spain. Tariq did so in the year 710 and was joined by Musa himself in the year 711.
Kamene.
The conquest took place at the beginning of the 8th century and was for all ordinary purposes complete. It was carried out almost entirely by Berber troops, whom Musa continued to convert, to organize, and to draft into Spain. Tangiers, which had always been a Berber stronghold, became for this purpose his military headquarters, and he was enabled perpetually to recruit his conquering armies with fresh troops. Tariq took 12,000 of these converts with him on his first landing. There was a tradition lingering from the Greek occupation of the country that Spain would be conquered only by 2 nations composed of peoples unaccustomed to the luxuries of life, hardened by privation and fatigue. The Arabs and the Andalusians alike translated the prophecy to apply to the Arabs and the Berbers. Shortly after the whole of Spain was reduced, there was a general Arab migration to it, and it was with this Arab migration that the high civilization came. For about 50 years, the Berbers in fitful revolution struggled against the Arabs for the sole possession of a country which they claimed that they and they alone had won. The conflict between the dynasties of the Umayyad and the Abbasid in the east gave opportunities for the disaffected in Spain. But about the middle of the 8th century, when the Abbasids succeeded in overthrowing the dynasty of the Umayyad in the east and possessing themselves of the caliphate, one son of the Umayyad escaped into North Africa and, after many adventures, established himself under the name of Abd al-Rahman, the first upon the throne of his fathers in Spain. He ascended the throne in 757, thus separating the Caliphate of the East from the Caliphate of the West, and brilliantly opened the chapter of cultivated Arab rule in the West. During the first 2 centuries of the rule of the Umayyad, the Arab dominion in Spain reached its highest point. The court of Abd al-Rahman and his successors became the center of all the art, the learning, the refinement, and the elegance of the known world. Commerce brought to the shores of Spain the best productions of every land. Science was honored. Arab travelers penetrated to the furthest limits of the Eastern Hemisphere. All that India and China had to teach was known to them. Medieval Arabian achievements in the higher paths of learning are well known. There is no branch of scientific development among the Western nations upon which the Arabs have not set their mark, either by original research or by the service which they rendered in transmitting to their European posterity the learning accumulated by other generations in other lands. They initiated the Renaissance in Europe by preserving and translating at a much earlier period the great works of the Greeks. They gave a vivifying impulse to all the intellectual life of the West by introducing to it the hoarded knowledge of the East.
Edit that part out, Brother Che, when you do the replay.
In addition to the geometricians, astronomers, geographers, mechanicians, botanists, chemists, physicians, who appear to have collected all that was known in Asia as well as Europe, and who wrote voluminously the works of many of them amounting to 50 and 60 volumes. Every branch of literature was represented. There were histories, essays, poems. There were treatises upon arithmetic, grammar, poetry, rhetoric, canon and civil law, jurisprudence, logic. All the arts to which elaborate architecture and luxurious domestic life gave rise were, of course, highly developed. Painting appears to have been restricted chiefly to decorative work, but we are repeatedly told that the palaces of southern Spain were filled with works of art. It is interesting to note that in the great days of Mohammedan Spain, Arabian women were not confined, as in the East, to harems, but appeared freely in public and took their share in all the intellectual, literary, and even scientific movements of the day. Women held schools in some of the principal towns. There were women poets, historians, and philosophers, as well as women surgeons and doctors. America alone appears to have been unknown to the Arabs, and when we remember that modern Europe had to wait for the journey of Magellan round the world in the opening years of the 16th century to be quite sure of the shape of the globe, we must admit that in the learning of the Arabs of Spain, Negroland had sources of information far purer than any of which England at that time could boast.
Carthage, yeah. You can see before Hannibal at Carthage.
The reason why Africans went in was because of a preemptive strike. And because of this, and because we lack an understanding, we have to go back to the Punic Wars, of which there were 3, that happened before the Common Era. Basically, give or take 300, maybe 200. This is the time of Hannibal Barca, who went to war with the Romans.
Hannibal, yeah.
Hannibal Barca.
Across the Swiss Alps.
The ARCA. This is the Hannibal that we see that's going up into the Alps with elephants and defeating the Romans.
Right.
There are things that we need to understand about the history of this area. Out of Tunis.
And watch.
This is where Carthage, or what we call Carthage, was.
It seems to result from the most careful investigation that the principal commerce of the interior of Africa has always been carried on in 2 directions. That which has been described from Ethiopia through the valley of the Nile, and that of the Sudan from the Niger to the Mediterranean coast. The western end of the road, starting from Carthage, ran in a southeasterly direction through the Fezzan to the site of the present Mosul. After making the junction at that point with the Egyptian road, it turned southwards to the Niger and was the road which has been so often mentioned as the Tripoli-Fezzan road of the present day. Along this road, the Carthaginians traded with the Niger for carbuncles, skins, gold, ivory, and other goods. Thus, we get on unquestionable authority evidence of a well-established connection in very early times between Ethiopia and Egypt by the valley of the Nile, between Egypt and Carthage by a road crossing the desert through Siwa and Augala, and between Carthage and the Niger by the present Tripoli-Fezzan route. If we take Mosul and Thebes as lying almost on the same parallels of latitude outside the Tropic of Cancer, and Gao and Meroe as having also almost parallel positions on the edge of the summer rains, some 8 degrees farther south, we get the 4 corners of an irregular parallelogram, of which 3 sides were in permanent communication with each other.
These were the cousins to the Phoenicians who were in present-day Lebanon, and these were the traders, and these were the merchants. Phoenicia basically comes from the word purple. And as Dr. Ivan van Sertima tells us, purple was the color of royalty. Purple was a color that was looked upon as a very important color. Purple was with the Greek Empire. Purple was with the Senate in the Roman Empire. Purple was a color that was traded for generations and generations because it had an important esoteric value. Purple is the last color as it relates to the rainbow. You go from infrared to ultraviolet. So these Phoenicians, these traders in the color purple, dealt with their cousins who also were traders from Cartadas. And this is why they were wealthy, Africans in Tunis.
The civilization of the Phoenicians, contemporary at least in part with the history of Egypt, dates also from the earliest periods of which civil history has any record. The Phoenicians are believed to have migrated from Eritrea on the coast of the Red Sea about the year 2000 BC to the Mediterranean, where they were first established on a strip of Syria between the chain of Lebanon and the sea, and afterwards took possession of a portion of Greece, of some of the islands of the Mediterranean, and of the principal promontories along the coast of Africa to the Straits of Gibraltar, and as far down the western coast as the mouths of the Senegal. They also colonized Spain and spread up the coast of Western Europe, navigating as far as the Baltic and the English Channel.
That's what she said.
Carthage, of later growth, is believed to have been founded about 853 BC.
Before the Common Era.
Other Phoenician cities on the coast of Africa were of far greater antiquity than Carthage, and Phoenician trade in the Gulf of Salé on the west coast of Morocco was famous for many centuries before the Romans gave to that part of the coast the name of Sinus Emporicus, or Merchant's Bay. Phoenicia, like Syria, was never one state, but from the earliest period down to the Persian monarchy was always divided into a number of separate cities, each with its little territory around it. Allied cities in Phoenicia were very numerous, and it is thought probable that there may have been periods when all the cities of Phoenicia formed one confederation, at the head of which at one time stood Sidon, and at a later period, Tyre.
It's Tyre.
Throughout the colonies of Phoenicia, as well as in the mother country, a common religion formed likewise a bond of union for the cities and strengthened and preserved the connection between them. The chief authority was placed in the hands of kings, who in turn were to some extent controlled by high priests. The revenues of the cities depended in large measure on their trade, and the Phoenicians have lived in history as a commercial people. Through a considerable portion of their history, the Phoenicians appear to have acted as commercial agents for Egypt. As they sailed, it is related that they landed on the coasts, sowing the land and waiting for harvests. Thus, a tradition of them lingers on the west coast as well as on the east, and to them it is in some quarters believed that the legend of the first white men in western Negro land may be traced. Carthage had intercourse across the desert with Negro land, and drew thence its supply of elephants, as well as gold and carbuncles. We may perhaps therefore carry back the date to a period when the Phoenicians dominated Egyptian politics, and the worship of Astarte or Venus Erycina was common in the valley of the Nile. It is interesting also to observe in Egyptian records the constant reference to magicians of the south. The part which magic played in the chronicles of Egypt is of course a matter of common knowledge. The whole north coast of Africa was, we are told, protected by talismans, burning glasses, and other marvels raised on pedestals which were placed at intervals along the shore. Alexandria could not be built till talismans had been erected, which had power to protect it from the monsters of the deep.
So that to understand who the Moors were, you have to step back. You have to go beyond 710, 711 AD. Who were these people that went into Spain? And you would have to understand that the Moors, they were the Etruscans. The Etruscans were Africans that had built the city known as Etruria. Etruria is the country we today call Italy. The Etruscans were on the islands of Sardinia, on the island of Corsica. They were developing civilizations in the Mediterranean basin. There were Africans that were in Spain 1,000 years before the Common Era. We have to see that the language of the Etruscans comes directly out of the Niger-Congo language, which goes from West Africa through Central Africa to Southern Africa. It is the base upon which Kiswahili is based. It is the language upon which most Africans are now in dialogue to. The largest group of Niger-Congo speakers are the Bantu people. I don't care for the word Bantu, but the basic thing is that these are the well-melanated Africans that show evidence of the civilization of linguistical culture comes out of the Niger-Congo language, and this was the language spoken in the Mediterranean basin. When you go over to Turkey, this was an African place. When you go to Greece, it was African.
Fuck Greece.
When you go over into Italy, it was African. And guess what? The capital of the country, Etruria, was called Rume. R-U-M-A. We're talking linguistics now. That is why the capital of Italy today is called what? Rome. It came directly out of this. All of the Roman baths, all of the Roman civilizations, the architecture of Rome came from the Etruscans. These were the individuals that had settled in this area thousands of years ago when there were no other cultural groups in this area. There were no Greeks. There were no Romans. This is what most modern day cultural anthropologists don't want to talk about, because you'd have to give credit to the people who developed these civilizations.
And that's where we wind up cussing out Sarge and Joe Gibbs.
All right, this part I wanted to see.
So that to understand who the Moors were, you then would have to understand the three distinct dynasties of the Moorish Empire from 711 to 1492. The first being the Umayyad Abbasid, the second being the Almoravid, and the third being Almohade. And what's important in terms of understanding these three dynasties and how long they reigned and what they brought to the civilization, you would have to understand not just North Africa, you have to understand West Africa. But to understand what would populate West Africa with civilizations that could bring forward great things, you'd also have to understand what happened in North Africa as it relates to a particular river and what exactly was going on in Africa at a certain time in history.
The Rio de Oro.
Climatological experiences. Go back 5,000 years before the Common Era. You're dealing with what is called the AHP, the African Humid Phase. It is at this time that North Africa is lush. It has trees, it has forests, it has savanna grasslands that's growing fruits and vegetables. It has lively rivers. And it's also important to understand that although we see these rivers today in Africa as being unconnected, the West Africa, the Senegal River, the Niger River, okay? In Central Africa, you have the Congo River. In East Africa, you have the Hapi or the Nile River. When you go down south, you have the Limpopo and the Orange River. What's important to understand is that during this humid phase, this wet phase, all of these rivers were connected. And there was lively trade going on. There is evidence of trading merchant materials that came from West Africa. You got it in South Africa. There are things that are grown in South Africa that you see in East Africa. There are things in Central Africa that you see in North Africa. And so we also have to know that the beginnings of the human family, the Twa and Mbuti people from Central and Southern Africa, began as hunters and gatherers. But then they got on the rivers and they began to fish. This is where they got a lot of their vitamin D. This is where they got a lot of their supplement food. They became fisher people and they became water people, and they traveled across the entire African continent. I know this may be difficult to understand, but when someone tells a perfect lie, the truth is unbelievable. And so that as an African people, Africa was a lively trading group of people. You have ivory, elephant ivory in Italy. How did it get there? You have ivory in America. How did it get there? Ain't no elephants in America. at least not indigenous to America. And so what you have to ask yourself that these cultural anthropologists don't want to get into, because they know that they're going to have to go black. Yeah. They're going to have to understand that this is what Africa contributed to the world. We're not talking superiority or inferiority. That's not the point. The point is, what is the truth that brought civilizations into where they are today, that the Western world is now the recipient of? How did it happen? Starting in the Atlas Mountains in Algeria, coming down and swerving through North Africa and bending over into West Africa to the country that we today call Southern Mauritania, there is evidence of a river. And this river is called the Taman Rasset River. Tamanrasett. I'm a teacher. I got the spell. Taman Rasset River. And this river was a lively trading place between all of these African peoples from West Africa to East Africa to Central Africa to Southern Africa, and all the tributaries and the lakes that branch off from that allowed these traders to go all over the place and travel. And it was during this time, the African humid phase, that the Taman Rasset River acted and brought up a civilization of people that were traders throughout the African continent. However, there was a phenomenon in the northern part of the earth known as the Worm Ice Age. This Worm Ice Age, while bringing frozen times to the northern climate that caught Africans up there, at the same time, it brought heavy rains into North Africa. These heavy rains, as time went on through the African humid phase, began to change into what's called the AAP, which is the African arid phase. And in this dryness, with the heavy rains that had fallen, it ate up all of the richness of the soil. And what was once lush green started the Sahara Desert. The evidence of it is that you can literally see the sands of East Africa off the coast of West Africa in a place called Cap Timiris, Captimiris. You can see these same sands that's in the Sahara in Kamene. You can also see them on the West African, just outside of the coast of what we call Southern Mauritania. Now, when this dryness occurred, the trade that the Africans had been going through was so rich they didn't want to give it up. So what they did is they started to dig underground tunnels where they could continue their travels and their trades from one place to another. But what was interesting is that there came a time after being underground for a long period of time, sometimes without fresh water and fresh food, what they started to do was to dig a tunnel that would come back up on the ground. And what would they create? They would create what we call oases.
Okay.
And these oases is where they would freshen up their animals, freshen up themselves for food, get fresh water, and then they'd go back underground to continue their trade wherever they were going, east, west, south, or however. Wow.
Gao was celebrated in ancient times as a town of magicians, whence the pharaohs on occasion summoned help. Borg and its neighborhood to the south of Gao is to this day celebrated for the pursuit of magic. And the whole coast of West Africa is permeated with a belief in witchcraft and charms.
Yeah, Ceasefire. Gao is next to Timbuktu.
Yeah, but what's in Timbuktu?
The University of Sankore.
The University of who?
Of Sankore.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, please continue.
Doubtless, when Egyptian records speak of the south, they frequently mean Ethiopia and Meroe. But that the name of Ethiopia was extended in some instances to cover the country as far west as the Atlantic is made quite clear by ancient writers. I may mention a fact told me by Ziber Pasha when, during his confinement at Gibraltar in 1886, he related to me the history of the foundation of his ephemeral empire. He was informed that he had to fight against magicians who habitually came out of the earth, fought, and then disappeared. A careful system of scouting disclosed to him the fact that they came from underground, and when, after cutting off their retreat and conquering them, he insisted upon being shown their place of habitation, he found it to be deeply buried in the sand, a wonderful system of temples, far finer, to use the words in which he described it, than modern eyes have seen in the mosques of Cairo and Constantinople. It was, he said, such work of massive stone as was done only by the great races of old. Through this underground city of stone there ran a stream, and by the stream his native antagonists lived in common straw native huts. Were your people then, he asked them, a nation of stonecutters? And they said, oh no, this is not the work of our forefathers, but our forefathers found it here, and we have lived for many generations in these huts.
Who is this Octavius Epstein? Who is this? Yeah. That's who?
That's Octavius.
Okay, I'm sorry, brother.
That's
okay,
Octavius.
Okay, how did he come across us? Or how did we come across him?
He always is here, Shabaki. This is like the 10th time he been here. And then we got Leonard in the building.
We got who in the building? Oh, Leonard De Judah. Hey, Leonard.
Oh, you step into the history of the Moors, Octavius.
Boy, these look like some warlords, riders, or gangster motherfuckers like a motherfucker right here.
The creation of the Sahara Desert was so profound that the Africans realized, I guess it's time for us to get up and find a new place to live. And so those Africans that were on one side of the Tamanrasset River, from the Atlas Mountains, they traveled north. The other Africans who were on the other side of the river, they traveled southwest, following the same sands where Cape Tamaris is. And so what they did, these Africans, they started, give or take 3,000 years before the Common Era, maybe 2,500 years before the Common Era. They had established what was called settlements. Dartichet was one. Darwalata was one. Dartangent was one. Settlements of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And what they did is that they consolidated their settlements into one because they were so expansive, and they started a city, a kingdom that's known as Ouagadougou.
Ouagadougou.
The Berber tribes, dispossessed and driven southwards by the Arabs, made room for themselves at different periods in the Fertile Belt, and in doing so, necessarily fought with and overthrew, or were overthrown by the Blaccs.
Yeah.
This resulted in a very great admixture of blood, and though the black strain would seem generally to have prevailed in point of colour, the characteristics of the races occupying the Fertile Belt were in the course of centuries so modified that in speaking of them, it will perhaps be more accurate to employ the word black than the in many ways misleading term of Negro. The true Negro is hardly to be found amongst these races of the northern inland belt, the cast of face, even when jet black in colour, being frequently European in form, with the high nose, thin lips, and deep-set eyes, characteristic still of the Arab of the Mediterranean coast. In the year 1067, Ghana was still the principal black kingdom of the Western Sudan. The name of its reigning sovereign was Kamene, who ascended the throne in the year 1062 in succession to his maternal uncle, Bacc. It was the custom amongst these blacks for the succession to go always to the son of the king's sister. The Black Kingdom of Ghana, already famous in the 8th century, had risen in prosperity and importance and had spread northwards, conquering amongst other territories the kingdom of Oudergast. In the year 1054, the town of Oudergast, still rich and flourishing, not only acknowledged the rule of Ghana and paid tribute, but was also a place of residence of the Blacc monarch. But in the following year, 1055, the Almoravides, already setting out upon their northward march, made a first example of this town. They took it by assault and sacked and pillaged it, exposing it to every horror of barbaric warfare. And it is especially stated that they treated the population of Oudergast with this extreme rigor because the town had acknowledged the sovereignty of the Black King of Ghana. The town of Ghana, which, after the sack of Oudergast kings, was composed, according to El Bekri, of 2 towns situated in a plain. One town was Mussulman and the other pagan. The king himself was a pagan and lived in the pagan town. The Mussulman town was very large and contained no less than 12 mosques. All these mosques had their imams, their mueddins, and their salaried readers. There were also schools and centers of learning, and according to the author of the Tariq es-Sudan, the town, besides being the meeting place of commercial caravans from all parts of the world, was the resort of the learned, the rich, and the pious of all nations. This account is fully borne out by later writers. El-Idrisi, writing in 1153, describes the king's residence as being a well-built castle, thoroughly fortified, decorated inside with sculptures and pictures, and having glass windows. El Bekri makes no mention of glass, but says that the king's residence in the pagan town consisted of a castle surrounded by native huts. He mentions that the buildings generally were composed of stone and acacia wood. The native town was 6 miles distant from her Mussulman town, but the whole space was covered by suburbs, consisting of stone houses standing in gardens. In the native town, there was one mosque for the use of Mohammedans occupied on duty round the king. The king's principal ministers and advisors were at this time Mohammedans, and he and his heir presumptive wore Mohammedan dress, but the religion of the country was still devoutly pagan, and all other persons of native religion, except the king and his heir, wore robes of cotton, silk, brocade, according to their means. The local religion, evidently different from the paganism now practiced among the lower class tribes upon the coast, had yet certain points of resemblance. The wealth of the country was very great. The soil was fertile and gave generally 2 crops a year. Gold was abundant. The custom, according to El Bekri, was that all nuggets found in the mines of the empire belonged to the sovereign, while the public was allowed to keep the gold dust. Without this precaution, El Bekri gravely states, gold would become so abundant that it would have hardly any value. The nuggets found in the mines of Ghana varied usually in weight from an ounce to a pound. Some were much larger. The king had one which weighed 30 pounds. There was a part of the country called El Ferouin, in which gold was so plentiful and salt so scarce that salt was sold for its weight in gold. It was indeed a fine movement of historic fate which caused the conqueror of Ghana to become the instrument of the foundation of Timbuktu. The prosperity of Timbuktu, says the author of the Tariq es-Sudan, who was himself born in that town in the year 1596, was the ruin of Ghana. Before the great days of Timbuktu, Ghana, he tells us, was the center of the Sudan. After the rise of Timbuktu, all was gradually transferred. Timbuktu drew to itself not only the wealth, but the learning and enlightenment of the civilized world, and became the home of all that was pure, delightful, and illustrious in the Sudan.
Ouagadougou. Ghana is Ouagadougou. Ghana was the name of the king. It wasn't the name of the country. And so you have what we today call Ghana, but Ghana becomes Mali, and Mali becomes Songhai. But the reality is that Ouagadougou and what we call Ghana existed thousands of years ago. Because they want to go to the medieval period and say that's when ancient Ghana started. That's not when ancient Ghana started. Ancient Ghana was in existence thousands of years before that. And so that when you have this West African impact, West African civilizations, you then have people coming from other parts of the world coming in, invading, and then claiming that they wrote the scrolls of Timbuktu. But the scrolls of Timbuktu had been written for thousands of years. They just took claim to the fact that they did it. So we don't, and then cultural interpretations, they don't know what they're reading, so they start talking this nonsense about what they think they're reading, but you need the African people with an African mindset, with an African cultural common sense, that can then interpret these scrolls for what they really mean in terms of their interpretations. And so when we're looking at West Africa, and we're looking at these three kingdoms, the Umayyad, the Abbasid, the Almoravids, and the Almohade, that's why it's important to understand by the time you get to the Almohade, these are the people that are going to do battle with some of the Almoravids, and that is what's going to eventually destroy the Moors. And by January 2nd, 1492, Boabdil is going to be expelled from Granada. And that is when the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon are going to take over. They're going to take over all the castles that the Africans had built. And then they're going to build a process of the development, of the destruction, of the credit to give to African people, which sprinklings of Arabs who had adapted to the African traditions.
Would you like to live in them times, Brother Check?
It was clean, yes.
It's important to understand that Islam was born in the mountains of Ethiopia. And it was brought into Saudi Arabia somewhere in the 600 after the Common Era, AD. And it was Bilal who brought it in and started this structure. It was another Ethiopian by the name of Antara, who was a poet, who gave what we call I call it the Afrabic language. And I call people Afrabs. Because to be an Arab means you are mixed with African. And so the Afrabic language, based in sprinklings of the Amharic language of Ethiopia, other regional languages of Africa and Ethiopia, languages of African descent that already existed in Yemen and existed in Saudi Arabia, which is an African peninsula. Dr. Clark used to always say, to draw a map of Africa and not include Saudi Arabia is like leaving your arm out of a picture of your body. You must include Saudi Arabia. You must include Madagascar as part of the African experience. Because that's the language. The languages spoken in these areas are African. And so when you have Indo-Europeans coming down, these early people of Indo-European background, they mixed with Africans.
Used to be pimping in Morocco.
And then they created mixtures of people that were African and Indo-European. So to look at and to think that the Arab people were very separate from the African people is a misnomer. And it creates...
You're doing too much talking through this video, Sabaki. I think he's talking about Dr. Kaba. He could be talking about Sabir Bey, because Sabir Bey...
It's a problem in our ability to understand the cultural interpretations. Of course, now, the base of the foundations of the educational system, the math, the science, the language, okay, the history of this area is by no doubt African. But there are other people coming in and growing in that culture, growing in that language, bringing their own cultural understandings to what they're grounded in. And so you have this mixture of people. So by the time you have what we call the people going into Spain, and we talk about Arabs, you also have to understand that it is like Nigerians and maybe African Americans coming together to do something, because that's what they look like. They look like a mixture of Africans and Indo-Europeans, just like many African and African diasporian people are a mixture of Europeans and Africans. But they are still African-based because the knowledge base is African.
Well, fuck the Euro.
And so the Moors become important to us to understand who the Moors were, because the Moors were the creators of what we call Western civilization. It was the brilliance of a Spanish king named Alfonso, who interpreted the words of Arabic and had the Arabic language translated into Latin. That is based Spanish, French, Italian, the languages that we call Portuguese, all of those are based on Vulgar Latin. Vulgar then was translated and it became Spanish, it became French. And with that came the knowledge that Alfonso had interpreted from the Arabic language. And then that's what's going to permeate the world. Then they're going to create these Treaty of Tordesillas, late 1400s, 1495, 1522. You're going to have this Pope that is going to give half the world to Portugal and half the world to Spain. And the western part of the world is going to be given to Spain, and the eastern part of the world is going to be given to Portugal. And then the Pope is going to say, I now give, with the dum diversus, I now give you permission to enslave the non-believers. I now give you permission to go into Africa and to enslave the non-believers. But really what he was doing, he was saying, I give you permission to steal the land of the Moors, where the Moors had in Spain. And now I want you to take them out of Spain and bring them to the Caribbean. So that you can take their land by their version of eminent domain. And that's really what's going on here.
Yeah, biggest mistake.
What happens is that they have two different treaties toward the sea. That's why I gave you 2 dates. The second one pushed the line, what's called the line of demarcation, the line that cuts the world in half. They move it more over to the west, which is going to give Portugal, since they got the east, they push it more to the west, which is going to give Portugal. Because remember, Cristobal Colon is married to Portuguese royalty. He is a double agent for the Portuguese. The reason why he's working with the Spaniards is because they got the money, because the great majority of wealth of the Moors was in Spain and not Portugal. So he gets Spain to bankroll, but at the same time, he's giving Portugal information about this new so-called world. Now, we already know that Cristobal Colon knew about the American continent, because we find Cristobal Colon, Christopher Columbus, on the west coast of Africa, 1482, 10 years before 1492, he working with the Portuguese in Cape Verde and West Africa, because that's why so many Cape Verdeans speak Portuguese. And so Cristobal Colon is aware of America, but he wants to get some money so he can come here because he wants to become king of America. But he's double agent for the Portuguese. The Diary of Cristobal Colon. You should really read that, by John Boyd Thatcher. See, because I give you names, I give you books, because I want you to understand. I don't want you to believe me. I just want to make you think. And I want you to understand why people are telling you that they cannot come to the conclusions they need to, because the interpretations cannot be made. Yes, the interpretations can be made, but they're afraid of what the interpretations will reveal if they have to go back to Africa as the origin of all things and all places. John Boyd Thatcher was talking about Cristobal Colon was writing. When he was coming to America, he was passing Africans going back to Africa from America. And when he got here to America, the native indigenous people had a very special spearhead that was made from a very unique combination of silver, gold, and electrum. It was called guanin. And they called it guanin because of the kings of Ghana. They called it guanin because it was unique and it came from Africa. And the Native Americans told them that. And not only that, but when Cristobal Colon came here, he said that he saw people that were as well melanated, if they were more black in America than the Africans they passed going back to Africa. This is all recorded in history, but you got to look for it. But nobody want to look for it because everybody's afraid of what they're going to find if you have to tell the truth of exactly what happened. These were the Moors. There were many Africans on the boats that came to America. They don't tell you that. They leave this out of the history books to help us understand exactly who the Moors were.
That was severe.
And what the Moors did and how they came to this part of the world. And it was the Spaniards who were the first ones to come to this part of the world. And it was here that was embedded the legacy of the African tradition from the Moors, as the other countries of Europe, because England got it very upset.
Yep.
England said, well, who is the Pope to give half the world to Portugal and half the world to Spain? Who were they? Who had the authority to do that? And they said, well, the Pope. The Pope is the most
and that's
important
what pissed
person in the
off
world.
Nzinga.
Well, England said, well, I think we're going to change that. And so what did they do? Martin Luther created the Protestant movement. They were protesting the Pope giving land to the Spanish and the Portuguese. It had nothing to do with all that other stuff about getting married or divorced or whatever that stuff was. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the fact that now the other European countries wanted to get in on Africa, wanted to get in on America. And so they started a Protestant movement that became the Protestant religion. And what England did is they said, the Pope don't have no sway over us no more. We got the Archbishop of Canterbury. He's going to tell us. And that's when the Archbishop of Canterbury said, well, you have every right to go to America. You have every right to enslave Africans. Who is the Pope? I am in charge of this Anglican church. And I'm giving you permission to do what you have to do. So now here's where you start seeing the Spanish and the British and the French and everybody fighting each other over the prosperous of Africa.
Yeah, that was back then.
Over the prosperous of coming to America. You have the French coming in, the Huguenots. You got the British coming in. You've got the Dutch coming in. You got the Dutch East India Company going to South Africa, while the Dutch West Indian Company is coming to America, settling in a place where I come from, but it was called New Amsterdam. The Dutch created New Amsterdam. Why? Because it was a new Amsterdam, Holland. And then British came in and said, well, I think I want some of this. And they had a war. They fought each other for a while, and then they made a deal. And the British owned Suriname, and the Dutch owned New York. And so they said, well, let's stop fighting each other. So what we're going to do is I'll give you the Dutch Suriname, and you give us New Amsterdam. So they made a trade. Then the British came to New Amsterdam, and they said, but we don't want that name Amsterdam, so we're going to change it. And we're going to name it after the Duke of York. And so they called it New York. And they took over Wall Street, all the trading down there and all the other things going on. See, this is the history that's being left out. Some of the important dates to understand in terms of the three dynasties is the Umayyad and Abbasid coming in at 711. This dynasty existed until 1086 AD, or after the Common Era, which basically is 375 years. This first dynasty existed. The next dynasty was the Almoravid.
That's why they do that.
And then the third dynasty, the Almohade. In 719, the Moors invade France, being repelled by Charles Martel, who is the grandfather of Charlemagne. And they retreat back to what we call Al-Andalusia. In 837 AD, the Moors capture Sicily. In 846, the Moors invade Italy. And what they did is they decided that they were going to retreat and move back and create their civilization in Al-Andalus. And what you're basically looking at is the fact that Al-Andalus is going to be, their northern boundary is going to be a diagonal mountain range known as Sierra de Guadarrama, which runs in a northeasterly direction. From Coimbra in Portugal to Zaragoza, from whence the Ebro River may be taken as another approximate boundary. So you have the Ebro River that is going to be basically the eastern boundary of Al-Andalus. And then you're going to have Coimbra in Portugal is going to be the western boundary. And then the coastline is going to be the southern boundary of Al-Andalus. And so the Moors at this time enjoyed the fertile valley of the Tagus, Guadagna, and Guadalquivir. So that north of the Sierra de Guadarrama is cold and wet, non-productive. But on the southern part of the mountains is where everything can grow. And so when you're looking at these different areas, you begin to realize the things that the Moors actually brought into Spain.
Another goddamn place.
For instance, the city of Cordoba.
That car
the Moorish city of Cordoba, which is often regarded as the medieval world's most cosmopolitan and sophisticated city, possessed in the 10th century, the 900s, 1,600 mosques, 900 public baths, 213,077 middle-class homes, 60,300 mansions, and 80,455 shops and businesses. Wealthier homes consisted of 2 floors, a library, a garden, which we're talking about the Carmens, the gardens that they had. It was just part of the life of the people. Everybody had this. It wasn't about the rich and the poor. Everybody had the ability to grow gardens, and they had running water. Cordoba's population was estimated between 500,000 to 1 million people. Now, these figures that I'm giving you was compiled by a 17th century scholar, Maghrib el-Makari. And you can go to the Golden Age of the Moor, page 213, to do that research on what this scholar put together. The Spanish city of Cordoba in the 10th century was very much like a modern day city. Its streets were well paved, and there were raised sidewalks for pedestrians to walk. At night, you could walk for 10 miles by the light of lamps that flanked an uninterrupted extent of buildings. This is what we're looking at as it relates to what Africans brought into Spain. When you look at Moorish agriculture, Europe came to be advanced because of this empire. This science that was brought in to Spain was more immense than those of either Alexander the Great of Greece or Rome at its height. Rice was introduced into Europe by the Moors in the 10th century, cotton by the 9th. A Moorish botanist by the name of Ibn Basal partitioned the land into 10 different classes according to particular characteristics, and taught the farmers ways of increasing their fertility by their plots. Surveys were done to locate sweet water below the earth. Widespread use was made of the waterways, which the Moors had introduced into Spain. The water wheel, introduced into Spain by Africans. The Romans also did this, but they did it very little. The Moors dug channels to irrigate the farmlands and provide water for thousands of houses and mosques and palaces and public baths. They not only increased the fertility of the soil with their new methods and tools and plants and manures, but they also ushered in the sciences of food preservation and storage. They could store wheat for as long as 100 years. Their methods of drying enabled such food as figs, plums, cherries, and apples to remain edible for several years. This is what Africans brought into Europe.
And they should have let them nasty motherfuckers die off.
In Moorish education, the Moors gradually erected on the Greek foundations an intellectual edifice of their own. No field of Greek or African learning, from philosophy to math, medicine, and botany, was neglected. There were Moorish brotherhoods and sisterhoods. Now you know where all of the different fraternities and sororities and Knights of Columbus and all of the different houses
and
came
the Ku
from.
Klux Klan.
They brought it in. It didn't exist before that. Ibn Hayim, a Cordovan-born Muslim, described the educational system. The curriculum included the study of the Holy Quran, evaluating and interpreting the word, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, fractions, plane geometry in that order. And by the way, I've taught early childhood. That's how we teach math to children from kindergarten to the 2nd grade. They brought in Euclid's celestial bodies, which is astromath, Ptolemy's Almagest, which is the study of finity and infinity. They brought in logic and the laws of polarity. They taught botany, zoology, geology, and medicine in that order. And when you study, and again, my teaching in middle school, you know that we study earth science, life science in that order. The way in which they taught then is the way we teach now. History, emphasizing causes for ascension and decline in ancient society with the intention of avoiding repeated errors. So you're always ascending as it relates to the historiography. And then, of course, they studied religious law, which is called Sharia. Here is where the translations occurred. And here is where the European began to interpret and be able to overcome what was happening and shake the African influence off of European civilization. Translations from the Arabic, the medieval language of science. The translations from the Arabic provided links between Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, and England. Alfonso X promoted Moorish wisdom at every opportunity, and the first university of Christian Spain was founded by Alfonso VIII in the 13th century, and the teachers employed there were Africans, Muslims, and Jews. The flowering of the educational systems in Europe, the development of universities in Moorish Andalus include the University of Bologna, 1180, the University of Montpellier in France, 1200, check it out, Africans created Oxford in England. We're so proud. We're the first to graduate from Oxford. We don't even know. We created Oxford. 1209, Valencia in Spain. 1223, the University of Toulouse in France. In 1224, the University of Naples in Italy. In 1250, the University of Salamanca in Spain. 1257, hold tight now. We created Cambridge in England. The destruction of the ancient wisdom, Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros started a massive burning of African and Arab books post 1492.
I wonder the fuck why.
According to Pascual Gazangos, Cardinal Ximenes de Cisneros ordered the burning of nearly 800,000 books in the public square of Granada. The cardinal is said to have asserted that since the books were all in Arabic, they were Qurans and therefore dangerous. These were all the books that Alfonso X had not translated into Latin. It also inspired a similar bonfire of Native American books, known as codices, by Bishop de Landa in the Yucatan, in America. Catholic Spain compelled Spaniards to destroy many Moorish manuscripts that the conquistadores acquired after the fall of Granada in 1492. Western civilization was initiated by the defeat of the Moorish kingdom in Europe and world exploration using Moorish technology by way of the Crusades is what brought Western civilization into the world. The destruction of the indigenous people, or the near destruction of the indigenous people of the Americas, the enslavement of African people. And it is the same people that taught them how to get on the water and come to America are the very same people that they enslaved. So that those that were enslaved were forbidden to read and to learn, to ever learn that they were the ones that allowed them to create the civilization that they are flourishing from. This American hemisphere was built by Africans on the back of the Moorish information that was given to them in Europe, that was brought by enslaved to America, and we built this country. And so as we move through this process, we come to understand exactly what happened. So in other words, to help us understand who the Moors were and exactly what happened during history at this time for this to be able to be made possible. And so with this understanding of who the Moors were before the Moors, to understand that the Moors were already in the Mediterranean basin long before 7/11, long before 7/11 to 1492. The Western civilization had already been created. The cities that would become in Europe, they were already existing in Cordoba, in Malaga, in Seville. They already existed. And as you go through and you see these cities and understand the Alhambra and all that they created, you get to understand. See, this is the history that's being left out.
Hey, Che, you got contact information on this cat?
No, I don't. But you can go to the website and check them out.
Yeah.
All right, what are your thoughts on the documentary, Sabaka?
I found it very, very interesting and proved a lot of my point of what I've been saying all along, that nasty, funky, stinking, ass, unclean fucking troglodyte didn't give the world shit except death, destruction, lies, deceit, commonly referred to as bullshit. And to quote you, where's the lie where I just said, Brother Che, to quote your words?
No lies to take it.
Thank you. But I am pissed off the motherfucker didn't mention my namesake, Che. He didn't even mention the University of St. Corey, man. I'm mad, motherfucker.
He did mention Timbuktu, though.
Yeah, I know, but he should have said St. Corey.
Well,
I'm like Amaru on that one right there.
Maybe he'll mention it on the next Out of Darkness.
Yeah. Okay, Brother Che, it's going on 4 o'clock where I'm at, brother, and you probably seeing the
5 a.m. here.
Yeah, you should be seeing the crack of dawn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But all you Nabiscos out there, you Charlie Kirk, stinking lying Donald Duck dumpster motherfuckers, what the fuck do you have to say about that? So the next time you motherfuckers get up there on Jailbird 1 with that stupid motherfucker, you probably need to sit down here and get educated. Oh, yeah. And I do know the word is educated. See, it's easier for a wise man to act a goddamn fool than a motherfucking fool to act a wise man. But I'm not that smart. I don't know nothing.
Okay, Sabaka. I'm gonna wrap this thing up. So I appreciate you tapping in with us.
Yeah, sorry I got on the late freight, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, I had to take my old man nap and shit. Now I don't drink this goddamn coffee and can't go back to sleep, so I might as well stay up and watch the sunrise.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the desert is starting to get hot. All Nabiscos, come sit with me in the desert on the summer solstice. But leave your suntan lotion at home, and Stinky Bird and all you goddamn boys out there and all you clucks ass idiots, come sit in the sun with me. And I hate to say, but I will take great pleasure in watching you no good, nasty motherfuckers burn.
Damn. All right,
I know, man. I know, Brother Che, but that's just how diabolical the motherfuckers is, man. And then the cold part about it is this. Now, even white folk, okay, like Viola Louiso, who did see the light and try to help us, they got killed too. So I'm giving them homage on that. So when they start hitting my goddamn like page with, you know, with troglodyte bullshit, you see what I'm saying? They need to look at this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But all right, Shabaka, I need to wrap this thing up. So appreciate everybody that's happening.
Right.
6 episode 19, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on. I would say after City Council, but there is no City Council today.
Okay, today is Sunday, right?
It's Monday.
Oh, it's Monday. Okay, yeah, that's right. And I got a couple of runs I got to make today too. Okay, all righty. And this here,
all evening or later on this evening. In the meantime, you should like to subscribe to all of our platforms: Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Subscribe to Gen Up 1, 2 as well, and
check the like page on Facebook called Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Like
and
page.
Definitely check out the Facebook group called Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
Yeah. If y'all on Facebook, I ain't been on Facebook in almost 2 years, so.
You ain't missing nothing, man, and they fucking it up so bad, Brother Che. I'm about to get off the shit, you know.
So make sure y'all subscribe. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Leonard Day Judah for coming through. Shout out to Crew Reality for coming through. Shout out to Octavius Epstein now, but Octavius Prime for coming through. Shout out to Big E for coming through. Shout out to Twin Mac, Michael. Who else is in here? Breeze, Kukizi.
And shout out to our past contributors such as Jay Dizzle as well too.
Yeah, but he didn't come through tonight. I'm going over the people that just came through.
Okay.
Cow Dog, appreciate you coming through.
Oh yeah, most definitely Cow Dog. Yeah.
Y'all Rules, appreciate you coming through.
And was Goddess Navi with us tonight?
No.
Okay. All righty.
She was on.
Huh?
She was on Breeze's channel show earlier.
Okay.
We had Kahari come through. Shout out to Kahari.
Right.
Who else was in? I think I got everybody.
All right. Okay. All right, Brother Che. So yeah.
Sorry, DSB. I forgot DSB.
Yeah, got to mention DSB. Yeah.
Fresh Always was here.
Right. And then I got to leave my house, man, for a few hours because they're getting ready to shut the goddamn water off, man. That's why I'm so glad I went and washed my nasty, stinking ass, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Project Leroy came through. Shout out to Project Leroy.
Yeah. And they shutting off my water. So, you know, I took my bath and shit, washed clothes and shit like that, you know?
So, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Chan Krumah and Lady Chase signing off for the Mile High Income and the Legal Migrant for the City.
And then when you subscribe to this channel, you will get your mind right. So therefore, the dump on my imitation of the dump, you stupid motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? You got the whole goddamn country in turmoil. You're only worried about yourself. You're fucking up the White House that was built by black folks.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves to go right straight to fucking jail.
And
okay,
find out from the Sin City.
Yeah, come on, 7-Eleven, clack, clack, clack.
All right.
So hit the field.
2026, and it's going to end on 3/30/2026. Join us later for part 3. Peace.
All right. Okay, Brother Che. I'm out. Have a nice night, man.
Okay.
All right.